Hey, Crawlspacers, welcome to our 25th anniversary call-in special. I've got a few friends on the line that are going to join me. My longest-serving panelist is JR. What's going on? You're my Captain America because you joined us on the third episode, right? As a guest,
yeah,
and then
but
a panelist on episode 4.
Yeah, but you said friends were joining you. I'm waiting for friends of yours to start showing up.
Well, I'm SOL.
Wow, 25 years. I mean, it's
25.
Like, oh my Lord. I mean, I wasn't even 40 then. I mean, holy cow.
Wow. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, well,
I was 20 something. Yeah.
Happy 25th anniversary to the Crawlspace. Yeah. You're the grand old man of Spider-Man websites, I think.
If Sam Ruby was still around, he was before me. Spiderfan.org is older than I am. They don't really update that much.
No, Spider-Fan, I don't think has added covers since 2015.
Yeah, it's been a minute, but one of the oldest, longest running websites of Spider-Man, still going. Also, friends. Yeah, he's my friend. George, what's going on, George?
I'm definitely your friend. I'm one of the few people on this thing that have met you in person.
That is true. You have met me in person. I have had you in my home. I have broken bread.
We have broken bread.
And actually, I broken pizza with you.
That's right. And I was thinking about that the other day, and I still want to get out to Missouri again to see you.
That'd be awesome. That'd be fun. We should go to a Comic-Con or something together. That'd be fun.
We should go to that place with the butter bar.
Oh yeah, we should go see a Marvel movie at the Neo Show Theater. Yeah, that's fun.
Well, those are going to be few and far between going forward, I feel.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We also have one of our newest panelists is Sarah. What's going on, Sarah?
Hey, it's going good.
How are you?
Happy 25th anniversary.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I thought before we open it up to the public,
wait a minute. Was Sarah even alive when the
Yes, I was 7 years old.
Oh my God, 7. Wow.
Okay, just her youthfulness made me think that maybe she was like only 19 or 20.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, Sarah, notice Brad didn't introduce you as a friend.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I caught that. That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
For right
wait
now.
a minute.
We're good. It's okay.
What am I seeing Sarah wear? What are you wearing right now? Brand new Crawlspace t-shirt. Nice.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Very cool. Got that in the mail. Very cool. Milo says Sarah's in her 30s. She doesn't look it. There you go. Milo is her new best friend. So, hey, we also have Bruce. What's going on, Bruce? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. Good to see everybody. I'm kind of relaxing here in a hotel room after a day of Wellsboro Comic Con.
Oh, I was thought things aren't working out at home and you're having a bad time.
Wow.
I've been buying way too much Spider-Man memorabilia the last couple of weeks, I guess.
I figured, as a Spider-Man Crawlspace canon that Bruce doubles as, a Punisher type vigilante. I figured he was out of town doing some work.
Yeah. We'll leave it like that. We'll just leave it like that.
That's funny. I appreciate all my friends to join this. One thing I thought would be fun. Any funny memories of the podcast or the website or anything we could share? I thought we could go around the horn. One funny memory I have of JR is when he was on the road and we used to do this on the phone and the line kept getting disconnected. So in order to record a podcast, I had to call the front desk. Yeah, can I have room 123, please? Yes, Fettinger, please. Damn it, Brad, this phone. I had to get him on the line several times. That was a fun memory. JR, any funny memories?
Well, yeah. Once when you were trying to figure out, what villain your wife was closest to.
Refresh me on that because we're going to do something with that mention. What did I say about my wife is a Batman villain? Because I don't want to be like Bruce stuck in a hotel room for in the future,
Well, I think somebody asked what if your spouses were villains, who would they be? And and I think you said your wife was the Riddler because you just couldn't figure her out or something like that. Yeah. And then George came in with, so since you're not the sharpest crayon on the box, your wife's got to be a Batman villain. So I think I laughed about as hard as I've ever laughed on the show after that
doing
one.
Spider-Man push-ups was pretty funny. I like that.
Like
Yeah.
Jack Palance at the Oscars.
Oh, I know. That was awesome.
Yeah.
George, you got a funny memory you want to share?
You know, I think one of my favorite memories is back at a time, you know, when we were getting we kept getting what's the word I'm looking for? Interesting conversations where Whacker was involved on the front page, and
former Marvel editor Steve Whacker.
and I remember as we were discussing it in our back channel of Crawlspace staff, I remember JR saying, "Just let George handle it. He has it the best." and at the time, my strategy with Whacker was basically, you know, just to, you know, take the hits and just, you know, counter it with actual things that have happened and things that have been said, you know, actually backing my work up with facts, and then just, you know, let them devolve into, you know, poop throwing monkey, basically, and it paid off. Like I stayed the same level, and he just kept getting worse. So
there was one in the chat that Gary, I don't know what episode JR was in the hotel room. We're gonna have Josh come on, and he has his Crawlspace drinking game, and he has listened to all 800 episodes.
Oh.
He would probably be more up on what episode that is. We have one about the dog.
I also remember the talk about the hobgoblin, and I said, you know, he wore an ascot. That that comes back every now and then. Or the time when Stegron was being discussed, and McNulty was on the podcast. And this is back when it was like me, you, JR, and McNulty, and Bailey was on there. And I said, you know, I was talking to my friend Jeff over at StegronFans.net. And McNulty bit on that so hard. He was like, wait a minute, really? That's a thing?
Yeah.
And then there was this long pregnant pause, and I was like, no. No, Mike. And then everybody, you know, was riffing on Mike, and then Bailey said, you know, have you met George?
Oh yeah.
That was funny.
Oh, it's Milo, and Milo, thank you for the super chat. JR's dog barking when reviewing Back in Black. Well, I remember Bailey's dogs in Heat, but yours were barking during the recording.
Well, I just offered. I just had one dog at the time, and see, this was back in the day when I think I don't even. I'm trying to think of why I guess because cell phones were unreliable then. They were always dropping or whatever, so you couldn't do it by a cell phone. So I was on the landline sitting in the kitchen, and a political, you know, it was election season.
On a long cord.
Yeah, it was election season. The politicians were knocking or whatever. Anyway, somebody rang the door, and the dog went, you know, ballistic. So, you know, I had to get up and go check the door. But yeah, that was.
And you said the dog's been dead 12 years
now. The dog. Wow, I mean, Milo's going back. I mean, Maggie's.
What was the dog's name?
Maggie. Her name was Maggie.
Rest in peace, Maggie. What kind of dog was Maggie?
Yeah. When she died, we had her longer than we'd had Spencer. So that's how long we'd had her. So.
I thought you were about to say you had it stuffed. And it's still up.
Here's Maggie.
I also expected JR not to say, so I had to get up and answer the door. I thought JR was going to say, so I had to, you know, get up and open the door and let the dog out, you know, to get this person that is disturbing his peace.
Right. Yeah.
That's back when JR bred pugs, right, JR?
Bruce, do you have a favorite podcast or website memory?
Yeah, I've only been around for a couple of years, but I've enjoyed all the shows that I've watched. But I remember one night, I think it was a Spider News, and I mentioned that I had seen a live stunt spectacular with Spider-Man back in the early 2000s, and we all had a good laugh at that. And Kelly's line was the best. These things happen.
Because
that was a good line from Kelly. Yes,
because we kept riffing on that. We're like, these things happen.
Things happen because that was like the duct tape of sentences.
Yeah.
Somebody had said they liked when I offered JR the Kirby hand.
Oh, the Kirby hand
at the beginning of
that's a good one.
At the beginning of Nick Spencer's run.
a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah,
Sarah,
because I
funny
wasn't on
memories?
board.
Yeah, well, basically anytime JR had props, golden. Anytime.
Yes.
I remember the first time I ever went on YouTube Live. I don't remember what episode it was or whatever, but Brad, you had unfortunately, accidentally, I think, zoomed into Spider-Man's ass. And so I started in the comments.
Well, that doesn't narrow it down.
No, it doesn't, because it happens all the time. But I just remember that my first YouTube Live, that is what happened. And then the whole time I just kept talking about Spider-Man's ass, and you were there for it.
I was.
It was just, it was
my
so
Zoom,
funny.
my Zoom got a little finicky. Yes.
But as far as like a show that I've been on, you're not gonna believe this, I don't think, but my favorite episode was the burger one.
Oh, the burger one was so funny.
Yeah, I couldn't.
When you told me to just eat it, damn it! Quit shaking it and eat it, damn it!
I saw recently where somebody did they didn't do it recently, but I was looking through someone's videos, and it's somebody who goes to like a lot of amusement parks, and he did the same thing. He taste tested the Spider Whopper.
Oh yeah. Was he not a fan either?
I didn't watch it.
Oh yeah.
I just saw that it was in there, and I was like, huh.
Milo likes JR's Spider History of Stalker from the Stars. That was a good moment. That was a really bad story, but a good episode. Tevia has been following us since the old days on the blog itself. Wow. Trayvon's been following the channel for 2 years. JR and the Goblin figures showing Goblin ass. Oh yeah, you had them flying around.
Well,
and remember that? Speaking of JR's props, you remember his box of I don't care, and inside he pulled out Venom.
I'm starting to worry about how much the two of you like Spider ass. It's starting to concern me.
Holy
These
cow.
things happen.
Tim Baker's been with us since 1998. Keep up the great work.
Tim Barker. Way to insult a long-term fan by not even
did I
getting
really
his name right.
Well, this is
oh my God, Vinkman. Oh.
This is Tim's last day, and he's ticked because I got his name wrong. Tim Barker. I apologize, Tim. Thank you so much for being with us since 98. Holy cow, Vinkman, you are awesome. Thank you so much for the super chat, man.
Wow,
That's really nice.
That
is really sweet. Thank you, Vinkman, for being such a big supporter of us all over the years. That's really sweet, man. Yes, Hornacek, JR's Things I Don't Care About box. Yes, that's a classic moment.
See, I've known JR for like since what, JR 2000?
Oh, actually, before that, I think.
Was it before that? And I never realized JR was a prop comic until that night.
He's the carrot top of the Crawlspace.
Much like
I'm trying to think. Whenever you started Hero Realm, George, that's when you knew me.
Now,
was that
we're going to
2000?
have to
April
refresh
2000.
me on Milo here, because did JR do an impression of George on the ASM 850 review? Because I don't remember it. What did you do?
Oh, well, I wouldn't. I wouldn't impersonate George. I mean,
The
George
fans remember it.
George is too close to a friend of mine to have actually impersonated him.
My spider BS detector is going off. What's happening?
I
So is
announced
mine.
the birth of his child to the entire world. I doubt JR would ever demean me by daring to impersonate me.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Hey, well, what did you do? Is the question.
First of all, it wasn't during there. I believe Milo was talking about two different things. He's talking about the ASM 850 review, and he's also talking about, I think, referencing Spider-Man Far From Home movie review that we did. So,
okay. What did you? Can we hear a little George? Can we hear? Do you do a George? I can't. I'd love to hear a little George if you've got it in front of the man.
You know, you guys, it's like there are just so many podcasts over the years. I can't remember. It was like,
oh, look, now they're asking for more impersonations. Mr. Rich Little.
Oh, yeah.
We like Willem Dafoe from JR.
Yeah.
George. By the way, Rich Little, 1970s, 80s impersonation. Comic.
Wait, did we just make a reference that Sarah didn't get?
Oh, no.
I wasn't paying attention because I was moving my cat.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
At the end of Far From Home, he did a George impression. This seems to be a trend.
I hated this movie.
Is that how I sound to you?
I thought it was actually
That's
George
not
talking.
Mysterio. That's Don Marco with a beard.
All right, before Mr. Comic's favorite moment is when George and Brad found out JR hated Secret Wars in a Fight Club episode. Oh, that's a good one.
I remember that, and that was one of the darkest days of my life.
Yes, and Vinkman, yes, I did forget JR's impression in the episode. We got Tim Barker watching since '98. I got it right that time. JR, do you remember emailing back and forth with me back in 1999 about the Green Goblin, our favorite artist, and who we thought should play him in a movie, Michael Ironside?
I do remember the talks about Michael Ironside. Yes,
Yeah.
I do, Tim. Yep.
Michael Ironside could probably pull off like an actual serious sinister goblin.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I liked him in V. Remember him? He wasn't he Ham? Is that who he was?
Yeah,
Ham?
yeah, Ham Tyler.
I like them. All right.
I definitely think he could have done it. He could have done it. So
a couple things. If you would like to call in and you would like to be part of the show, this is how we're going to do it this year. I want you to go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Spider-Man Crawlspace. I am posting it right now in the chat, just on YouTube. So if you're watching on Facebook, Twitter, or Twitch, you got to go to YouTube. I'm gonna pin this at the very top of the YouTube chat, and you can see it and click on it, and you can click and join us five. Before we go to the live callers, I want to do a little trip down memory lane. Back in 1999, there's a website called the Wayback Machine, and it takes screen caps of websites, what they look like back in the day. Here is the Crawlspace back in technically 2000, but this is what it looked like in 1998, in my best estimation. So, HTML, I coded that. I did it through GeoCities.
could you do that again today if you had to?
Yeah, I probably could. I remember the code for, well, they gave you a lot of cut and paste, and they told you how to, good grief, it's beeping a lot. Boy, we got people coming in. All right. I liked all those people coming in. But I remember greater than, less than, IMG, SRC equals, parentheses, URL. That's how you do an image. What is it? URL equals quotes. You do greater than, less than. But anyway, this is what the Crawlspace looked like. This is the guest book. Here's the old message board. I liked the message board because it said new. Evidently, something from 1999 is still new.
Oh, this must be Spidey news that you're giving a JR.
Oh, shut up!
Hot off the presses from 1999. Right there.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, by the way, if you're trying to get in, it's filling up. I can do about 15 in the green room. If you're clicking, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the green room. Just popped in just now. So we can do a few more. Once one asks a question, we will add another one. So if you're wanting to get in and you can't, it's filling up.
And if you can't, then submit a Word document to Brad.
Shut up.
Contact him through MySpace, everybody.
Yes.
Wow.
I want to do another Wayback Machine. Let me take this out and let's see.
I like the light coming through that middle window. I like how it illuminates the back of my head like I'm an angel or something.
And well, we all know better. Let's see. I'm going to go to the Wayback Machine one more time, and we'll take a look at the Crawlspace through the years just a little bit. Here is...
Good Lord, what is that spike in 2022? Good God.
It must have been an episode you were on, George.
What is that?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what was that?
I think that's just because they took a lot more screen caps of it than... I don't know what that is. Anyway, 2000. Let's see what's going on in 2000. This is pre-Tobey Maguire. This is August 15th, 2000. Let's see. Yeah, the site looks a little bit different.
I love that game.
Columns. Oh, yeah, the PS1 Spidey game.
Yeah.
Spidey nepotism in Hollywood. Spider-Man hype and the whoosh are reporting that Sam Raimi's little brother is going to be in the Spider-Man movie. Yeah, I was right. Toby talks to time. So
now, is that Toby talking to Time Magazine, or is that Toby talking to Morris Day in the Time?
Oh, what does Morris Day in the Time say? What's the ooh-ee-oh. Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at that. Crawlspace celebrating 2 years online here. Wow. You could go over to Amazon and buy some X-Men 1 Wolverine movie action figures if you wanted. Nicolas Cage is the Green Goblin. There's talks of who's going to play the Green Goblin. Nicolas Cage back in the day was rumored.
Boy, that would have been a whole different movie.
Check out this Photoshop here of Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man. Anyway.
The thing is, Nick Cage, I don't think was even 40 years old then. I think that was when his name came up. That was one thing people were saying was that he's too young to play James Franco's father and Toby's father figure. So,
all right, we might do a little bit more of this, but I don't want to waste anybody's time who is already in the green room. So our first caller, who was the first to click on the link, was Josh. What's going on, Josh? How are you, sir?
Hello, Brad. Hello, JR. Hello, George. Hello, Bruce. And hello, Sarah. Happy 25th anniversary.
Thanks, man. You've called in before, I remember.
Yes.
And
yes, I have.
Just to refresh, where are you calling from?
Fresno, California. JR's favorite place in the world.
Oh, I love all of California. Don't just limit it to Fresno.
No, JR, it's okay. You can be honest.
And how long you been with the Crawlspace and the podcast?
All right. Well, I'd come across you guys before, but when I first started getting seriously involved with the Crawlspace, I believe that was in 2017.
Okay, cool.
When that was it was during the dark days of Dan Slott, although today's days aren't much brighter. Where it seemed most places you went online, at least, were people praising the book, and you guys talked about this plenty of times, where a lot of that didn't seem genuine, and again, I don't want to say it was all fake, that nobody liked it, but like a lot of it just it seemed like a lot of places weren't allowed to criticize the book.
The thing is about this website and the podcast is, on any given episode, somebody likes it, somebody doesn't like it. It's not generally universally liked. It's not generally universally hated. Honestly,
no, exactly. Like you guys were I watched it, and I found you guys because there were usually a great mix of opinions. Like Brad, you were usually the most positive one out of all.
I'll give you that.
Except when you got to worldwide, then you were. And then George was hilarious because he was always like it was like every issue of Dan Saw, it's like, George, what's your grade? F minus.
F you.
I can only give the honest truth to people.
And then of course, and George wasn't far behind him. And so then JR wasn't far behind George, except he didn't give Fs because he wasn't personally offended most of the time. Most of the time. But yeah, it was just I liked the way you guys played off each other. I could tell, like, even when I didn't agree with your opinions on something, you guys all had a great passion for the character.
Yep.
And it was an infectious passion.
That's true.
And then I liked your site so much that when Brad put out the help wanted ad, I asked, hey Brad, can I do Overlooked Gems, where I write articles on underrated Spider-Man stories, and I've been doing articles ever since. And recently I like doing some top 10 lists on occasion too. So like recently I did lists on the Crawlspace of like Spider-Man's 10 best fights in the comics and his best story arcs of the 1970s. So
I am going to show him right here. Here is Josh's stuff that he's written. Best stories of the decade, the 1970s.
I kind of the 80s pretty soon too.
Back when JR was had about 3 kids and was about 60. Sorry, he's only got 2 kids. He was 50. Top 10 fights of Spider-Man, Overlooked Gems, read them and weep. Love that poker issue.
Yeah, it's a fun issue.
I talked to Marv Wolfman about that one because you refreshed my memory on that one. about Spider-Man and Ben Grimm and Felicia doing a poker game.
Yeah,
I've heard of that one.
And he and Spider-Man humiliates the Kingpin at the end.
Exactly, that's a fun one. So yeah, check out Overlooked Gems by Josh. He does a great job. So you've got how many pages? 4 pages of it. You've been
When I first started it, I was such a high. I was doing articles every single week, but eventually I got to a point where I slowed down drastically because I had other life responsibilities. But I still always love coming back into the site at some point and doing articles.
Yeah, that's like me when I started the site in '98. I used to review everything I read. I wrote X-Men reviews. I wrote Hulk reviews. I wrote Spider-Man reviews, and then after the first month, I quit.
Oh yeah,
it's hard. It's hard.
Wear anybody out.
Yeah. Well, you got a question for the group, Josh?
Well, yes.
Or individuals or anybody?
For the group as a whole, because like we already talked about, I recently did a list of Spider-Man's 10 best fights from the comics.
Okay.
And I was and we all love when we read comics, we all love the stories and the characters, but we like the fight scenes. Come on, we like the fight scenes, and especially
George... Brad really just likes the covers.
Well, that's true. That's true. but the So, and what inspired me to do that article was I was reading the current Zeb Wells run, and after Spider-Man got his
I'm sorry,
his ass handed to him again by Doc Ock, and Spider-Man didn't land a single hit on him. He just got completely owned, and I was so irritated with that I finally decided to do that article because I was tired of Spider-Man always getting beaten. And so, sorry, long tangent, but basically, what my question to you guys is, everybody on the panel, what are some of your favorite Spider-Man fights?
Oh, I thought you were going to say what was some of our least favorite, because one came to mind. Let me just say my least favorite, because I read it last night. One of my least favorites was in Amazing Spider-Man Annual that just came out. Aunt Anna almost took out Spider-Man.
Really?
What in the world? She took the mutant drug from Krakoa and leveled her up, and Aunt Anna almost took out Spider-Man. What in the world was this?
I'm glad I bought that.
Was that a new annual?
Yeah, it's a new annual. It's got Hallows Eve in it. Hallows Eve tries to take Ben Reilly out of limbo. Madeline Pryor stops him. And then the backup is they're throwing a birthday party for Aunt Anna. And Bruce, you're shaking your head. You read it, didn't you?
I haven't read that one yet, but I've seen some of the advanced artwork.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
That right there, I got to say that kind of sums up the current state of Spider-Man in a lot of ways.
Oh, it's so bad. But one of my favorite fights, I mentioned it on the 25 favorite covers, the Cosmic Spidey versus the Gray Hulk, where he punches him into orbit. Also, the Spidey versus Hulk, hey, you want to join the Avengers, in Spider-Man Annual 3, where the Avengers like, okay, you can join the Avengers, go take out the Hulk. I thought that was fun. Those are two of my all-time favorites.
After he, figured I'll just beat all y'all's asses. How about that?
Yeah, no, those are good ones, Brad.
Yep.
How about you, JR? What are some of your favorite fights?
There are a couple that come to mind. One I haven't looked at in a while to be sure, but one when he's during Back in Black when he just owns the Kingpin.
That was number 2 on my list. Yep. Number 2.
Yeah, because that again that showed I think how truly how dangerous Spider-Man was, and frankly that the Kingpin has no business standing up to Spider-Man, no business at all. And in fact he ought to take a knee every time Spider-Man shows up because it's like because he knows that Spider-Man can beat his ass badly.
In fact, the comics have completely forgotten about that too. Like they never bring it up. They're like, hey, remember that time Spider-Man kicked Kingpin's ass in front of the entire prison? It's never brought up.
Oh yeah, Back in Black.
Did it even happen at this point now?
Yeah, that's the thing because his identity was erased. But even if Kingpin doesn't remember that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, he should still remember that Spider-Man beat him up, right?
Yep. And the other fight I remember was actually it wasn't even in a Spider-Man comic. I believe it was in the Quicksilver miniseries after House of M, because Quicksilver had created the parallel universe. Where Magneto was in charge, and Gwen was alive, and Spider-Man had married her and had a son or whatever. And of course, now reality had returned, and so Spider-Man found Quicksilver and was just beating his ass. I had a son, I had a family. You blank. He just and I forget what Quicksilver did get away from him, but Quicksilver literally had to run for his life because Spider-Man was just overwhelming him. So
yeah, House of M was a pretty bad story, but it had some good moments.
Yep.
So
George did a whole segment called Friday Night Fights.
Yeah, I used to cover this monthly.
Yeah.
I mean, all my favorite fights are ones that are ones that people already have in their mind. You know, fighting Juggernaut, fighting Fire
My
Lord,
number one.
kicking
Those
the
are my
shit
list.
out of the X-Men and Secret Wars #3. Always a
Yeah.
good time.
Yep.
As we've pointed out before, I wanted to say this a second ago because JR has a point about Spider-Man should just beat the living hell out of the Kingpin every time. A lot of the times Kingpin fought Spider-Man in the early days. He had always found a way to gimp Spider-Man somehow. Spider-Man was always like at diminished capacity. Like he'd either been weakened by some kind of gas or he had a broken arm or something like that. So Kingpin used to always cheat before he fought Spider-Man.
That's
Because
true.
and back in Black, we saw what would happen if a pissed off Spider-Man really went after the Kingpin.
Mm-hmm.
George, I don't know if you saw the Wolfman interview, but he talked about that one-armed, injured Spider-Man Kingpin fight, and he said that's one of his favorite that he wrote. And one of my favorites too.
Yeah.
So,
and we covered that on Spider History.
We did. Bruce, one of your favorite fights?
Well, I love the 3-issue arc, Amazing Spider-Man 31 through 33, when he's fighting Doc Ock and trying to get the serum to save Aunt May because she was dying for the 45th time by issue 33. And
all-time classic.
It was just a cool classic battle. But again, when you think about Doc Ock, he doesn't really have any superpowers either. So, either Spider-Man was pulling his punches or, he probably could have taken his head off with one punch. So, but those are some cool battle scenes.
Sarah, what's one of your favorites?
My favorite would be issue 361, 362, and 363 with Carnage and Venom.
My number 10 on my list.
Yeah, I love symbiote fights, and that was just a good one.
George is cringing.
Yeah, I know.
Each their own, George.
I know.
We had a good run as friends, Sarah. It was a good run.
Nice knowing you. Sorry, George. Another one of my favorites is the Return of the Sinister Six. It was in the 300s. I forget which issue.
Really
but those, I think it's just so. I think that's just so interesting to have so many villains against one. Like that's. He should lose that fight, so it's interesting to see how that works, or if he gets his, butt kicked and all that.
Well, Josh, what's your answer to your own question?
I have number one on my list was it's a cliche answer, but it deserves it. The Spider-Man versus Juggernaut fight from Amazing 239, 229 to 230.
Love that one.
So memorable that at one point Juggernaut retold that, or was he referenced that in a X-Men issue at one point. I think
Colossus, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
I think so too.
Well, I remember they were around a campfire talking, and I think he was talking to some of Xavier's younger students or something like that. Yeah. And then they brought up, the fact that Spider-Man had whooped his ass, and Juggernaut was like, "Whoa, wait a minute." I don't remember what all he said, but I just remember that Juggernaut himself referenced that later.
Well, he should. He should. I mean, he was trapped in the cement for months, I believe the comic stated. So yeah, that's it's a cliche answer, but it really is Spider-Man's best fight because it's a fight where he had no business winning, but he did anyway because he persevered. He didn't give up.
Sarah brings up a good point about how Spider-Man does against the Sinister Six. When that's done correctly. A lot of times what he does when they come at him all at once is he uses them against one another.
Yeah.
Which I always love that. I always love that.
I do too. Yep. I do.
Hey, we are full at the moment to enter the green screen for live callers. I'm getting a couple notifications of people trying to join in. Give us just a second. I can have 12 behind the scenes. Once Josh gets on with the line, we got one open. So give it a little patience, okay? Josh, I appreciate you calling in. Any final thoughts, man?
Just the happy 25th anniversary.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for having me on. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yeah.
And I guess can I ask us one more thing real quick?
Real quick.
Okay, real quick. And this is mostly directed to George and JR, or because as I know, they're gonna probably roll their eyes when they hear this. But on my top 10 Spider-Man fights list, I did include the original Spider-Man versus Morlun fight from JMS's run.
Geez,
And George, that was correct. But I know. Okay.
Isn't it time for the signal?
We now have 2 new spots available. George and JR have left.
Okay.
No, I get that, Josh. I get that. I because it was gruesome and like it was intense and
it was intense. And I guess since George left, I'll ask JR real quick. Okay, JR, I know you and George both hate Morlun, and I understand that because I think Morlun sucked after that initial appearance. But the fight itself and the story itself, okay. I think it was well told. I think Morlun worked really well for that story it was telling. JMS wanted to introduce an unstoppable force that Spider-Man couldn't easily overcome, and the fight itself was very well choreographed, very well paced, and I think and you have to give it some credit because that was one of the few times reading a comic I wasn't sure how Spider-Man was going to win. I really wasn't sure. It was intense. It had an intensity that the comics had lacked for a really long time at that point. So
even though Spider-Man said never been hit that hard before,
okay, yeah,
I guess he forgot when the Thing knocked him completely out during Marvel Team Up number 100.
James didn't read that, but
I guess as far as an unstoppable force, I guess he forgot all those times that he tucked his tail and ran from Venom or tried to run from Venom. I guess he forgot that too. Let's see here.
That was one line, JR. That was one line in multiple issues. Come on.
He probably forgot his own classic story in Who Can Stop the Juggernaut. So
by the way, last summer on the block, Sarah, is that your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah. JR rolled his eyes so hard he could see behind him is what she wrote. Love it. By the way, I hope you're feeling better. Is your mom feeling better, by the way, Sarah?
Yeah, every day. She's
awesome.
she's a little sleepy and stuff, but
enough to catch up on JR's little ticks.
Yeah. So despite George and JR taking breaks, Brad,
listen, Joshua. Okay, listen.
Oh, you used the full name. Oh no, here we go.
Oh wow, get ready. Hold on to your butt.
If spider villains were anatomy, all right, Morlun would be the butthole.
Okay. George, I'm not defending Morlun. I think after this appearance, Morlun sucked. I'm agreeing with you on that. But in that first story, I think he worked.
Anything symbiote related is like the appendix. It's completely worthless.
Aww.
On that note, Josh, there's your quote of the night.
All right. Well,
Morlun is a butthole.
tried.
Oh my God.
Josh,
thanks for calling in. Thanks for your
pleasure.
contribution to the site. Happy 25th to you too, man.
Thanks for having me.
See ya, buddy. All right, we got one opening. If Morlun was the anatomy of the Spider-Man body.
George, I want a labeled picture.
Please show us where. Well, wait a minute. If the butthole is, I can't believe I'm saying this. Is Morlun? Where's the Clone Saga? Where's the Clone Saga?
The Clone Saga is like the nipples. Completely useless on a dude.
Okay, we have. Oh nope. I was going to say we have one opening available for chat, but we just filled up. Okay. Our next guest, who I see in our chat a lot, is Christina. What's up, Christina? How are you?
Good. How are you?
Well, I'm learning anatomy from George, evidently.
I am too.
all this entertainment for free, folks.
Oh my goodness.
Man. Christina, hold your phone horizontal. Let's see you.
Come on.
There we go. Now
all right.
Nice.
Perfect. There we go.
How long? Where are you calling from, Christina? Tell us all about it.
I'm calling from Madison Heights, Michigan.
Michigan. And how long have you been with us?
Oh, I started following you guys on Facebook probably 5 years ago. I started watching some of your videos, like your collectors videos you've been doing, bringing people on. And
you got one right beside you, Bruce. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Bruce's. Over this way. Sarah. And I was so excited about Sarah's because I'm like, there's another woman out there besides me that loves Spider-Man. It's like, finally.
And you got Kelly, and you got Ashley, and you got a bunch of females that love Spidey.
I did see Kelly when you guys had that Whopper. Oh my goodness.
What was your favorite quote of that episode besides "just eat the damn thing" is mine?
Oh my God.
I lost it. I was like, Brad, stop.
shaking the damn burger. Drip, drip.
Yeah, and then you had all that liquid falling from it. It's like, oh no. It's like you guys were having a bad time with that burger. Oh man.
Out of context, Brad is the best Brad. Just eat the
Yeah. That's
and
funny.
Also happy 25th anniversary
Thank
too.
you.
So
Thank you. 25 years, 1998. What were you doing in 1998, Christina?
I was only 7 years old.
Oh, so we're the same age. Okay, cool.
Oh, cool. So the only time I grew up with Spider-Man was watching the 90s cartoon. So that was where a lot of my first Spider-Man stuff came in, was watching that.
Okay, nice.
So,
nice.
But other than that, I know I mentioned this in the comments section, but I loved watching JR's video on Spider-Man sex education.
Did you learn something is the question.
I did, to put that Spider-Man showed me the error of my ways.
JR is inappropriate enough to the point where you wonder if he's ever appropriate.
I considered it a public service, because with the because with certain political things going on and schools not being allowed to teach sex education, I thought that I was doing a public service in trying to reduce the number of unwanted births in this country. So
I haven't seen that segment yet, JR. Did you bring props in for that as well?
Well, I didn't have
like a Tickle Me Elmo, or what did you have?
Jesus, no, God.
No.
Brad had already warned me about being demonetized.
No, that video is demonetized. Like, I make no money off. I don't make a quarter off that video, all because it said Spider-Man sex education. That's funny. And you know what? I had to fight the YouTube short where I said the Spider-Man pooping burglar, but they let that one pass. But I put Spider-Man sex education. Nope.
They let the pooping one pass.
The pooping pooping burglar's cool on YouTube. Sex education, no.
Well, that was an actual news story, about.
I know it's a new legit, and that was an actual comic book too. But nope.
I want to say, Christina, and this is, and also Sarah, and anyone else who started listening when they were in grade school. It immediately makes me regret all the times I've ever dropped an F-bomb or said anything.
Yeah, I blame my swearing on you for sure.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh,
I mean, you play hockey. You were going to swear regardless.
You're not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Sarah, Sarah's mom wants to see JR's props.
Be careful
when I was a younger man before I got married, then I had to throw them all out.
Jesus, not like that.
Because there was no point anymore after that.
Oh, Christina, what have you been dying to ask us? What was a question you want to ask us?
I had to think about this while Josh was on. I was trying to figure out good things to ask. I know JR's a big Green Goblin fan.
Yeah.
And I know Sarah's a big Carnage fan. I'm a symbiote girl myself, so I get that. This is for, I saw your tattoo. That was awesome, by the way. I love it. This is for everybody. What are your favorite Spider-Man villains? Like I said, JR and Sarah already covered, but everybody else. And then do you have favorite storylines in the comics that you've seen them in?
Not to steal George's line, but I guarantee he's going to say Iron Man. You're going to say Spider-Man's biggest villain is Iron Man. I know you're going to say it.
Yeah, but she's asking who our favorite villains.
Oh, favorite.
Not who the biggest villains are.
Okay. Not the biggest. Okay.
And Tony Stark can rot in hell for all I care. So no, obviously, I mean, I talk about it enough on the podcast and on most of our, well, not most, but a lot of our podcast episodes. My favorite would of course be our Lord and Savior Stegron.
Of course.
Yeah.
I talked about this to George the other day. If you've watched the Strange New World Star Trek, the Gorn whoops Spock around with a tail that reminded me of Stegron. I'm like, if they do a Stegron in Spider-Man, that the Gorn is a good Good example how to do it.
By the way, Brad, since you brought that up, we should just take a moment to talk about how great Strange New Worlds is.
Amazing.
Oh my God.
Literally, JR, if you're sleeping on it, you're missing it.
JR, really, this is not Discovery. This is actually good.
It is.
It's good stuff. Like I love the stuff with Spock drinking with the Klingons, drinking bloodline with the
he had a hangover.
That was so good.
It was so good.
It was so good.
You mean the unstoppable escape crew of the Enterprise?
Wow.
Okay, hold on.
I am there for that show.
Wait a minute. All right, JR, what did you just say? Go.
I made a reference to a Strange New Worlds episode.
I missed it. Can you say it again?
Missed it.
Can you say it again? I missed it.
Well, I said, basically it was like the unstoppable crew of the Enterprise, and then the thing blows up. That was the end. That was their musical number. That was their 11 o'clock number.
Couple of my favorite villains, the classics, the Doc Ock, Green Goblin, and Venom for me. Venom is, the Venom from Todd McFarlane's and David Michelinie's first story and second story. After that, I don't think,
Brad.
Then after that, it's pretty much he's not the villain that he was.
That villain hasn't been.
That villain hasn't been around since 1989.
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah, a long time. Bruce, your favorites?
I love the Goblin, because they didn't use him very often. He would be gone for a long time. It came back in the Spectacular Spider-Man magazine back in 1968. That was a really cool issue. And then he didn't come back in the comics, from basically issue 40 until issue 96. So it was like a special treat to see the Green Goblin coming back in those old days.
Sarah, what is Carnage your favorite?
Yeah. I have a top 7 though.
Oh,
that's
real
so
quick,
arbitrary. I have
go for it.
I do. They're on my arm. Carnage, Venom.
Oh, hold on. Let me full screen you.
Okay. Oh, you can't
get
see
it in frame. There you go.
Okay, Carnage, Venom. Sorry, I'm bad at moving. Doc Ock.
Yep.
Electro, the Lizard.
Okay.
Up here is Green Goblin, and then back here is Mysterio, but you can't see it.
Cool. Very good.
So no Stegron.
Sorry, no Stegron. No, our Lord and Savior Stegron.
She has to start on the next one, George.
That's a whole back thing.
This arm's already full.
George, would you get a Stegron tattoo?
If I wasn't terrified of needles, probably.
Where on your anatomy? Since we're going to, I'm just kidding.
No, I'd get it all.
We know where you're putting Moreland.
I'd get it all over my chest, like some people. I almost said something I shouldn't, but some people have like little heart tattoos and angel wings or whatever. I get Stegron just all across the front of my chest.
Christina, what's yours?
Venom. I know. I love the Bagley Venom. I also still like him in Ultimate Comics and stuff too, but obviously Green Goblin, Doc Ock, a lot of the '60s classics.
I'm worried about the next generation, Brad, because there's so few people saying Hobgoblin. And Hobgoblin is one of my favorites easily. He's getting overlooked.
He was recently in the Miles Morales book and was good.
That's why he's getting overlooked.
That was the best art I've seen in a while. Like in that book, that art was.
I
really
agree.
Good.
It was very good. If you're not checked it out, the new Miles Morales book. All right, Christina, any final thoughts for us before we get some others in?
Just happy 25th anniversary again. I'm looking forward to your next video to see what you got.
We're probably going to hit up reviews. We've got Spider Satellites where I'm going to go off on Aunt Anna trying to beat up Spider-Man on Patreon.
How much you paid for that one, Brad?
$5 is what I paid. And then, you don't want to miss this, Christina. I just read ASM 925 last night. And there is a story about Spider-Man and a duck. And I have to have JR review that one. It's a 2-page story about Spider-Man and a duck. And
I did read that. Yep.
JR is going to have to review just that alone.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's what you got to look forward to.
Oh, goody.
Joining us, and thanks for being in the chat, and thanks for being with us so many years.
Thank you.
You're awesome.
Have a good night.
See ya.
Yeah.
All right. Our next one. We see him in the chat quite often. We've got Milo. What's going? Oh no, Milo is on the list. Is Milo not on the list? Yes.
Well,
JR's Most Wanted is under
Milo
his name.
Milo is definitely on the list. All right.
Oh,
Where
I
does he rank
definitely
on the
am.
list? Is he number one?
No. He's number 5. He was number
Oh,
5.
good. Has he
Yeah,
gone down
Tyson
over the
is still
years?
number 1.
Okay, all right.
So
What's up, Milo? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm good. Where are you calling from again?
England, UK.
England. What time is it over there in England?
Oh, damn.
Oh,
1:50 a.m.
It's what?
1:50 a.m.
You are staying up till nearly 2 in the morning
I know,
for
and I
us.
got
Thank
a
you,
game
Milo.
at flipping 10:30 a.m. a soccer game.
Oh,
So
goodness.
we'll see what happens.
wait a
How
minute,
long
don't you call it football over there?
Oh yeah, football, but because Americans are here, I just had to say it.
All right.
That's fair.
Americans
That's
are
fair.
here.
Yeah.
Milo, how long you been with us, man?
Not that long. Only 2 years and 3 months. I was like May 2021. I came across
How'd you
your stuff.
discover it? Was it the YouTube or the website or the podcast or how did you
I
find it?
just put on Spotify. I just
Oh,
put
cool.
Spider-Man podcast, and you just came up.
That's a new thing I need to mention to everybody on Spotify now, and also all your podcast players. The Crawlspace album art. It used to just be our logo of the Spider-Man with the headphones.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Now all of the album art that I create appears when you play it on your player. So that Spider-Man Sex Education one, you see that. You see all the album art that I create. So all 700, nearly 800 episodes of album art is up there.
Oh yeah.
So what do you got for us, Milo? Well, actually, what were you doing in 1998, Milo?
I wasn't even probably an atom.
An atom.
Yeah.
That's so funny. What have you been wanting to
Yeah.
ask us, and are you wanting to be off of the list?
Oh no, I actually like it on the list.
I want to say thanks to Milo for coming and watching our superhero stuff that we.
Oh yeah.
We
It's
play.
only when my sleep pattern's messed up, George.
I apologize, but he's been a big
Stream
supporter
2 hours
of us.
early and I'll be there all the time.
Oh, that's funny.
So thank you very much. We're up.
Oh yeah,
to,
I'm still a sub, you know. I'm 4 months in.
Oh yeah. Thank you. We appreciate it, buddy.
I'll try and pop in whenever I have like a bad sleep pattern.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
What's your
I've got
question, Milo?
some questions, and
Yes,
this
sir.
time I'm actually prepared because my mum's not ill and she doesn't kick me out of the house, and I had to do it outside the last time we did this.
Oh, that's funny.
The first one is this one's directed at George.
Uh-oh.
You know when Stegron made his first appearance?
It was in Marvel Team Up, yeah.
Yes. Why did he have an army of dinosaurs? I know the answer, but I want to hear it again.
Why did he make an army of dinosaurs?
No, why did he have an army of dinosaurs? How
Well,
could
he's in the
someone have
Savage
an
Land. I
army
mean, there's dinosaurs left and right in the Savage Land. You can throw a rock and you're gonna hit a dinosaur in the Savage Land.
Oh, I was
There's
expecting
just-
you to say because he's Stegron.
Well, yeah, I mean that too. He's our Lord and Savior Stegron. You know, he wants to teach us hairless apes a lesson, put us in line, and lord over us all.
Milo, did you hear our discussion on the covers with Stegron and the meat gun and Arby's the last episode?
Yes,
that
was
just
it
went
Arby's
down.
or
That just
something?
went down a
Whatever
rabbit
that
hole.
is.
I guarantee if I ever wrote an Amazing Spider-Man comic, my first story would be Bride of Stegron.
Oh, yeah.
I would get him a Mrs. Stegron.
Oh wow, because he needs to populate the Earth, right?
World's not going to populate itself, Brad. Somebody got to put in some work.
Put in some work. There you go.
Oh, Milo,
my
do you like Ed Sheeran?
What? Oh, Ed Sheeran? Nah, not really.
Oh, okay.
He's
supposed
referencing
to-
Hornacek is requesting JR make a reference to some English music group. Is what Hornacek is.
How ironic, eh?
Ed Sheeran is not on the level of ABBA, JR. All right?
JR is just trying to be hip.
No, JR's making fun of me because that one time we had a caller from Sweden, and I'm like, hey, do you like ABBA? As it turns out, he did like ABBA because everybody in Sweden likes ABBA.
That is so. Oh my Lord! I don't even. Is that racist? I mean,
No, it's not racist. It's truth.
Mamma
like me
mia.
saying-
Anyway, go
It's like
again,
me saying
Milo.
to you, do you like guns?
Oh,
My next question is this is for you, Brad.
okay.
How honest is Spider News? Out of 1 to 10, how honest would you say? Yeah.
These are legitimate headlines. I like it.
Okay. And you know, JR attends Spider News.
Does JR attend it?
No, JR does attend Spider News, if I remember correctly.
You have to remember, Milo, that Brad doesn't read anything past the headline.
Oh, stop!
You don't. You don't.
I
you
do.
admitted it.
I
you
do.
admitted it on here one time.
I don't think
so.
You did. No.
You did.
I look here is my how I pick Spider News. I do a Google search for Spider-Man, and under the news tab on Google, I look for what's related. I look for what can people bring that's funny. And I don't care if it's a year old and I hadn't seen it before, we haven't talked about it. Like the pooping Spider-Man bandit. Like that, I knew JR would bring fun. I knew he'd give me some shit for it, literally, but I thought it was funny. But yes,
you know, JR makes things up, so how can it be
wait a minute. That's a vicious rumor. That's
empirically provable, JR.
Yeah, I even remember that. And people say I've got a bad memory.
So that's that. I got another question for you. In fact, this is more of a request than a question.
A request.
Okay. So
me or the group?
The whole group, in fact.
Okay.
Well, this is to you, but you always do Spider-Man stuff, but we rarely know any of the hosts personally. Is it possible you could just? Oh, JR's gone. Is it possible that you could do them like one by one and just say like talk about them, get to know them personally, like why they love Spider-Man, what they do for a living?
Like what I do for a living and why I love Spider-Man?
Yeah, like what everyone does, just to get to know everyone personally.
Okay. I am a teacher. I was a reporter for years at my local NBC station. After about 20 years, I left to become a teacher in broadcasting and television production. And as a hobby, I do this. I combine broadcasting with Spider-Man because I love both of them. And I started liking Spider-Man when I was about 3, when I saw the Electric Company and the reruns of the 67 cartoon in syndication. And and on Saturday mornings, I saw Amazing Friends, and I saw the Electric Company, and I saw comic books at the gas station, and I've been in love with Spider-Man ever since. So JR has since died since my answer started. We'll go down to George.
Because I've attended.
Like Brad, I started getting into Spider-Man when I was 3. The first Spider-Man issue that my mom ever bought me, because I was freaking out when I saw it, was it was a Marvel Team Up issue, and I can't remember the number. I can never ever remember the number.
Marvel Team Up Annual 2 for me.
But it had Man-Wolf and Frankenstein's monster in it. And
Marvel
to me,
Team Up 40, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I've always thought it was in the 70s somewhere. But anyway.
Yeah.
And like just seeing that, I had such a thing for monsters when I was a little kid. I used to read Famous Monsters magazine, and I just used to always freak out about monsters. So for me, seeing Frankenstein in a comic, and a werewolf, because I didn't know who Man-Wolf was at the time, and fighting Spider-Man, I was like, holy crap! How can I not walk out of here with this in my hand? So I just kept bugging my mom about it. My mom finally said, okay, fine. So she bought me that, and that was the start. That was the beginning. She used to get me Spider-Man issues whenever she'd go to the like 7-Eleven or anything, or the grocery store, and then I would start drawing dinosaurs all over the place inside them. But yeah, that was how I got into Spider-Man.
Sarah, you're a teacher too, aren't you?
Yeah, I teach orchestra. I had wanted to teach orchestra since high school, so this is my 10th year teaching, which is pretty cool.
Nice. This is year 7 for me.
My first Spider-Man comic that I ever got, I was just looking up the cover because I couldn't remember the number, was Volume 255 or Legacy 496. And that was after I'd seen the Spider-Man movie for the first time. Me and my mom went to go see it. And I was just infatuated with the character. I loved his powers. I loved the way he never gave up. I loved the way that he helped other people. And ever since then, it's been an obsession.
Oh, similar to me.
And another teacher on the line is Bruce.
Well, Milo, I work for a newspaper in New York. I take photographs of superheroes most of the time. But the last 30 years, I gave that up, and I've been a math teacher in high school. And I fell in love with Spidey during the first cartoon. I was about 3 or 4 years old. My brother yelled, "Hey, there's a Spider-Man cartoon." And I said, "What in the heck's a Spider-Man?" So I watched it. And I loved the way the character looked. And as I got to know Spider-Man and what he stood for, I loved him more and more, and got a comic book a few weeks later, issue 71, and I still have that comic. I showed it at my presentations. I show it with Brad, and anybody else that ever wants to see it, I'll show it to anybody. But I got it signed by Stan Lee and John Romita, and it's been 55 years of a love affair with Spidey.
Now, Bruce, when you say you started watching it with the first cartoon, you're talking like what, 67?
Yeah, 67.
Yeah.
Yep. 1967.
JR, the question Milo has is, what do you do normally and for a job? What's your day job, and how'd you get involved with Spider-Man?
How did I get involved with Spider-Man? Rather not talk about my day job, but it's very boring, though, I assure you, very boring. How did I get involved with Spider-Man? Boy, it's almost like you might as well ask me, when did I start liking Star Trek? It was like, oh, I always have. But trying to remember, I think it was when I got a hold of the reprint, the annual number 9, the reprint of the Spectacular Spider-Man magazine #2. That's my favorite fight with the Green Goblin. It's one of my favorite comics of all time. That one, I think I was hooked from there. So,
Milo, what's your day job, and when did you get involved with Spider-Man?
Oh, I'm at uni right now. I just
university. I might speak a little England.
I got a first in first year in economics. My aim is to become a financial advisor or a financial risk advisor.
Very nice.
And what got me into Spider-Man? I think it was The Amazing Spider-Man 2. And I absolutely loved it. And then the next day I went to the comic shop and I bought, I think it was during Dan's slot with the silk stuff.
I'm sorry.
And then I got into that, but I got bullied for reading comic books, got off it for about 5 years. And I came back, it was with the iconic cover, with the web. And it made a Spider-Man logo. The Amazing Spider-Man 55, the volume 5.
The Gleason one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I've got it right here on my watch. That's what you're talking about.
Oh, nice.
There it is.
Brad, you are a nerd. Wow.
Yeah,
I am. I'm the biggest nerd ever. Literally, I tell all this Spider-Man
25
stuff.
years of nerdom right here, baby.
Yeah. Mine's 19.
Well, Milo, thank you for calling in, man. It's been a pleasure.
Oh yeah. I got one more request.
Real quick.
Could you do more Q&A stuff? So when you did the message board questions, so have like another segment with doing more Q&As. And
like we're doing now.
This is the second to last thing.
Okay.
You were talking about Stalker from the Stars.
Yeah. Oh, did you buy that?
No, I got it as a free comic.
Oh, that sounds about right.
Well.
That's about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's he getting free comics over there?
Got it for free. And my parting words are: I just want to thank all of you at the Crawlspace for producing all this amazing stuff. Last year I had a very lonely year, and I binge watched all your stuff, and it made me feel like I was actually talking
even
to
worse.
Yeah, with you, JR, just about. The rest were fine.
So being on JR's list made you feel better.
And I hope you keep it up, and I'm very thankful for all of you.
Hey, thank you for being on the journey with us, my friend.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
I'll give you another super chat in a bit once I'm off.
Oh, you're too sweet. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
See you next year, Brad. Bye.
Yeah, you too. I will try to do more Q&As like you requested.
Oh yeah,
They're
thank you.
fun. See
Bye.
you, buddy. All right, good to see Milo in person on the line. Again, if you're wanting in to talk to us, the link is at the top of the YouTube I have one opening. Milo just got off the line. I have one opening if you'd like to get in. We have a person that just texted me, a former, I'll just say it, Michael Bailey's coming. Michael Bailey will be joining us later. He's on his way home from work. He texted me that he's going to be calling in. So
Man,
big
I love
fans
Bailey.
of Michael Bailey, if you would like to see him on. All right. The next person in order of clickage is Mr. Comics 89. What's going on? How are you, Mr. Comics?
Not much. How's it going?
Going good. Going good. How are you, sir?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm just long, hard days at work and just make one day to the next, but I'm doing pretty good.
Awesome.
Working for the man. I hear that.
Working for the man. You
Yep.
got some new comics over your shoulder? What do you got?
Oh, I have my what would be number 1 on my top 25, ASM 29.
Yep.
First appearance of Hobgoblin.
With the tattoos, huh?
With the tattoos, yes.
Yeah.
I have 2 copies of that, one without. My ASM 5, one of the earliest that I got when I was completing my run. And then my ASM 13, my first published letter in the comic. I had to buy a 9.8 of that.
Wow.
So, and then, of course,
That's
the
cool.
one that Bruce got signed for me by Scott Hanna.
Oh, very cool.
So, and I got Zeb
All
Wells.
spacers working together. There you go.
Yeah,
Very
so.
cool. Well, again, Mr. Comics, where are you calling from?
Southern Colorado and Monte Vista. You know, I trip, I fall into New Mexico. So.
And how long you been with us?
I think I tuned in right as COVID was kind of starting. I think my first current podcast was actually, I think GOG, was there's the last issue. Will there be any more? And this, kind of thing. It was just funny as hell. That I went back and listened to them all from the beginning, including the one that was lost to time.
I think that's probably Ashley's favorite era, the GOG period of the show.
Yeah.
Oh, you watched the one Lost to Time? Okay.
Where George got judged by the video renter.
Oh yeah, that was.
That one is off the internet due to us wanting to be gainfully still employed. Yes. So what do you got for us, Mr. Comics?
Well, I had actually 2 questions.
All right.
What's your guys' favorite Spider-Man miniseries, like 6 issues and under? Mine is the life story where he actually got to age. Things are slightly different.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Kids and marriage, and just give us a view of what happens if Spider-Man actually aged in real time. And so I just really loved the artwork and loved the story. It's just really meaningful.
That one's a good one. What's the one where it came out similarly, and it's a recent one where the black suit was on him and he got just evil?
Ooh.
That was a good one.
Something
I know
called
what you're talking
Spider
about.
Shadow or something.
Yeah.
Spider Shadow.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
It was a what if story kind of
Yeah, it
thing.
was a
Yeah,
what
that
if.
was interesting too.
Does Spider-Punk count? I don't remember if it was under
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was 5 issues or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Secret Wars doesn't count. It's 12.
Well, no,
So-
you can do that.
Secret Wars is my number 1. So
Yeah, I only like capped it at like 4, 6, 12 because it had to have a beginning and end and not be 50 issues. That was
Right,
my.
right. Okay, Secret Wars, JR.
Boy, I'm trying to remember. Well, it's not Secret Wars. I mean, I'm trying to remember it because for the most part, some of the minis are almost always so bad. A lot of them are very bad. I always was partial to Death and Destiny, which is a 3-part Lee Weeks, which took place right after the death of Captain Stacy. I was always kind of partial to that one. That's the one that comes to mind right now.
Spider's Shadow, like we said. Thank you, Mary. And Mary, you should join us. George, Secret Wars also?
Secret Wars, but if Secret Wars didn't count, I would probably, because Spider-Man, he only has like a few good moments in Secret Wars,
And the X-Men whooping.
Like I said, a few good moments in Secret Wars.
That's a couple big ones.
I'm not saying I don't like Secret Wars, Brad. I'm just not.
We're fighting them out how much we love it, damn it.
I love it, but the question is what you're. I'm thinking of things that are centered around Spider-Man.
Well, that one, he got a new suit. I'm just kidding.
I would probably say Lethal Foes of Spider-Man. I think that one gets overlooked a lot, but I enjoyed that story.
By Finger Off, yeah.
Nice.
Bruce, you got one?
I like the one. Well, it was built into all the Spider books. You know, Craven's Last Hunt was a great mini series. Like, if you want to call it a mini series.
Yeah, that was great.
Story arcs count, I guess.
Sarah?
Yeah.
What was the question? I was typing in the chat. Sorry.
What's your favorite Spider-Man miniseries?
Yeah, Spider-Punk. Yeah,
Spider-Punk. Okay.
100%.
Mr. Comics, yours?
Well, that was easily Life Story.
Life Story is great.
So I just loved that. You know, even like I said, I loved the appearance of Harry Osborn as the Black Goblin. Going like, oh, that look was so awesome. Going like, I want to see the Black Goblin in the actual comics. It sucked that it was couldn't be there.
So. What's like the best-selling Marvel Spider-Man trade? Like, what do you think that is? That's a mini series. Trying to think. Craven's Hunt's probably up there. What's another one?
Yeah.
Saga, the Black Costume, probably.
Yeah.
Marvels.
Death of Gwen Stacy.
Maybe. Death of Gwen Stacy.
Yeah.
Probably Maximum Carnage.
Yeah,
probably Maximum Carnage.
Because I think that one's been reprinted more than once, and
yeah.
So.
Ugh. I bet your Life Story, you know, in the collected volume is sold pretty well.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen like multiple versions of that one. So.
But yeah, it's not cool.
The Roger Stern Omnibus. There you go.
Oh. Did you say you have another question for us?
Yeah, I had one.
Okay,
definitely one final question. I've been recently thinking about making a change in my career. I've been thinking about joining the army, possibly in the middle of getting the process started. So that got me thinking: what are your favorite Flash Thompson issues? You know, or story arcs, appearances? You know, anything that Flash sticks out that you liked? You know, since he's such a central role.
The one where he came back after he lost his legs was a really good story. I thought that one was a surprisingly good one in the middle of Slott's run. Did Slott write that?
I think he did. Yeah, I mean that was one of the issues. You know, besides in the 9/11 issue, and then the next issue that hit me that hard was Flash's war story there, where he lost his legs. It was going like, wow.
The one where Norman got him drunk and nearly killed him.
Yeah,
was that Jenkins? Was that Paul Jenkins?
That was Jenkins.
That was
Death in the Family.
Death in the Family's good. Any others come to mind, guys? Gals?
I was thinking of that Jenkins one. Because I remember at the time being really excited that Jenkins had brought him back, and he and Peter were on a pretty good path. Because one thing I was saying back then at the time, because Harry was dead back then, nod nod, wink wink, was that Spider-Man needed another like best friend to just hang out with, and you know, and this. I thought when that started that's where it was getting to, and then of course it took a dramatic turn. But I enjoyed that overall. Yeah. I also like that Jenkins used to give Aunt May stuff to do other than get a haircut.
I believe it was Jerry Conway and like maybe like 138 or something like that. When Flash and Peter move in together.
Well, that was the Mindworm story where actually Peter moves in with Flash because Harry blew up the apartment in 136. So Flash let Peter crash, and actually that was the issue that really kind of started the thawing in their relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. That's why I liked that issue, because it was them like burying this hatchet that they had and figuring things out as friends.
Right. I thought that there was a really cool arc. And it was actually, John Romita said that it was his favorite work on Spider-Man was issue, I believe, 108, 109. And for whatever reason, Romita really thought that he was at his peak. He was doing a lot of the inking and pencils again after taking some time off from doing both. And ironically, I won my no prize from issue 109 that Flash Thompson was in that storyline with Doctor Strange as a co-star. So those are cool issues.
I also really enjoyed him in going down swinging Slott's last story arc there. I mean, that was a pretty epic fight, I thought, and I love the fact that it was basically Norman souped up, Spider-Man souped up with the symbiote again, and then basically tricked him into mano a mano. Okay, we'll ditch the special effects and go back to just you and me. And that story was just really, really cool. In fact, I remember JR, you absolutely loved that when you reviewed it. I think you gave it like an A or A+.
Bless you.
For the review.
Wait a minute. I was reading about the Hornacek was bringing up another one of my favorite Flash stories. What did you just talk about, Mr. Comics?
Yeah, that the going down swinging when you reviewed 800, you absolutely loved. I think that issue. You gave it like an A+, I think, if I remember correctly.
You gave an A+?
No, I don't think I gave it. No, I don't think I gave it an A+. But I think though you're probably right because it had everything. I mean, it was a balls to the walls story. It was one story. It wasn't like half of the comic and then the other half was filled with all kinds of bullshit little things
like 925 is
like duck stories or but no, I do remember liking that comic very much though because I think it took the whole concept of this is an anniversary issue, so let's just do it. Let's load it with member berries and go from there. So
that's funny.
Nice.
All right. Well, Mr. Comics, thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, my pleasure. I always enjoy getting a chance to talk to you guys in person. Listen to the podcast every single episode that I can, and hopefully I'll manage to continue catching up or stay caught up if I do manage to get into the Army like I want. So I'll be without technology for a little bit. But
there you go.
Who knows?
Well, appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Have a good night, buddy.
You
See you,
too,
Mr. Comics.
All right.
That's a big jump there going to that.
That is.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I'm getting another drink.
Okay. All right. We have, since we last talked, oh my gosh.
Do they still do no prizes? Pretty sure you're talking about a no prize. Do they still do that, or is that not?
I don't know. I don't think that's a program anymore, unfortunately.
Who we just had on the line, Milo gave us a super chat. He says, I'll see you guys later. I've got a football game in the morning, and we'll listen to the rest on Spotify. Thanks for the great content. Much love to all. You have a great night. So that's awesome. We teased them coming on, and poof. Former Crawlspacer himself, Michael Bailey, in the house. What's going
my gosh.
on?
Salute. Oh, heavens.
JR never salutes anyone. What's going on, man?
Well, the legendary Michael Bailey, the real Mike, as opposed to that fake Mike that we've had for the last several years.
Even put on a Spider-Man shirt for me?
Yes, I did, just to make up for all the Superman crap that's behind me.
Can I? George, look who it is. Well, like the way he puts his headphones on. George, look who it is.
Holy crap. You beautiful son of a bitch. You have no idea how much I miss you.
If we were in the same room, I'd kiss you full on the mouth. I swear to God.
Oh my God.
I would let you.
What is on the Spider-Man shirt, Mike?
Oh, it's the one from Walmart.
It looks like the
it's the video game one.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Very cool. Very cool.
I actually just took that day off work.
You took the day off work when the video game comes out?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
That's fair.
By the way, this is Sarah and that's Bruce, Mike. They've joined the show since you said screw Spider-Man. I'm just kidding.
I didn't so much say screw Spider-Man as screw Spider-Man. Yeah, that's I may have left the comics, but I still love the character. Every once in a while I'll get on a kick and read old stuff. So that's fun.
You missed a good stretch where it was actually readable and was actually done.
Yeah, the Nick Spencer stuff.
Yeah, my buddy Andy, who I co-host the Overlook Dark Knight with, is a huge Spider-Man fan. And he was up and down on that one, but he did tell me that most of it was pretty readable.
However, the ending had the bad fart sound like a Dexter finale.
I'm triggered by Dexter. Don't even bring that up.
Well, now Dexter New Blood kind of made things better. I don't know if you've seen.
No, I refuse. Okay. No.
Yeah, it was just awful at the end. No. Of Dexter. What's new, Mike? What's new with you? What are you reading? Are you reading New Hulk or? I want to talk Hulk with you. I want to talk Hulk. I got to talk Hulk. I don't care if it's a Spider-Man show.
I picked up the first issue. I haven't read the second one yet.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of Philip Kennedy Johnson. He kind of brought me back to Superman.
Oh, is that where he's from? Is that
he's a
Superman writer? Okay.
He's been actually absolutely crushing it on Superman. Him and Joshua Williamson. It's just like Bendis kind of made me leave. It's not like he personally told me to leave. It's just the revealing of the identity was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
He showed you the door.
And I just saw the door and walked through it.
The green door.
Did you walk or run?
It was more of a slow, deliberate walk, and then a wistful look behind me, and then like walking past a trash can with a Superman costume in it.
I see what you did there. That's nice.
It was really like, oh my God, it was like 3 or 4 years of me not reading the Superman books until last fall.
Wow.
When I came back.
That's like me not reading Spider-Man. I can't imagine.
Yeah, it was. I needed the time away. Let me put it to you that way. And so Philip Kennedy Johnson brought me back, and Joshua Williamson's on it now too, on the main book.
Yeah.
And it's just been really good. But I don't know if I'm really up for another body horror Hulk book.
Well, did you read the previous Hulk run?
I read most of Immortal Hulk and really enjoyed it.
No, the one after Immortal Hulk. In between.
Oh, the one by Donny Cates? I was told to avoid that like the plague.
That is the absolute worst Hulk run in 60 years, in my opinion.
Is it the worst than the Jason Aaron run?
Yes. In my opinion. Yes. Emphatically, yes. It is Hulk is the engine of the Enterprise. If the Hulk is the Enterprise, Banner is the captain, and he yells more power by ticking the Hulk off. And that's how he runs the Hulk. By anger. It's literally, he sits in a captain's chair. Banner does. It's Star Trek Hulk. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Dude.
Does he have the Hulk hit himself in the face? What are you talking about, Brad?
Like he's got a thing on his head, and he just like at one point he just has Wolverine just cutting him up. Like the Hulk is going, and now the Philip Kennedy Johnson, is that his name? The new writer? Yeah. The Hulk is so pissed. So the Hulk in the new run is like the reader. They're just pissed at Banner for making him go through this run. That the Hulk is just like, I don't care that you die. I'm like, I saw what you did to me. So I like that the Hulk is so mad at Banner in this new run. So that's what I'm excited about. So.
Hey, Bailey.
Yes.
I've been meaning to ask you about this, like on Facebook or whatever. But since you're here,
okay.
Have you watched that Superman and Lois show, and what are your thoughts on it?
Oh yeah.
You can, if you want to hear my thoughts, there's a podcast called the Superman and Lois tapes that I do with two of my friends.
Oh, cool.
Tyler Hoechlin and Bitsy Toluk are my favorite live action Superman and Lois of all time.
I really, really like this show.
More than Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder?
More than Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder.
Whoa, that's high praise.
Tyler Hoechlin is the closest I have ever seen a live action version of Superman that matches the one that lives in my head.
Wow.
I have loved how he played the character since he popped up on Supergirl. And the show has just been so good. It gets the character. It is playing in a new field of him being a dad, and it's a little different from how it is in the comics. But Bitsy Toluk is just an amazing Lois Lane. I cannot say enough good things about the show. I am absolutely like it is literally my favorite live action version of the character. And no one is more surprised than me that it's coming this late in life.
When did that show come out? Is that like a new thing?
4 seasons in, isn't it?
Yeah, it started in 2021. And it only does like about 15 to 13 episodes a season. So it's not like a giant investment. The first season is fantastic. The second season kind of builds on that and is even more epic. And this past season has been they gave Lois Lane breast cancer and dealt with it realistically. And I didn't really need to be bawling my eyes out in the first like 10 minutes of every episode because of but also I don't want to give away too much because the season finale involves Lex Luthor. And it's just been so good.
Is Lex Luthor the guy from Walking Dead that's the redhead?
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael Kuditz?
Do you like him? Because I liked him on Walking Dead.
He's fantastic. He is basically what would happen if the post-crisis Lex Luthor from the comics served 17 years in prison for something he didn't do. Literally didn't do.
You're making me want to watch this show, and I don't like DC, so that's you're selling it.
Good, and it's different than the other things that Berlanti done.
Yeah,
previously.
It's not associated with. It's not in the same universe as any of the other CW shows, and they revealed that at the end of the second season. And boy, was there a lot of bitching about that. I know you're shocked that there was bitching on the internet about something involving a superhero.
No, we've never done that in the Crawlspace.
But it actually, it's better that it's not associated with any of the other shows, because it really just stands on its own and you can just jump right into it.
Yeah, it's a really good show, and I like Lana. I like what they do with Lana too.
Huh.
She's fantastic. But of course, I like that actress, and I always have since she was in Entourage. So
hey, we're gonna keep Mike on the line and get some other people in here. Mike, you got any questions for us before we get another one in here? You want to ask JR a crazy question? You want to ask him after all these years?
Oh, Bailey, did you see No Way Home?
I loved No Way Home.
Awesome.
No, seriously. I watch things like a year out now because I'm just me. And I sat down and watched Far From Home and No Way Home, like one right after the other. And Far From Home, I thought was good, but it was just basically the first one redone in a different way.
I didn't like it. It's my least favorite.
Yeah, mine too.
But it's still like, I still like the cast. I like the characters, and for what it was worth, the twist in the end was very well done. But No Way Home just reminded me that as much as I like certain runs from the comics of Spider-Man, it's the movies where my heart really lies. And seeing Andrew Garfield get to put on the costume again was fantastic because I love Amazing Spider-Man. It is the 80s Spider-Man film that we got in 2012.
By the way, Bailey, your Josh, our friend, goes, "Whoa!" All caps. Michael Bailey, all caps. I get to finally see him live on a podcast. By the way, Josh has, as a cosplayer, a good buddy of ours, goes to Make-A-Wish as Spider-Man for sick kids, and he will be coming on the show shortly. He has a Crawlspace drinking game.
Oh God!
He has listened to all 800 episodes.
Oh my God!
I've seen it. I've seen it.
And I've seen the Google Docs. So we'll get him on the line, and you can. And you have some sections of the drinking game, by the way, Bailey. Here, I'm going to get some other people in here so we can get more people in, like Josh. Let's welcome Frederick. What's going on, Frederick? How are you, buddy? Oh, Frederick, you're muted. Let's unmute yourself, sir.
Oh no, still can't hear you.
Space there. Still can't hear you, buddy. All right, we got one opening in the green room. If you'd like to join us, I
like those headphones though.
Actually, I don't have a new one. I didn't take anybody out.
You may want to look at your settings in
StreamYard. Yeah.
StreamYard. Yeah.
Yep.
Check your audio settings.
Click that little gear at the bottom.
Yeah, and make sure it's using the right microphone.
I'm going to take you out and add another one. You work on your settings just a little bit. My man's taking out. Oh, is it working? Okay, I'm going to remove. No. And then we're going to add Logan, Harrowing 2.0. What's going on, Logan?
Hey. Not much. I appreciate you guys taking time out of your night to speak with me. Sorry.
No
a little
problem, man.
Right
Where
now.
are you calling from?
Illinois.
Illinois. How long you been with us?
That's where I'm from.
I've been with you guys. Ironically, I know George is going to hate me for this, but
he'll hate you anyway. Go ahead.
I got to you guys from the PS4 game because somebody else I was watching referenced your. Yeah, I know. Sorry, George. Sorry. Referenced your guys' interview with Brian Intar. So and then.
Oh, when I interviewed the game producer, yeah. I thought you were talking about when I hooked it up to my PS4 and I was learning how to web swing.
No,
that was I was like a drunk monkey.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. So you've been with us when did that game come out? 2018, I think.
Yeah, about 5 years, and I've been trying to catch up on Spotify for the
there you go.
Past podcasts up to.
Yeah, like I said earlier in the show, I hit a setting and now Spotify and all the podcast players have the album art. So I just looked at Spotify a minute ago, or not a minute ago, a couple days ago, and it's got all the album art.
I remember watching Brad trying to web things.
Yeah, and you know, Kingpin's goons just beat the hell out of me in the lobby. That was pretty rough. All right, Logan, what do you got for the panel? And now you have Michael Bailey, former Crawlspacer, to ask questions to.
The immortal Michael Bailey.
Legendary podcaster Michael Bailey.
Give him another
I need to earn my adjectives. Oh my god.
Yeah, an adjective. I couldn't think of the word adjective.
The hardest working man in podcasting.
Michael Bailey. There you go. What do you got, Logan?
So my question is, like, I really enjoy like the small moments in Peter's life. It feels like we haven't been able to get a lot of those recently, like where it just focuses on like what makes Peter Peter and like what drives him to be that way. I really love the Straczynski run before it starts getting downhill. One of my favorite issues for this is the Aunt May after 500 issue. Really just showcased like what, because this was after, of course, as you guys know, she found out, and her wrestling with that and the importance of that. I also really love the 505 one, where it's basically him talking down somebody who's going to commit suicide, and just showing the importance of like that one-on-one conversation, and that really like what makes Spider-Man a hero. So what were some of your guys' favorite moments over time for this?
One of my favorite ones is a Jenkins one where him and Uncle Ben go to a Mets game. Is it a Mets? I think it was the Mets.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great one. I love that one. JR, you got one?
That was actually a favorite of mine too. That was when I was writing articles. That was my story of the year for that particular year. It was I think it was called "Wait Till Next Year." I think was the name of the story. So.
And then they dissolve, and then the seat's empty. That tugs on your heartstrings. George?
I'm going to agree with heroing. That period where JMS had Aunt May find out finally was very powerful. JMS did a very good job of exactly what heroing's talking about. These kind of moments, in-character moments between people. He was very good with that. Between Peter and MJ, between Peter and May. And I loved, like, the follow-up issue after she walked in, seeing him all beat up and everything in the suit, and then the next issue after that, where she was like, sending a trash letter to the Daily Bugle, canceling her subscription.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
And then she saw the kid surfing porn in the library, and redirected him on the computer. That was fun.
Michael, you got one?
I'm going to be a copycat because the Straczynski run of what I've read is some of my favorite. Because I think it's one of the last times where secret identities were important. In Spider-Man. I mean, I know Brand New Day kind of reestablished him having one, but like especially in the last like decade of comics, it seems like the private life of the hero has all but disappeared. And we don't get those moments anymore because it's all about the big stories. This is why I'm going to sound like an old man yelling on my lawn right now. This is why people will refer to like Roger Stern's run on Amazing Spider-Man as mid, because it's not. I knew that was going to set George off. Suddenly the table comes up. But no, Straczynski, I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be snarky. Straczynski made me like Aunt May for the first time. I never really caught into her as a character.
He gave her a purpose, other than being in like kind of an anchor.
Yeah, and it was like suddenly she's not trying to die every 5 minutes, or she's not freaking out because he's quit grad school, which is none of her damn business anyways. It's just I just liked the dynamic, and he brought such a even with like adding the things he did to like the like are you the spider, or are you the man, and are your villains all animals because it's totemic and stuff like that. It was still really well done, and I hold up his first fight with Morlun as probably one of the top 10 Spider-Man fights of all time. I'm just letting everyone get down.
I think it's time you dropped him. I mean,
all right, hold on. All right, what? Anyway.
Oh wow!
Oh, whoops! I hit the wrong button.
Oh well, gee whiz.
Well, now George.
Oh,
to
sorry.
me, okay.
Did it again. Flip me off. I'll show you on the 25th. Anyway, where were we?
Bruce. I think Bruce was next.
Oh, I messed up the order of the cans because of JR now. Okay, go ahead, Bruce. What?
You did that to yourself. Don't get triggered. You did it to yourself. I know how.
You got the finger. Do you see that? That's serious business right there.
I know how anal.
Now Bruce gets the finger. Go ahead.
Wow, I got the finger. Okay, well, my moments that come to mind, they were Peter moments, but he was in costume first. So I'm thinking of the kid who collects Spider-Man. You know, obviously one of the best storylines. I stole Sarah. I stole Sarah's. Probably should say that one, but and the other one is more recently when he let Jonah know who he was. You know, out of compassion and things like that. You know, My Dinner with Jonah or whatever that storyline was called. But both of those were just, you know, it shows you what he's like. You know, they weren't particularly like regular everyday life moments, but they were Peter moments, even though he was in the costume to start those out.
Bruce, did you read 925 yet?
No, been too busy this week.
Can I spoil just one sentence in it?
Sure.
Okay. So there's one of the many backups that you're paying for $10 is him talking to Ms. Marvel, who comes back. Mm-hmm. And well, I'm giving you a bit spoiler, but
I mean, we all knew Ms. Marvel was coming back.
Yeah,
Brad.
okay.
Marvel spoiled
so
that.
He reveals he reveals his identity to her and says he lifts his mask up, and mid-mask he says, "You know, I usually only do this for sick kids." And that took me out of it. I don't like that line. He's kind of joking about a sick kid.
It trivializes.
And I don't like that.
Yeah.
Really? What? You don't like it trivializes it.
I have a dark sense of humor that made me laugh when I saw it on Twitter.
Really? I don't like it. Yeah. And someone, I don't know who said it either. But that's more Deadpool than Peter Parker.
Did he take his mask off and then she's like, "Who the hell are you?"
No, she was like, "I worked with you at Osborne Labs. You're Peter Parker. You're a nerd. You're cool. That's awesome."
Oh, good God.
Yeah, but I don't like. I think that's Deadpool humor, not Spidey humor. I don't know.
Speaking, dovetailing off of something, I don't want to like jump in front of Sarah.
Yeah, but you're going to anyway, so.
but I'm going to briefly.
No, you're not.
Well,
go ahead.
I just wanted to point, dovetailing off what Bruce had said. One of my favorite in the suit moments was when Jean DeWolf got killed.
Mm-hmm.
And his reaction to that, and he was going through his head. He was like, "I should have gotten to know her way better than I did." You know, she was cool, and now that's done. Now I have to go beat somebody half to death until Daredevil pulls me off of him.
All right, now Sarah, your favorite.
This is so hard because, like, how am I supposed to pick something that hasn't been said? Because everything that's been said is golden. But I guess, like, one moment in the JMS run, which I know we've talked about, is when he becomes a teacher. It's just interesting. Like, of course, I'm a teacher. I know some of us are teachers. It was just cool to see him, like, you really get to the core of his excitement for science and how he wants to share that with others. And I just thought that was a cool character moment. But I'm also a little biased because I'm a teacher. So.
Well, you have to remember, though, Brad thinks being a teacher makes you old.
You know, one of the...
What?
I feel old some days, so it's true. What do you
Okay, no.
Because he said this when Peter was a teacher. Oh, I don't like Peter being a teacher. That makes him old. That ages him.
Brad is old.
First of all, I don't like this, JR. What the?
I feel old at school because I went to sleep at 6:30 p.m. Like,
I've come home on some days, go to bed at 7. I hear you.
Oh man.
Peter becoming a teacher was one of the best things that ever happened to the character, and it made sense. Mm-hmm. And it opened up so much good story potential, and Marvel pissed it all away.
I agree.
And if you want to experience like some of the stuff outside the comics, the novels that were published around that time period were all really mostly good. There's Drowned in Thunder was one of them that was turned into a graphic audio production. Keith Ardick and Didito wrote one as well that actually it's the best mixture of Peter as a teacher, but Spider-Man fighting kind of underworld figures, but still dealing with
what is
like
that one
supervillains.
called? Is it got Venom on the cover? I think.
No, it's not a Venom story.
Okay.
They all look the same. Drowned in Thunder is a soft cover, and there's 3 books that have that red lining.
Yeah.
I have it over there. Hold on.
See, Peter not being a teacher now takes away the potential of like Sandman's daughter being in his class and him giving her like a bad grade, and then Sandman coming to the school to beat Spidey's head.
Down These Mean Streets was
That's
the one
it. Sarah is pulling it off the shelf too. Logan, any
you
other
guys-
questions for the group?
Not really. If you will let me, I'm just going to make a quick statement here.
Sure, man.
I just feel like that up until like basically One More Day and all that stuff has really stopped Peter from growing. I feel like he's very a stagnant character right now. Because like you were saying, even if you disagree with like the teacher stuff, at least you can see him growing and progressing in his character. And I just feel like he's not that way anymore. And it just sucks to see him not really be a full human anymore, if that makes sense. He doesn't feel like he's what he should be like. And I really miss, like, there's small moments. Another small moment I really like for the JMS run is when, I think it might be in the initial first arc, but when he's walking down a wall, he like is munching out popcorn or something. He like bumps into a New Yorker, and he has like a genuine interaction with that individual. I just thought that was great. So thank you all for all you do. You guys are really a good voice in the Spider-Man community, and JR and George have really informed my opinions in a good way about Spider-Man, and respect you guys a lot. I respect. I really wish that the Goblin could have more stories, but it's hard to write the Goblin like JR says. So I just hope one day we can have better Spider-Man, though I know it's sort of hard with all the politics surrounding him. So thank you all for your great work on this podcast.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for being in chat and being with us for 5 years plus. It seems like. All right, man. Thank you, buddy. Bye.
Yep, have a good one.
In my head canon right now, because it looks like Bailey's monitoring the world situation, like he's looking for hotspots globally. You know, that's the first thing I thought of when I saw him. And he's like looking off camera, and I was like, he's the new Oracle. That's my head canon is he's the new Oracle.
Sarah, you went to the shelf.
Well, okay, yeah, I got Drowned in Thunder. I didn't want to waste time because there's so many books over there. It's literally my Spider-Man shelf, but here's Drowned in Thunder. But Requiem and Darkest Hours were the other two. That looked exactly like
let me full screen you so you can. There's the cover.
Wow.
I've got that on my shelf. I've not read it.
Oh, it's so good.
I don't know if you guys talked about this, but like a lot of those Spider-Man novels from like the 90s and early 2000s are on Audible now.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Wow.
the whole Dying Dwayne trilogy is on there. All Down These Mean Streets, and Marvel very wisely, I think, if I'm guessing what they did, they kept the rights to the graphic audio stuff because all of their graphic audio stuff is on Audible as well.
Bailey, you will find this funny. I interviewed Marv Wolfman last week or 2 weeks ago, and he was the first one to write a Spider-Man prose novel.
Yep. And
I told him, "Hey, did you know this stuff is on Audible?" He goes, "I had no idea." So he's
what novel did he write?
Mayhem in Manhattan.
Oh yeah, I've got that one too. Yeah.
And he had no idea that was up there. So hopefully he bugs Marvel and says, "Hey, where's my check?" It's probably going to be 29 cents, but hopefully he gets.
Well, if it's anything like the DC stuff, Marvel owns all of the rights to it. They don't have to do any kind of royalties for repurposing it.
We have one of my oldest friends from college. Just gave me a super chat. Mike, happy 25th, Mr. Mayo. He was one of my first friends to ever sign my guest book on GeoCities. 25. In fact, he and my mom were the first ones to sign my guest book on GeoCities back in the day.
Oh,
so, Mike, thank you for watching, buddy. That's really funny. Much love to you and the family, buddy. And George, here, I'll tell George.
Do what?
George, my buddy from college, who was one of the very first friends to ever sign my guest book on GeoCities, gave a super chat. So much love to Mike, the other Mike. Not the mic on the line. So
thank you very much, Slow Motion. And all this talk of reading about Spider-Man, I have this book.
Oh, that's a great one.
I have never read it.
Oh my God!
You need to.
You need to.
I take it back. I tried to read. I think there's like a Peter David story in here.
5 minutes. It's called 5 minutes. It's one of the best in there.
And I tried to read it, and because in an anthology, the first thing I'm going to do is try to read a Peter David story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I remember trying to read it, and I kept getting frustrated because I wasn't seeing it.
Yeah, I
Does
get
that make
that.
sense?
Yeah.
I get that.
So it's distracting for me.
It will make you hate chapter 1 even more when you read the redo of the origin in that book.
I don't know if that's possible. I mean, I really hated chapter 1. I remember when Jenkins came aboard and literally asked Ralph Macchio, "Am I tied to this, or can I just ignore it?" And Ralph Macchio was like, "Yeah, we're not. Yeah, just ignore it."
That was the ultimate Spider-Man that George will hopefully like, as opposed to the other Ultimate Spider-Man. All right, we're gonna try it again with Frederick. Frederick, let's see if we got your mic.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Hey.
We hear you. Frederick,
Great.
where are you calling from, buddy?
I'm calling from Sweden, actually. So,
Sweden. Okay, JR, go ahead.
George has a question for you.
Do you like ABBA?
Fun fact, this is the second time you've asked me this.
Oh, were you the first one?
Yes.
Oh, this is the guy. Okay.
And he said, and I remember it because you said yes.
Yeah.
And then I told JR to suck it.
Was that the first time? No, that couldn't have been the first time.
Maybe not, probably.
Frederick, how long you been with us? A long time, evidently.
Oh, yeah. I think I discovered the website back in 2010 or something like that.
Crazy.
And I'm a little shy, so I don't often send messages or such, but I listen a lot, and you always keep me entertained.
Well, we try.
Hey, Frederick, how big is Spider-Man over there in Sweden?
Just about as big as anywhere else.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Is he as big as ABBA?
Shut up, JR.
Is he as big as Superman?
Oh, bigger, actually.
Oh,
Superman isn't that popular here in Sweden.
Oh, Michael, are you okay?
It really doesn't affect me.
Secretly, he has a to-do list, and one of them on there is like, go to Sweden because Sweden's cool, and he just crossed that off.
Now, if I lived my life being upset because people didn't like Superman as much as Spider-Man, I would have killed myself years ago. So.
Well, Frederick, what do you got? A question for us? What do you got?
Oh, yeah. I just actually thought about it earlier today. Remember there was going to be this animated show coming out taking place in the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was freshman year.
Freshman years, by MCU.
Whatever happened to that? Is it still gonna happen? Do we want it to happen?
Well, Frederick, Disney doesn't have a whole lot of money right now to just go be making stuff all willy-nilly. So your guess is as good as ours. I don't know. I actually, personally, deep down, I think it's probably going to get canceled, along with a lot of other stuff that wasn't already in production by the time Disney started to go belly up.
You don't hear much about it. There's an actors and writers strike, so that's a strike on it.
Yeah.
Michael Eisner, I think, has become in charge, and he's kind of trimming the fat.
Michael Eisner's not in charge. The man you're thinking of is Bob Iger, Brad.
Yeah,
Eisner. No, he's the rich.
Michael Eisner used to be in charge of Disney.
Bob Iger.
He hasn't been in charge of Disney for a very, very long time.
I went back to the 80s and Sunday nights with Wonderful World of Disney. I'm sorry about that.
The man in charge now is named Bob Iger.
Bob Iger, I apologize.
We've discussed him on the podcast.
Oh, shut up.
And to the second part of that question, does anyone even want it to happen anymore?
I don't, personally, no. I'm not excited for it.
I mean, it can't be much worse than the previous show. I remember seeing 2 episodes of that one. It was like, this is making Ultimate Spider-Man look good.
George, the last Spider-Man cartoon, well, I take that back. I've watched Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends with the little kitty one. It was better than the one George and I were reviewing, Ultimate Spider-Man, that Slott and Weicker were doing.
How shocking that something named Ultimate Spider-Man would suck.
I'm telling you, that prose book, George. That
prose book, man, it's great. It came out in like 95, I think.
Yeah, it came out a long time ago. My parents are moving to Oklahoma.
Oh.
And up to the Osage Reservation. And so my mom actually found this in the closet in a box. And she was like, oh, I found this.
If memory serves, and I don't want to, I think Stan Lee and Peter David wrote a movie treatment. And I think that's the treatment. Is that right, Mike?
I don't know if I would say that Stan Lee wrote it. I think it was basically Peter David wrote it, and it had so much of the origin involved that
Yeah, you got to put Stan's name on it.
You got to put Stan's name on it. It does read like a pilot to a Spider-Man television series.
Oh, okay.
Like a really good one. He weaves a lot of stuff in and out of taking like all of the comics up until that point, and he does this thing that Byrne did and does it better with Doc Ock. But I bought that thing from Walden Books when it first came out.
I don't even think they exist anymore, do they?
They don't.
No.
Them or B. Dalton.
B. Dalton, remember that?
Mm-hmm. But Frederick, to answer your question, as far as like, do I want to see that show? I mean, I don't know. Based on the character designs and stuff I saw, like, I don't know, but I'm always here for the ride with Spider-Man stuff, so I'll give it a chance. Like, if it comes out, I'll watch it and see what it's about. But that doesn't necessarily mean I'll like it.
Yeah, I heard some rumors about a bunch of guest characters or something, which didn't inspire a lot of hope. But
here, Frederick, I got some visuals. It's been a minute since this news came out, but here's some images from that. There's the look of Spidey. Oh, nope, that's going to Twitter, but that's his early costume. They'll have multiple costumes, and they're doing stuff like Dusk.
Dusk, Prodigy.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'd love for this thing to never come out.
Good.
And there is Norman.
I didn't know Telly Savalas played Norman.
Yeah.
That's right. He could have played a good Norman, though.
Evidently, Daredevil. This is the look of Daredevil in that show. Here is the supporting cast, which includes
Norman has a green
Amadeus
suit.
Cho, Harry Osborn, Nico Manura from the Runaways.
Why do we need Amadeus Cho going to school with Peter?
I don't know.
Why do we need Amadeus Cho?
They're Harry Osborn taking place the best friend. Like I don't know who these people are. And then the villains are this. So, and then there's Doctor Strange in it. So I'm not excited for it, man.
Wow, that's Doctor Strange. Out for a night on the prowl. Look at that.
Yeah, I was about to say that's like after 8 Doctor Strange.
After 8.
After hours, the doctor will see you now.
Frederick, have you seen those pictures before?
No, I think that was the first time now.
Now, the question back to you: are you excited for that project?
Oh,
no. Okay.
Yeah.
I would rather something not come out than suck.
Yeah, same.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like if it's gonna suck, I'd rather it just not. Why are you wasting money on it like that? Because I'm looking at that and I'm like, you know what I would love? I would love for like Peter David to be able to write a Spider-Man movie or a series.
That would be cool.
Be like the showrunner or something like that. I trust Peter David.
Yeah.
I trust my barber.
All right, Frederick, anything else for us, man?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. I'm quite behind on the comics.
You're not missing much.
I just got to the story with the Hobgoblin, where
that's like issue 12 of the new run.
Yeah, around there, and already at that point, I'm like, what is happening? I'm like,
this is gonna be another dark, forgettable run like Slotch was.
So, Frederick, just a heads up, that was the high point for me. You're going to get some X-Men. You're going to get some X-Men shenanigans. You're going to get some Eternal shenanigans. You're going to get Spider-Man in Limbo Hell with Madeline Pryor shenanigans. You're gonna get
because nothing says Spider-Man like Inferno.
Inferno 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Don't forget
Wreck Rack.
Oh, Wreck
Wreck
Rap,
Rack.
which
And,
is Parker spelled backwards.
Okay, that's
yeah,
weird.
yeah, Wreck Rap.
I'm not looking forward
not
to
good.
the dark web crossover.
Oh,
either.
and yes, Josh, recrap is how I said it on the show.
Frederick,
I'm buying that figure the second it comes out, though. I
Oh,
want it.
Please don't.
I want it.
Don't
I want
encourage
it
it, Sarah.
so
Burn it with
bad.
fire.
Let's go.
No, let's not.
So let her have her fun.
So Frederick, you
I'm on
said
Sarah's
you've
side
been
here.
you said you've been catching up, right?
Yeah.
How did you like Zeb Wells bringing back a crap character from like 15 years ago that he made that no one cares about?
Which one in specific?
He hasn't gotten to that one yet.
He hasn't gotten that far yet.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm sorry.
Well, it's out. It's out of context. So
No, I'm like, I'm sorry. You're eventually going to read it.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry.
I have Marvel
I'm feeling
Unlimited,
familiar.
so I'm not.
Frederick,
paying
if you've
for
been
them
listening to the
anyway.
show a long time, that character that was brought back, I gave that original story an F back in 08 or whatever.
Yeah, Brad had.
And back in 08, if Brad gave a story an F, it killed Jesus. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Actually, I think I might know what it could be.
Also, Frederick, Sarah has a prop that you should look forward to. This is Baja Blast Ben Riley.
Oh yeah, I've seen that on cover. So
I almost bought the
I
costume
hate
last
it.
night. I almost bought it.
Sarah, what the hell is wrong with you?
That's cool. I mean,
Here, I'm going to full screen this. Everybody take a look at Baja Blast Ben Riley.
I agree with
There it
Baja
is.
Blast Ben Riley, but I do think it looks kind of cool. And so I was like on this website that's having these sales for cosplay, and I was like, should I get the Chasm suit? Like, should I do it? And I almost did, but I
Chasm, that's
didn't.
his name, Chasm.
Honestly,
I like Ben
think
Riley,
his
Baja Blast
streaming costume was better than that.
You should just take that money and light it on fire. Sarah.
No, because you know how much joy it'll give me to wear that suit and for you guys to talk shit the whole time. Like, let's go.
You don't have to wear the suit. I mean,
What happened to the
Okay.
sweet Sarah I used to know? You're like,
she's been on more than one episode. That's
Yeah,
what
I was
happened.
about to say, guys, you ruin lives. I just want you to know that.
God Almighty, you're a monster, Sarah.
On that
Well,
note, Frederick, thanks for calling in.
Yeah. I'm quite behind on the podcast as well, so it will take a while before I'll get to hear this in audio form.
Oh, okay. What episode are you on? We're about to hit episode 800.
Oh yeah, I think I'm on 766 or something.
Oof, yeah, you got,
So
you got a
about
few to get
40
to.
episodes that'll take
There
me.
you go.
Probably
You got a long
week
road trip
or
in front of you
something.
if you want.
Literally
Yeah.
hundreds of hours of your life just thrown away.
All right, Frederick, thanks for
Yeah.
calling in from Sweden, man. That's awesome.
Tell
Have a
everybody
good
in
night.
Sweden I said hi.
Yeah, bye.
Did you
He's
say
opening
tell
his
everybody in Sweden I
was
said
just-
hi? Is that what you just
I was just
said?
going to say, he's opening his window now, George, and yelling to the world.
They know me there, Sarah. All right, they know me there.
Good.
Oh,
wonder
you're
if
kind
he's
of a
seen the
big deal. Okay, George, sorry.
Wonder if he's seen the ABBA holograms yet. So
You haven't said anything for 20 minutes, and that's what you bring, JR?
I'm a mania.
If I didn't, first of all, I didn't know that was a thing. Number two, if it comes through Dallas, I'll definitely try to go.
All right. Who should we bring in now? We should bring in the next person who's been on the line the longest. It's Michael Reed. What's going on, Michael Reed?
Hey, how's
What's going on, sir?
I'm doing
How are
pretty
you, buddy?
good. Yeah, I've been watching you guys since 2013.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Poor
it's-
10
bastard.
years.
yeah. Through high school, I was listening to you guys, trying not to laugh in class.
In class. Wait a minute. High school or
Yeah.
college?
Yeah,
High school
get ready
different.
for that, Brad, because it's going to make you turn to dust like it's the end of Infinity War.
Wanna
I've
be a
had that
clone,
happen
huh?
already.
You were in high school in 2013, huh?
Yeah, I'm as old as the Crawlspace.
Oh, you're 25 also. Wow.
Yeah, you could turn to dust any moment now.
Poof. Call me Thanos.
Listen. No, Michael. At my age, that's a legitimate. Don't joke about that. That could actually happen.
I see a little dust in the wind from George at the moment. And Michael, where are you calling from?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Awesome.
Yeah, you guys made me because your guys' podcast. It made me buy one of my first trade paperbacks, which was Superior Foes.
Oh,
which was,
yes. Yes.
really awesome.
Speaking
That's
of things
a
that
great one.
don't suck.
Superior Foes is amazing. Did you ever read that, Bailey?
Not the Superior Foes. I read the Superior Spider-Man run and loved it.
No, we said Superior Foes.
Yeah, we're talking about Superior Foes.
I know. I'm just. It was.
You should read that. It is amazingly funny.
That's Nick Spencer. That's who did Spider-Man that we like.
You love him. Yeah, Nick
Oh,
Spencer and everything. Yeah. And it's the reason why I started reading his original run that came with Amazing. I'm like, oh, great. They're roommates too? That's
right.
Even better.
Oh, yeah. That was fantastic.
Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to add this since Michael Bailey was here. I watch all your podcasts and everything. Like I see your Superman homepage and everything. I swear you have so many like podcasts. It could be like a Monopoly board. Like
it could. It could.
Which one's Boardwalk? Use from the long box.
I think it's Bailey's Batman podcast.
Oh my God! Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I am Generation X, so I'm terrible at accepting compliments, but I appreciate that.
Awesome.
It's no problem.
My favorites will always be the long box, just because I remember one time I told Bailey that I could listen to him and Shag at night when I tried to sleep, and it would send me off like on a gossamer cloud.
So Shag made you fall asleep.
I meant that as a compliment, but he's like, "So you listen to my podcast when you want to sleep?"
You know a show that'll put me to sleep. You ever watch How It's Made? That show, How It's Made. The voiceover guy is like, "This is how you make cutting boards. First, you chop up wood.
Literally,
the music too.
Literally.
Oh,
So I took a video of that to show to my elementary classes because I teach 1st through 8th grade. And they have a How It's Made violin version, and I literally muted the whole video, and I do the talking because it's so bad. So bad.
It's just so monotone. Anyway.
I'm on a big Bigfoot kick right now for whatever reason, and
like what do you mean by that? Like, are you trying to hunt him? Like,
no. Listen. I've always been a Bigfoot believer.
He's out in the woods 5 nights a week.
He's squawking.
Back in the 70s, there was a recording put out, and this thing is like one of the big pieces of evidence for Bigfoot. And it was taken up in California, up in the Sierras, at this remote camp, like a hunting camp. And so this guy recorded, like over a series of days, these Bigfoot vocalizations. And since then, there's been like language experts study it, and they're like, this is actually a language. And there's parts in there where they're not like howling and screaming. They're like, and then there's a female Bigfoot. It sounds like Muppets almost. But when they released this thing, like in the late 90s, I think is when they released it on CDs, and it's narrated by Jonathan Frakes. And he's telling it, he's narrating it like he's trying to do like even though this was way before this, the Jeff Bridges sleep thing. And he's talking about how there's coffee, fresh black coffee cooking in an old kettle on the fire, and everything. And it's
shields up.
Oh, it's amazing. So this thing just puts me to sleep. That and the Bigfoot language. I'm just right out. Anyway, I'm sorry, Michael Reed.
Michael Reed, what's your
question? I like hearing your Bigfoot stories.
I hope to meet him one day. I missed my chance with Elvis, but I can still meet Bigfoot.
Here's a random Bigfoot question. I'm playing off of this. I used to work with a guy.
I'll be back.
He was a contestant on Big Brother. You ever watch that show, Big Brother?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he legitimately believes in Bigfoot and hunted Bigfoot. He used to go on Bigfoot excursions in the woods, videoed it, and etc. And I just thought that was the funniest thing.
I would do that if I had more time and money.
He's now a weatherman.
Makes sense.
So
that's an interesting career path.
We've got a warm front here. Bet you Bigfoot's hot now.
I saw a Bigfoot up in this area back in 1987.
We've got a big H and a big B over for Bigfoot. Anyway, Michael, what's your question for the panel? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my train of thoughts.
You didn't expect so much Bigfoot talk.
I was just thinking, it's a perfect weather today. Perfect for Bigfoot. If anyone's listening.
My personal number to call if you spotted Bigfoot.
It'll be a full moon night out. Perfect weather for squatching. That's what they call it. That's what they call it in the biz. They call it
Perfect night for squash.
Squat.
No, squatching.
Yeah.
Sasquatch.
I did that in the gym once. I couldn't get up for 3 hours.
Oh, hey.
Just kidding.
This is a family show, Joe.
Sorry.
It's like that messing with Sasquatch.
I know.
Yeah.
We got a lot of people squatching tonight.
Oh my god. Why did I have to come back to that line?
Okay. Okay. So what I wanted to say was, I just wanted to, because unfortunately, this is going to sound maybe a downer, but I just thought we should give respect for John Romita, who recently passed away and everything. Mm-hmm. And I was just wondering, for you guys, like, what was your guys' like, what was your guys' like when you think of Spider-Man? You know, do you think of Romita, or like, what's your favorite Spider-Man artist?
He's in my top 3 probably.
He's my number 1 for me.
Oh yeah.
For me, his Spider-Man is the definitive Spider-Man.
Yeah. AR, we haven't heard from you in about 3 hours. Where does Romita rank for you, man?
I mean, obviously he's actually he's kind of off in the it's like it's kind of like him and Stan and Steve. You know, they're not in the ranking of best or anything, because they're just out there by themselves as kind of the creative engine behind Spider-Man. But I think, you know, Todd McFarlane, I mean, even has said, whenever you think of Spider-Man, it's John Romita's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So, you know,
because it was on so much licensing.
Yeah.
For so many decades.
Yeah.
Wow. Michael, evidently you're breaking news in Sweden. Frederick just found out John Romita passed. So, man,
no.
You had to break it to Frederick.
But, you know, I mean, there's something to be said for, you know, just like Stan, someone who lived that long.
No doubt.
You know, had a great life, had
93, I think.
All these
people
son
that love his work.
did so good work too.
Yeah.
Michael Bailey, where does Romita rank for your favorite Spider-Man art?
Oh, definitely towards the top. I've recently, I was doing a lot of thinking about this, about Ditko and Romita.
Yeah.
And as much as I love Steve Ditko's art, and his Spider-Man run is just a master class in storytelling and, you know, dark noir crime. It was basically a crime comic with superheroes. I don't think Spider-Man ends up as a Macy's Day Parade or on lunchboxes or on a national television without Romita, because what Romita did is made it accessible to everybody. And it's not to say that there was something wrong with the way Ditko did it. It's just because everyone looked a little more romance comics. I think it just opened the character up to a larger audience. It was something like you could see Romita Sr. Spider-Man from across the room, and it just draws your eye in ways that other people who have drawn the character. And it's nothing against people like Ross Andrew, who I think is a very underrated Spider-Man artist.
Same.
Or Alex Saviuk, or anybody of the other artists that worked in like the 70s. They were all working from the Romita playbook. And it's like one of those things where we're losing more and more of these legends.
Yes.
And it's kind of existential in a way.
Bruce, how about you?
Well, Frederick, if you're still listening out there, I was very honored by Brad when he asked me to pay tribute to Mr. Romita. So you got to go back and check out that video. We were talking for 90 minutes, and I showed a lot of memorabilia with Romita on it. And Michael, I told Brad that night, and I'll say it to anybody, and I'll say it forever. The two most perfect human beings were picked to start the Spider-Man run. I can't think of anybody more perfect than Ditko and Romita to start it. And Romita was on for a much longer period of time, so we are all accustomed to Romita for all those issues that he did. But I'm just so happy that those two gentlemen were the ones that did it, because, like I said, they're the two perfect people to start it off.
Yep. And Sarah, where's he rank for you?
Okay, that's hard because like when you think of, someone already said this, when you think of Spider-Man, you think of John Romita Sr.'s art. But if I were, okay, so I have 3 favorite artists that I'm not going to put them in order. It's John Romita Sr., it's Todd McFarlane, it's Eric Larson. Like those 3 are just, I love their work, but I can't tell you which one's first, which one's second, which one's third. Like that's just not fair. I can't do that.
Michael Reed, how about you? Where is he ranked for you?
Well, it's funny when you guys were saying about how Romita was in all the merchandise and everything, because for me, like I love Romita, like he's definitely in my top 5. But like in terms of my age, the thing that was on every single merchandise was probably Badgley.
He was,
like
yeah.
he was
in
on
the
like,
90s, yeah,
every,
and early 2000s, yeah.
Like for me, the logo of Spider-Man is, I know you guys hate it, but it's that like
it's on Bailey's shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like the on the logo. It for me, it's the like the '90s Spider-Man logo. Like like kind of the electric lightning bolt kind of look and everything. Like that to me is what it is. Like that's what I think about, and that's what I always associate. And so for and as for Romita himself, for me, I always just he's almost too like he's on the pedestal. You know what I mean? Like even for me, like I have had a stuffed animal or like stuffed toy or whatever that is just a Romita Spider-Man. Like for me, that's like, oh yeah, it's Romita. Like that's like saying like, oh, that's just default. That's like almost unfair to the other artists at that point.
The default
like,
Spider-Man. Yep.
Yeah, for like, oh, is it Romita or Ditko? It depends on what kind of vibe you want your Spider-Man, at least at that point. And
Bailey,
so,
is there a default Superman?
For decades, it was Kurt Swan.
Yeah.
I would say Jurgens is very popular amongst my generation of fans.
How about Batman? Who's the default Batman?
Probably Neil Adams.
Yeah. Neil Adams, that's right. Yeah.
But really, it's Jose Luis Garcia Lopez who kind of defines, like,
he was on the
merchandising art.
He did the superpowers art, didn't he? On the toys and stuff. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that's funny. All right, Michael Reed, any final thoughts for us before we get another one in?
I just want to say thank you. I'm actually I'm also pulling Flash Thompson and shipping to the military like this upcoming like in September.
What branch?
Navy. It was
awesome.
From my dad was on there, so I thought he knows the best spots.
Thank you for your service, man. That's gonna be awesome. Thank you.
No problem. And my birthday's also in September and the 6th too, so it's just like all that whole month's gonna be pretty packed. Wow. And so I'll be listening to you guys a lot during that time,
Very
and
cool.
It'll just help me get through everything. And again, thank you for the 10 years that I've been listening to you guys.
Yeah.
I hope to hear another 10 more.
There you go. I'll be 60 nearly.
I'll probably be in the ground at some point, but I'm going to do what I can for you. All right, Michael Reed?
I'm 48 now. I'll be 58 in 10 years. Oh, my God. All right, Michael Reed. Thank you, man. Good luck.
Hi, Michael Reed.
See you, buddy.
Stay safe.
Sadly, guys, I got to be going too, unfortunately.
All right, man.
But this was a lot of fun.
Stranger, I miss you.
Yeah, I feel bad that you always like ask me 2 minutes before the show starts to come on.
That's Brad.
Because it's like, wow, that sounds like fun. I wish I would.
I did this one earlier, though, didn't I?
Yes, you did. You gave me enough.
Good job, Brad.
I gave you 10 minutes.
Enough of a heads up that I'm like, okay, I can make this work. But no, it was really great meeting Sarah and Bruce.
Thank you.
Sarah,
it's wonderful meeting you.
I have to say, keep giving these guys crap. It is amazing to watch you do that. So I will.
All right, man.
But George, JR, Brad, I love you guys.
Yeah, I love you too, buddy.
I love you, buddy. I miss you so much.
I
miss your musk.
I really appreciate after all these years, you guys still want to have me on the show every once in a while.
Wait. Before you leave, what the hell did you just say, George?
I almost got my drink out.
I said I miss his musk.
Misk is Musk?
Mrs. Musk. It's a line from Anchorman, Brad. Didn't you ever see that movie?
Oh, that's
Where
such
the
a good
sports
movie.
guy's like, I miss your musk.
Wow.
I miss the smell of Bailey.
Okay.
Now he's never gonna come back.
I don't think I'll ever come back. This is our last episode. I'm done.
That's Irish Spring Mountain Breeze.
What does Bailey smell like, George? I mean, how do you know?
He just said.
He smells like success and bacon.
Hey,
Michael tracked me. Look, no, back in like 2012, 2013, George tracked me down at work.
Oh my God. Hey, Bailey, before you go, if you don't mind, your biggest fan is on the line, been waiting.
Okay.
And he has the drinking game. So I'm going to pull Josh up. There's Josh.
Hey,
Josh,
how's it
you're
going,
up.
everyone?
Hey, let's pull up your drinking game. Let's pull up what you got to take a shot when Bailey says. Here, you got it on your end? I can pull it up if you don't.
Yes.
Okay. Share your screen. I'm going to put it up so Bailey can hear what you wrote. He's listened to all 800 episodes.
Oh.
Just days of your life.
And he's the one that wrote in all caps, said, "Oh my God, Michael Bailey is here." All right, here is the Crawlspace drinking game.
Can everyone
Go
see
to the
this?
Michael Bailey part, please.
Yes.
Oh my God, you're good. Someone would die.
That's what I said. I told Josh.
like
I was like,
alcohol
Josh, I am
poisoning.
going to be dead by the end of one podcast.
Yeah, so I made this the most epic, ultimate, most spectacular Crawlspace drinking game, and I have a section for each panelist that's been on over the last however many years, since 2006.
Yeah.
And for Michael Bailey's section, it's take a shot every time Michael Bailey's referenced as the podcast king or the legendary podcaster, etc. Take a shot every time someone jokes about his wife distracting him from that one episode. Take a shot every time Michael Bailey educates the entire panel on something. Take a shot every time he calls J.R. Walter from Jeff Dunham's Puppets. And take a shot every time Bailey's dogs are barking and in heat from that one.
Oh God, the dogs in heat. I love the dogs in heat.
One of them is no longer with us.
Isn't it Mayday?
Mayday passed last year.
Rest in peace,
rather
Mayday.
suddenly. I'm still not over it, actually, in all honesty. But
that was one of the funniest Crawlspace moments of all times when your dogs were in heat.
Yeah, I figured it would be drink it. When we were acting out the
What
Norman
was that?
Osborn
What's that one?
we were reading dialogue. Me and Stella were reading dialogue. I was Norman Osborn, and I think she was Gwen Stacy. And I yelled, "Drink it!" And apparently, I'm the only one that remembers this. Okay, very good.
Josh does.
What, like from Weird Science? Drink it. Yeah,
Drink it. Josh, you've got the legendary Michael Bailey on the line now. You've never met him before. What would you like to ask your favorite panelist?
Don't keep him up long, though.
What do you see as the biggest similarities between Spider-Man and Superman? What's their biggest crossover factor of
If
who
you
they
were
are as a
making a
person?
Venn diagram.
Yeah, exactly.
Where do they meet?
I think they both. God, that's a deep and meaningful question. I think they're both. Really, the main one is that they're two heroes that don't give up. They come at it from very different, very different motivations. Peter has always been more of an everyman, and just by his very nature, no matter what version of Superman, he's going to feel kind of apart from humanity. No matter how close he feels to it, there is that kind of disconnect. But I think there's that kind of drive that keeps them going, and there's always a way. I thought the storyline was a little wrong-headed, but back during the One More Day era, after Marla died, and he's just like, no one dies. And that's kind of where I see both of them. They're always going to try to figure out a way to help someone save the day, keep fighting forward without, depending on the version, crossing certain lines.
I like how in the series, the one that's on now, they kind of touch on that. You know, like when Steel gets hurt and put in the hospital.
Yeah.
You know, and Superman's kind of beating himself up for that. And I see what you're saying.
Bailey, in the Spider-Man video game for the PlayStation, they turned Mary Jane into a reporter. It's a total rip off of Lois Lane, in my opinion. I don't know what you think of Mary Jane being a reporter.
What haven't they done with Mary Jane? She's like a reporter. She's a superhero. She's like she's gonna have her own cooking show at some point. I figure.
She's had a nightclub. Yeah.
I feel like at this point, Mary Jane would have her own show on the CW.
The Mary Janes. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, we got Josh and the drinking game told to Michael. Michael, thank you for coming on, man.
Yeah, y'all take it easy. Thanks a lot, Josh. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
I'm glad I stuck around for that.
All right,
all take it easy and happy 25th anniversary.
Thanks, buddy.
Brad, take your ibuprofen tonight.
I will. Will
Nice
do.
to meet you.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, it was very
Take it
nice
easy,
meeting
buddy.
everybody. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
All right. We
All right,
have an
so
opening.
Does that mean we're starting this drinking game right now?
No.
Yeah, we're gonna go over what Josh wrote.
I have it pulled up so I can read it. It's
Yeah,
a
let's-
lot
let's-
though, Josh.
let's read
Oh my
more.
goodness.
I got
yeah.
it. Okay. Do you want to read them, Josh? You wrote it. Let's you read
Oh
them.
man, it's like 6 pages.
It's all right. You read them fast.
Okay, I'll put up the highlights because
Okay.
some of them happen quite a lot. Every time it's mentioned, Brad, I give it a B. Douglas. In the very at the very early parts of the podcast, Brad would constantly get Green Lantern questions in the online. Oh man, I'm too young to know what it's called. What's the
Message board?
Message board. Thank you.
Message board. I'm
yeah,
too young to know what it is. Oh God.
I told you, Brad, no one uses them anymore.
I know it.
Yeah, there would be a ton of Green Lantern questions in like the
This
first
happened today.
3 or 4 years. Yeah, Brad hates vertical video.
It did.
Anytime Brad can't read or spell something,
You would die from that one.
yeah. Argue like an old married couple. Brad,
Well, that happens every episode.
yeah, take a shot if Brad uses a Zoomer term. Take another one if he uses it incorrectly. I think a lot of these ones that I came up with, this all started with someone mentioned very, very early on when the podcast was starting, man, you could start a drinking game with the amount of times Zach brings up clones. And I thought, I wonder if you could actually set this up. And so
you went ahead and made the drinking
so
game.
I did, yeah. There's a ton for JR and George, basically.
Here we go. Let's read some JR ones.
Anytime JR does a deep sigh, says so anyway, or says
That would kill
okay,
you,
boys and girls.
That would kill you if you tried to do that because that comes up a lot, like all the time.
Yeah. Quite often when we were doing like a lot of new satellites were coming out around Superior Spider-Man, you'd say, JR, you gonna pick up the satellite book? No. And that was everything. Every time JR has some funny ways he pronounces stuff. He'll say Roberto Aguirre Sacasa, or he'll say Macaria. And there's one on there every time he says Tony Stark built this in a cave with a bunch of scraps.
Brad also, by the way, cannot say Simcaria.
Yeah.
Oh, the Wonder Woman place? Yeah.
No, we're still
No,
Sable.
that's Sable.
We just brought it up, Brad.
Yeah. I'm good.
Simcaria.
Samcaria, yep.
A lot of times. A lot of the times on Spider History, JR will smell the rotting wood pulp. He will. Spider History is American history, and
That's true.
We love a good JR rant on why Peter should just tell Aunt May already. This is stupid.
Yeah.
Let's just get this over with. Kane is always watching. I think ever since that episode of Spider History, that got brought up almost every following episode of Spider History.
Right.
And then we got George. One of the first ones off of there is the ABBA Sweden joke.
Which reference it tonight.
Yep.
We met Frederick again for the first 3 times.
Yeah.
You got to mention this one. This one's funny.
Yeah, if George says if she don't light your fire, your wood's wet.
I still say that. I got that from my dad, by the way. He was referencing Sandra Bullock right after Demolition Man came out, and he was talking to me and all my friends, and we brought up Sandra Bullock. This was before Sandra Bullock was a huge superstar, and we brought her up because we were all, we thought she was pretty foxy.
Yeah.
And then my dad says, "Yeah, she don't like your fire, your wood's wet." We took that away like it was sacred wisdom. We were like, yes, that is true.
Take it away like sacred wisdom.
Now me and all my friends still say that.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah, you've had a lot of good quotes that you'll bring up a lot, like "you're a gosh damn monster," or "he wore an ascot."
You called me a monster today, so there you
go. When
X-Men.
Yeah, when all those miniseries were coming out, you would quite often say, when you walk in the background of a panel in a comic book in the 90s, you get your own 6-issue limited series, which is a very long quote, but it happened all the time.
Listen, that's true. That's true.
It's true.
That's true.
Yeah. Gwen Stacy's a bipolar psycho. Take my Kirby hand. Take my Kirby hand. That was that's so many times during the Spencer run. Yeah.
Hold the Peter, please.
Hold the Peter, please. I will punch you in the Tic Tacs. When you guys used to do the show later, George, you will be like, and final thoughts. I'll be asleep in 5 minutes. That was always his final thought of the night.
Well, Brad starts this stuff really late for old people. And then, we'll drag on 3-4 hours. And I'm like, I'll be asleep before I hit the pillow.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So we got that. Beat him like a redheaded stepchild. Every time there's some visual thing, George will say, "Oh, that's very important for the people listening to this podcast."
Here, let's have George say this one.
Yes.
Contessa Valentina Allegra de Fonte.
Yeah.
You'll hear it again in November.
Here we go.
Ooh, Spider Jeopardy tease.
Yep. And then when he hates on Ultimate Universal Symbiotes, which again could get anyone like into the ER.
Which has happened. Yeah, which has happened tonight. Don't do that one, folks.
Yeah. Zach's got a couple ones. A lot of them are about clones. I'm pretty sure all of them are about clones. Yeah, Pile of Flour joke is said. The Clone Saga is mentioned. Zach has mic problems, or Zach is driving while on the podcast.
He was.
Yeah, we read Michael
Bailey's. Kevin's.
Yeah, Morbius gets eaten by sharks, or JR calls him the late Kevin Cushing. Yeah. Stella, what's a fat one? Bubba Moose and Stella Raps.
Oh, yep, I remember that.
What's a fat one? Yep.
Yeah. Bertoni hates on Betty Brandt. Donovan, every time it gets brought up how he called Brad out about what Black Cat is about on his very first episode.
That's right. I think he dropped an F-bomb at me.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah.
He said, Brad, you're effing wrong.
Yeah, that's right. On his first episode. I'm like, wow.
Donovan would say that a lot. Like he would point out, like if he thought you're wrong, he'd be like, he felt strongly about it.
Yeah.
Skittles
the Penny Hooker from Crazy Chris. Ashley snorts or her cat disrupts her, or for some reason Ashley and George are the same person. I don't know why that happened, but
I don't know why that happened either.
There was a period where people believed that Ashley and I were the same person.
Yep.
That was pre-video.
The conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, that was pre-video.
Yep.
So, and then so I went through all of the normal episodes, and then I went on the Patreon ones, and I got a lot more from the Patreon show. So a lot about Mike being the fake Mike when he first got brought in. He shows up late. He has mic issues, and Mike is Zach's clone because apparently they sound the same. Kelly has Wi-Fi problems, says phrasing, which is half the reason we have Brad's ridiculous quote document, which is also 2.5 pages now, Brad.
Usually Kelly's saying phrasing aimed at me is what she
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, boob socks. Remember that? Yeah.
Boob socks. These things happen, and I have questions.
I have questions. She says
yeah.
I want to.
Niels has some pretty great ones when he tells you what a Zoomer reference is. He hates on Greg Land. He lies on the floor. He makes food. He mentions colors. I love this one. He says he's going to Gwen Stacy himself off a bridge if he has to read that comic. Tyler always is eating pizza. And I also put in there if Brad pronounces his handle wrong, because for the first, as I went through all these episodes over it's been about a year now. You always pronounced you said Symbio Bro instead of.
Did I really?
Bro.
Instead of Symbio Bro? 400
episodes until he finally joined the Patreon, and you're like, hey, by the way, that's not how you say my handle.
I said it wrong for 400 episodes, and
pretty close, yeah. And then there's a couple more. Avi talks about Funko Pops.
Yep.
Sarah face bombs, usually because of Brad, or says, "Let's go."
Oh yeah. Hey, don't forget, just eat the damn thing.
Oh,
remember
yes.
that?
I don't know how often I'm gonna say that to you, Brad, but okay.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. Chi-Town's been on a couple times and has talked about his grievances with Dark Mark. Anytime there's a mention of Paul and how much he hates Paul, and when he gets a letter published or talks about them getting published, which happens all the time. So, and then Hornacek I brought in there for when he brings up a podcast that a reference is from, when he finds the reference in the comics for Brad, or is really just mentioned in the message boards for writing down funny quotes and moments. And then there's ones that like everyone does in there, like Nazi skeleton covered in bees. A Marvel team up is also known as Suck at JR.
I remember the Dick Move Mark Wade thing.
Yes.
Yeah. That was back. I think that was directed at JMS.
It was. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. That was when you guys reread like the whole conversation on Facebook. Old Man Pelvis is brought up. The floating heads of guilt. So.
What's Old Man Pelvis? Oh, Spider-Man's Old Man Pelvis.
That was
Ramos.
No, that was
Not
when he was Kamikoli.
Oh yeah,
so,
you're right.
Yeah.
Whataburger is eaten or purchased on the show. That happened quite a bit.
We are getting a Whataburger in Vegas.
So are we.
I'm so excited.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
So are we.
And
Ditko loves green.
Ditko loves green. So yeah, that is
That's awesome, man.
The complete list. I started listening about a year ago now. And
that's so fun. Thanks for doing that. That's a lot of fun.
No, thank you. I had a lot of long drives, and you guys really helped me get through a lot of that. I was mentioning to Brad earlier that a year ago, the reason I started listening to you guys is I had just finished a year of my job as Spider-Man for kids' birthday parties and that, and I wanted to start learning more about Spider-Man. Anyone that knows me knows I'm a massive fan of Spider-Man, and I was like, I'm gonna make sure I can perfect my job as Spider-Man. And it's after listening to you guys, quite often there'd be like stuff from Spider history that I'd pull out at a birthday party, or a kid's like, how's your friends doing? And I said, Iceman and Firestar are doing pretty good. And the kid's like, oh my word, like he actually watched the '80s show, which is insane because he's 5, but. He's like, yeah, I watched the show, and how's Miss Lion doing?
On Disney Plus, yeah,
it's on Disney Plus now. So
now, important to remember, Josh, while you're trying to be the best Spider-Man you can be, you don't actually have any powers.
Yes,
don't forget that, and like jump off a building. Or run into a burning building.
That has been probably the hardest part of the job, is going, okay, I can't actually shoot webs, so I'll say I ran out of web fluid swinging from New York, because Winnipeg is not close to New York at all. There was one time I was at a birthday party. I'm like, okay, guys, we're gonna work on our super speed. Let's all have a race. And I turn and run face first into a stop sign. It's like, oh, Spidey sense didn't work there. Yeah,
that's actually a thing I can see Spider-Man doing at one point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's been honestly, just with doing the job, you get a lot of Spider-Man moments. I've forgotten my shoes in a McDonald's bathroom after I had to do a quick change there.
That's a Peter Parker thing to do, man. You're doing the part, and you're from Canada.
Yep.
And
yes. So, JR, I am not a fan of Justin Bieber or Bryan Adams or Drake or Celine Dion or Shawn Mendes or The Weeknd. I do like Michael Bublé though, and Avril Lavigne. And yeah, that's
are they all Canadian?
Yes.
JR likes Avril. Oh, you like Avril?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Avril.
I knew that was going to come up, so I had to prepare.
And Josh, when did you discover us? Because you did a binge. We listened to all nearly 800 episodes.
It was about a year ago. It was like I said, right after I started. After I finished a year of my job, I was like, okay, I need to become a spider expert. Go to the pros, and one of the first episodes I listened to was the No Way Home review, and George and JR brought me to like, okay, I need to start at the beginning, because I heard George tell the story about how when he was a kid he went to the women's bathroom and didn't know what the bench was in there for, and then he almost died on the way out of the theater. It's like, I gotta listen to all this. This is great.
Not a bench, a divan.
Oh yes.
We have couches in our bathrooms. What you mean?
It was all fancy setup, and it smelled like lilacs and lavender. It was like a 1960s Batman villain lair. as far as I knew. I was like, what the hell is this? I
You
looked at my
should see
question.
the women's bathrooms at the hotels on the strip. That
Oh, I can
couches,
imagine.
there's
Wow.
it's
Wow.
amazing. Yeah.
Josh, we're going to keep you on the line, and we're going to get some other people in here. But George, you had a comment? What?
Yeah, one thing you need to add for Brad, Josh, is
Yes.
when he says "refresh me."
Yes,
he says
yes,
it usually
he
like
does.
2
Oh my word,
or
that's
3
right.
times per episode. Refresh
Because
me
my
on
brain is a browser. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's 26 tabs open, and you don't know where the music is coming from.
I don't want to see your history.
Very fitting.
Oh, that's true.
I know how much you love Muppets, and I don't want to see your history.
I'm gonna drink to that one.
The Muppets.
Control-Alt-Delete. What's your last words? Delete my browsing history.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my god.
All right, we are
Wipe
going to
my
get some
hard
other people
drive.
in here. Tevia is coming up. He is right here. Tevia, what's going on, sir?
Whoa. Hey. Wake up.
Tevia's
Wake
been
up.
on the line so long he's
Wake up.
fallen asleep, man.
Folks waiting in the queue. Let that be a lesson to you. Brad will go to you without warning.
Vinkman, you're up here. I'm going to give you everybody heads up. Vinkman's up next.
Yeah.
Walter.
They have been asking
The-
who's in line, so
The
just so you
Arte's
know.
up, and then Andrew is up next. We have, do I have 4, 8? I don't have an opening yet for another. Once Tevia is done, we will have an opening.
Whoa. Ooh.
Yep. Hi to everybody.
Hey, man.
Hi.
Hello.
You've been on before. Refresh me. Where
Yeah.
you're calling
Here
from.
we go.
Yeah, it's been a while. Like I've been like years early sometime. Like I think I've been on the guy with I think last year, or months ago. I forget.
Yeah. Where are
Yeah,
you
last
calling
year.
from?
Calling from North Carolina
North Carolina.
Sorry.
And how long you been with us?
since the beginning. I think since
1998.
well, okay, maybe not that far since 2011. I think 2011. I think.
Okay, 2011. That's cool. What do you
Yeah,
got for
yeah.
us? What's your question?
I have 5 questions actually. Question 1, what the Crawlspace complete success and what the movie has been game baby. And many part being enjoying that movie. Do you believe at this Marvel find at the listener and give it many part find as it in the movie? Stop being stupid and let people go up because that movie who are the people want to go people pocket.
Something about Spider-Girl.
Yeah, with the
One more time.
Crawlspace.
When is Marvel going to be? One more time.
Yeah, okay. With Across the Spider-Verse being a complete success.
Okay, with
And with
Spider-Verse
that-
being a complete success. Got it.
Yes. And showing audiences made it by Spider-Girl, okay, a baby in that movie with adult Peter Parker.
Oh yeah, we saw the baby in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you believe Marvel will finally listen and just stop doing stupid ideas with that terrible jackpot beard and terrible Goblin Queen nonsense and let Peter grow up and be an
No.
adult?
No, they won't.
Yeah,
George, take it. You got this one.
The question
Got
kind of
it.
answers itself. Will Marvel finally listen? No. Marvel is just going to do whatever the hell Marvel wants to do. They don't
Yeah.
really care about whether or not we like it because people are buying variant covers and $10 issues.
But I don't know why.
Look,
That's-
said Brad.
That's why. Yeah, I don't want to mention names. Brad Douglas.
And me. It's fine.
But-
It's okay. I'll take
yeah.
it with you, Brad.
But yeah, so there's no impetus for Marvel to change because people are still buying crap. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're just going to keep and I've said this before, Marvel is not in the business of telling stories. Marvel is in the business of selling variant covers.
And action figures and movies and it's
well, I mean, they
IP
license
stuff.
that stuff. But yeah, but
Baja Blast, Ben
they're
Riley.
not
Yeah.
they're not in the
I
business.
feel no shame.
Yeah, but I got screwed.
They're not in the business of telling good stories. They haven't been for quite a long time. They're just selling variant covers.
The closest we're going to get to Spider-Man growing up is going to be an alternate storyline, which we saw in the life story that we were talking about a couple 30 minutes ago or whatever, our best trade paperbacks. He's been in grad school since Marv Wolfman wrote the stories in the mid 70s. He's Charlie Brown. He's not getting older. He's not progressing. In 87, he got married. but then he defaulted back to the single grad school Spidey, and that's, I guess, the default. So I don't think we're going to get that.
Which is just not fair because other kid got to go and move forward.
Yeah.
Superman had his son. Okay.
Superman had a son, and Michael Bailey, the longtime Superman lover, has just said that Superman show that's on the HBO Max.
Yeah, you can catch it on HBO Max.
Is one of the best.
Superman
is one of the best versions of Superman. So you have potential for some of the best Spider-Man stories as having him grow up.
The chemistry between Superman and Lois with those actors is through the roof on that show. It really is. Cool. It really, really is.
Yep, it is.
Well, Tevye, any other questions? We've got a lot of people wanting to get in. One more.
I have 5 questions actually, but
I can do one more. I got a lot of people coming in, man.
Crap. All right.
What's your best next one?
my next best one in general is actually recent, from issue 920, not issue 920, but a combination of the annual and 925.
Yes, I just read those last night. Yes.
Yeah, those two train wrecks. And okay.
Yes.
we're pretty good friend still being cast on that stupid idea. Oh my god. My boy Ben
I mean, Ben Reilly's a stupid idea. Basically.
Yeah, Ben Reilly's still stuck in limbo, still drinking his Baja Blast suit.
Yeah, that. Oh god almighty, I hate what is on my boy. Well, not to John, but that's not my DC. But okay. They're the combination of the annual and ASM 25. Well, 925. With Ben Reilly still being Limbo BS and Janine still being idiots, do you believe that Ben Reilly will ever be redeemed from the annual, or did Ben Reilly so screwed to the point that he's ever going to kill him off? That's the annual.
If they kill Ben Reilly off, he'll come back like George.
No, he'll come back like a bad fart.
Well, yeah, that too. I thought you were going to say something.
Or
else.
herpes. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was setting you up just for it. But Ben Reilly will come back either in a mini series or an ongoing series. I guarantee you. And they will charge $4.99 to $3.99 for it. And he opening story, he escapes limbo with Janine. Boom, there's your story. Guarantee it's coming.
Yeah, that's for the annual, which is a train wreck. And God, I hate Ben Reilly, but that's not gonna happen.
Because Ben Reilly can have a stable relationship, but not the guy he's a carbon copy of.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, after 925. Okay, after 925. Besides Mid-March, though, you guys already talked about that, and I don't want to bring that up again. There were 2 more things that came out of that stupid thing. Black Chat, we said that went to hell. That's bye-bye. So that's dead.
You're going to hear us talk about ASM 925 in a review episode either next weekend or the weekend after. So you can hear us.
Oh, wait. No. They actually, it we're talking about. I forgot. Okay.
The annual's going to be on Patreon. So,
right.
And you don't want to miss JR reviewing the duck story. The 925.
I haven't even read that. I don't even have that issue yet.
Spider-Man with a cookie in his pocket, and he gives it to a duck. 2 pages. There you go. $10 for that story.
They want me to do what I do ask, guy. What's your opinion on Spider-Man Reign getting a sequel? Because for me, I don't know we need a sequel.
Because fans demanded it.
Nobody demanded it.
I did. It's rip off.
Harry Andrews demanded it.
Because if I talk about it, I'll make it you know what? Evan, I gotta say, pure experiment. He died. She had radiation.
Here, I'll go around the horn. Is anyone interested in Spider-Man Reigns 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, like we need a return of the radioactive you-know-what.
Yeah.
That's a no all around, Tevye.
Here's the thing, Tevye. It's a controversial story that most fans hated or disliked.
They call it the Spider-Man Dark Knight.
Don't return drip off. Yeah.
But here's the thing. So Marvel will make a sequel specifically because of that. They did it with One More Day when they did Omit. Like no one asked for Omit, and then we had more built upon Omits where we got Devil Brick.
Yep.
And so, yeah, Marvel will do it and charge X amount of money because they know people will buy that number one. Number one's probably going to have 5 to 10 variant covers.
Yep.
Maybe a Spider-Gwen cover. Maybe Spider-Gwen got the radioactive, you know what? You know, it's that kind of thing.
Maybe show the Spider-Gwen in that universe, even though I know that's impossible, but they show maybe a clone of Mayday in that universe.
What do you think, Bruce?
It's tough. I mean, we all, Tevye, as fans, we know what we want, and we just can't control that, and it's hard. I know it's hard to take, and we just, like Sarah said, we got to kind of roll with the punches sometimes and hope that something good finally comes down the line in a few more months.
Yeah, or years.
Decades.
I wouldn't be surprised if we got like a Spider-Man Reign 3 also at some point.
Spider-Man just making it rain,
Because we got Donald Trump again, then we got Donald McAway. So why not add Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 is the return of
more crap.
More crap, yeah.
More crap everybody forgot and wasn't.
How about Spider-Man Raining Crap? That's the name of the third one, yeah. Tevye, it's been a pleasure, man. I thank you for calling in, buddy.
Happy 20th anniversary.
Thank you, man. Thanks for being on the journey. Thanks, buddy. All right. We have one new opening.
I better hit the road while you're getting that opening, Brad. So
all right, Bruce.
I'm wide awake to do my presentation tomorrow at the convention and sell.
Oh, good luck,
stuff.
Bruce.
Hey, that's awesome,
yeah,
buddy.
Yeah, tell us what convention you're at. Maybe if people are watching, they can go see you.
Yeah, I'm at Wellsboro, Pennsylvania. Really cool vibe. It's a small town, and it's only the second year, but the whole town gets behind this convention. It's almost like a town event, and it's in 3 or 4 different small venues all around each other in the same part of the town. And so it's just like a small town vibe. Roy Thomas was here last year, and it was cool to meet him. And but I talk about the Crawlspace every time I do a presentation, because Brad was so kind to interview me 2.5 years ago, and that got the ball rolling with all the avalanche of events and things I've been able to do since then. So and I just celebrated 25th anniversary with my wife this past week, 25 years of marriage. So a lot of 25s in the air.
Wow. Congratulations.
Nice.
Yeah, we had a good time. We got to go to Tennessee and have a vacation down there. Now,
where'd you go in Tennessee?
Hotel room, so I don't know how that went, but
where did you go in Tennessee?
Well, but I do appreciate the Crawlspace so much. It's definitely the best fan-based website, podcast, interviews, everything. So 25 years, what an accomplishment, and let's go for 25 more.
Where did you go in Tennessee, real quick?
Right near Gatlinburg. We stayed down there and did some of the touristy things, went to Dollywood. And
how was Dollywood? I've always wanted to go to Dollywood.
My wife loves amusement parks a lot more than I do. I like them, but she really enjoyed it, and it was a good day at Dollywood.
I hear they got really good food at Dollywood.
Oh, the food was amazing. Food was definitely amazing. We also went to the
Dollywood.
Dolly Stampede the night before, where you sit down at dinner and they had different.
You've got one of those in Springfield, Missouri, too.
Yeah,
the Dolly Stampede. Real quick before you go, Bruce, you and Josh are going to be at a Spider-Man event at a college. Talk about that a little bit. You and Josh.
Yeah, I didn't realize Josh is going to be there, but it's really cool. I didn't know about it until a few months ago. They asked me to be a keynote speaker along with Rick Leonardi. I'm not a professional with Marvel, but I'll just do my presentation there. But it's a 2-day conference. It's in an academic setting at Bowling Green State University in Ohio. And they did a Batman one, I guess, a couple years ago. And I'm going to go there for the first day and do my presentation. Then I have to run back 5.5 hours to Johnstown because the next day is a Ditko convention where his family will be there, and it's more small and intimate event. But I couldn't miss out on the Spider-Man conference because you never know when there's going to be another one. But I'm looking forward to seeing Josh there now that I've heard about him coming there, and we'll have a chance to talk hopefully. And it's just going to be a cool event. It's in the it's an educational setting. It's going to be in a library, and that library has hundreds and thousands of comic books. So it's a really cool college. They have some classes about comic books and pop culture. So it's
and your presentation's about your 50-year journey with Spider-Man. And
Yes.
Josh, yours is about cosplaying as Spider-Man. Is that right?
Yes,
Your presentation.
my presentation is on how Spider-Man has an effect on all of our lives. When you help someone, you help everyone. And it's going to be talking about my job with doing Make-A-Wish and the community online. I'll be mentioning the Crawlspace and a couple other online groups together. And yeah, it's going to be great. I'll be on the second day, and I'll be closing off the conference actually.
And Donovan, who former Crawlspacer, is talking about podcasting and Spider-Man, so that'll be fun.
Donovan's and Bertoni's giving a speech there too.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
I'll be there, but I'm not talking about anything.
Oh, Sarah's going to be there. Awesome.
I want you three, as many of you, get a big picture. All right.
Absolutely. Zach's going too.
Okay.
Hey, Bruce.
Yeah.
While you're up in Bowling Green, try to get some of JR's money back. Also,
I'll try to get some money back.
Also, are you going up there? It's pretty close to you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fairly close actually. My daughter went to school there, so.
JR, could you please come? Because I really want you to sign this.
Oh my God, sign his book, JR.
Also,
we'll see
Bruce,
we'll see if my wife lets me.
Also, Bruce, just a heads up, Pennsylvania is actually a hotspot for squatching.
Oh, I know that. When I was a kid in the 70s, I was in elementary school. I was convinced that Bigfoot was going to show up in my yard.
Yeah.
Even though I lived in a populated city, I was convinced he was coming to my yard. He's going to grab me. So, yeah, there's a lot of squatching going on in Pennsylvania.
Try to give me a picture, buddy.
I'll do my best.
All right.
All
Thanks,
right.
everybody.
Good night, Bruce. Have a good
That's
night, buddy.
note to end on, guys. I'll see you.
See you,
Bruce.
Bye-bye.
See you, Bruce.
Take care.
All
That's
right.
Good. That's
We
good
have.
fun. I wish I lived closer. I would go to that.
I wonder if he still has his soul after 25 years of marriage.
Oh,
By the way, Hornacek has the best lines. Nice to hear our panelists talk about the marriage positivity finally.
Positively, Brad.
Positive.
Oh,
shut up.
positively.
Take a shot.
Sound-
Brad can't read.
Sound it
No.
out. Positively.
We have two openings. If you'd like to join the live chat, we now have Vinkman. What's going on, Vinkman? How are you, buddy?
Hey,
Vinkman.
how's it going?
I noticed you have nice shirtage. Show off
Oh,
your Crawlspace
yes.
shirt. You got that in the mail. Look at that. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Vinkman, I'll say it to you publicly. Thank you for your support over the years. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
In the super chat. You're so generous. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep.
Refresh us where you're calling from again.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. And when did you discover us?
In 2013 with episode 233, which was a spider history episode.
What were we talking
about? The ghost that haunted octopus. That's the one where Peter and Otto shared a bucket of Colonel Chicken.
Colonel Chicken, yes.
Yeah, he walks in with Aunt May's eating some chicken with Doc Ock. So, and that's the one with Doc Ock.
And he wasn't holding his chicken.
Yeah. That's funny. And Aunt May had the island, right? From a relative or something?
It was after that, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's funny. What do you got for us, Vinkman? We're ready for you.
Well, actually, Actually, I have
wanted to know
a
something about
question.
JR for years, haven't you?
No. I guess I got a little bit of question for Sarah.
Okay.
What's up?
Okay.
Why did you get the cat? I'm not going to call him the word Kelly uses, but you know who I'm talking about.
Oh,
Baja Blast, Mary Jane. I mean, not Mary Jane. Ben Riley.
honestly. Okay. So I just thought it'd be funny to bring onto the show because everyone hates it. I don't really mind it. I think the design is pretty cool, actually. I like Baja Blast Spider-Man. Okay, here we go.
What am I always telling Brad? What does he need to do?
Learn to say no.
Yeah.
Stop buying that crap.
It's like that. It's what does he need to raise?
Wait. What does Brad say? Refresh me.
Refresh me.
What am I always telling Brad he needs to raise?
It's my standards. My standards.
Yes.
Now you got to admit, Vinkman, if you didn't have the backstory of
Come on,
Chasm,
if the story was good.
what do you
that's
think
a
of the
cool-
visual of that character? If you don't have the written poor story behind it, do you think the visual's cool?
I think the visual is cool. I know you're not asking me, but
no.
As someone who owns 30 Spider-Man suits, I'm not getting this one.
Well,
good man, Josh.
It's not a Spider-Man suit.
Right.
Oh.
Sorry. Yes, Spider Flower.
It's
suit.
yeah.
Spider Flower. Well, do you have any regrets in your collection, Vinkman? Did you buy something you regret?
Are you implying that that's a regret for me? Is that what you're implying?
No, she has no regrets.
No regrets.
Regrets.
Well, well, speaking of regrets, earlier this year, for some reason I decided to try reading ASM again.
I'm so sorry.
There's your regrets.
Yeah. Yeah, I got up to 26, and I just was like, "F this, I'm out." So,
yep, that sounds like George too. Well, George didn't even get to number 1 on this current run. So,
yeah, at that point, I'm like,
what happened
I'm
in
back.
26? What was the last thing you saw Spider-Man do?
Oh, isn't that when he holds Ms. Marvel?
Yeah.
Oh, the Ms. Marvel death. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, after that, I'm like, F this, I'm out again. And believe it or not, because I didn't want them in the house because he didn't know.
You evacuated the comics from the house, huh?
Yeah, but no,
you gave
know
your
what I
books
did
an
to them?
eviction notice. I love it.
But you know who I sent them to because he didn't have them?
Zach.
Yes.
Why would you? It's like sending a mail bomb.
It's like mailing somebody a dog turd.
Like mailing someone a dog turd? Is that what you said, George? Why would you do that? I thought you were friends.
No, okay, we are. No. Seriously, okay, being a little more serious, Zach was at a point where he wasn't able to get to his LCS, so he wasn't able to pick up the physical copies. So that was sort of, I didn't want them. He needed them for completion reasons, so it was.
Well, you evicted your books and mailed them. There you go.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, what's your funniest Crawlspace memory, Vinkman? You've listened to almost all of them, I bet. Do you have a drinking game spreadsheet?
No. Well, there's a couple from the last couple of years. I know there was the night. I know, unfortunately, like a couple years ago, Kelly used to have really bad internet, and there was the one night where it got so bad. I mean, I'm kind of involved with it. But I started sending super chats under the Kelly Internet Fund.
That's right.
Yep. I remember that. Yeah. I think once her roommates got out, I think she got better internet. But yeah, that's funny.
And of course, there was the which hopefully at some point will come back when Neil would do baking with Bogenreiter, and there was.
That was funny. The flour, he had flour, and yeah, that was funny.
And he tried to and he's like literally trying to scoop it out of the thing with the wrench.
Oh yeah, he got power tools involved, and I remember that. Yeah, that could be a whole sitcom. Yep. All right, Vinkman, what's another question for the group before we get another one in? What do you got?
Well, it's not so much a question. It's just at this point, I just want to congratulate you on 25 years.
Thanks, man.
You know, I've been listening for over a decade, well, technically, and you know, I'm grateful that I've gotten to know a lot of you, and I'm over the years, and I'm grateful for the friendships I've made, and I'm looking forward to the friendships I hope to be making in the future with when more and more people become part of the show and things like that.
That's one of the things I've liked about over the 25 years. We have new ones all the time. Josh is a new one. Josh I just met, I think, this year, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good buddy now. So
Yeah.
Sarah's a new one. You're a new one.
Yeah.
I've known George and JR a long damn time. So much so they're going to die off. I'll have new friends. I get younger with you guys.
Because we teach you all the references that we use.
That's not
dead
how that
ass,
works.
no cap, man.
Exactly.
That's not how that works, Brad.
I know. I don't get younger. I know.
I'm glad to know you're counting the days until JR and my
Brad, you
demise.
can't say dead ass no cap. You can't.
Especially when you take a drink. Yeah.
I have to be.
By the
good
way,
for the
is that a
podcast.
Post Malone Raising Cane cup?
You bought a Baja Blast figure. You don't get to tell this wonderful man.
Listen. Are you about to talk nonsense about my Golden Knights cup? Is that what?
Oh, Golden Nugget. No, because my
Golden
daughter,
Nugget?
we go to
Where's the
Raising
casino?
Cane, and she wants to buy a Post Malone cup, and I've bought it like a couple of them for her.
Oh, my roommate actually just went to go see Post Malone in California. Like the show's tomorrow.
I got a friend that's all about Post Malone. I don't get it.
Hornacek says Brad is a friend vampire. I suck. I get it, Hornacek. Okay. Well, Venkman, thank you for coming on. Thank you for your generosity, man. Thank you for your friendship.
But before I go, I do want to show off I got this a little earlier this year, but it's something I've been wanting to add to my bookshelf for years, and I know you would appreciate this.
Okay. Oh, look at that. That's like a 70s
Yeah.
Hulk tray. I don't even know what's in it. I've never seen it inside. What's inside of it?
It's
It's a story, Brad.
Oh, shut up. Here, I'm going to full screen you. Is it?
It's a lot of the early.
Is it the Tales to Astonish stuff?
It
looks like it.
Yeah.
Or is it like Hulk 1 through 6? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, it does have Hulk 1. I think it has Hulk 1.
That's cool. Yeah, Marvel put those trades out like in the late 70s, and I'm on the lookout for the fitness one, the Marvel Fitness.
Yep, I'm looking
trade, and it's like $100 every time I look at it on eBay.
Yeah,
and I love
that's how much this was, unfortunately.
The Jameson push-ups. It looks like he's trying to do a Heimlich on himself on the back cover.
JR's still better at the push-ups.
Yeah, we should have JR do Jameson push-ups at some point. All right, Venkman, thank you, man.
Yep. Thanks you very much.
Thanks for calling in, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
All right. We got one new spot open. We're going to have to call it at some point. But we got an old friend on the line. We have Walter. What's going on, Walter? Walter, how are you, buddy? Walter, can you turn your camera horizontal? Write it down, Josh. Oh, yeah, you already did. I want to see more of you, Walter. No, I just crashed his camera. The man's been behind the scenes for 30 minutes or an hour, and I crashed his camera.
Just because you didn't like the vertical video, you kicked him out of the stream.
In fairness, vertical video triggers me too.
Yeah, me too.
But Brad,
yeah,
this is a family show. I want to see more of you. Please.
Yeah, George, I want to see more of you.
Brad's ridiculous quotes.
All right, here comes Walter. Walter's coming back. You're almost there, Walter.
All right.
Well,
am I upside down?
Yeah, you're sideways. Can you turn it again? That's fine.
Yeah, I
I'll
think
take
that's
vertical. I'll take vertical. It's fine. How are you doing, buddy? We haven't talked to you. We gave you a lot of love. Are you pulling through? You all right?
I'm having a better day.
Oh, good. Good.
I took my meds, and I took some medicine for my throat, so I just could come onto your show and say happy 25th anniversary.
You're under it. Your name, it says the guy TS Champ, the mighty troll. So.
Well, that's for Sarah Kelly. They asked, I think it was on when you were doing the review show, what do? I come onto your live streams and troll you in the chat.
You do troll us in the chat. I love your trolls. You are a good troll.
Yeah, Brad,
yeah.
Brad, Mayday, Diapers, Douglas.
That's funny. Walter, refresh us where you're calling from.
South Carolina.
South
Greenville.
Carolina, and you've been with us more than 10 years, I bet.
I think I joined the site probably in 2002.
Mm.
And I was had a handle at that time called More Coffee. I went away for a while, and I got
on
older.
the message board, right? More coffee. On
Yeah.
the message board. Yeah.
And I got older, which means I forgot totally about that handle, and I came back as TS champ.
Right.
And got close to being banned about 5 times.
Really? What were you doing? And was it who was trying to ban you, Kevin or me?
Oh, everybody.
Okay, all the admins.
It was during my dance slot rants and.
Oh, I understand.
Yes.
Or George, maybe George, you tried to ban Walter. If
Oh, George was on my side. He will never ban me. He loves me.
That's funny.
And during that time, we had a lot of Skype sessions that
I remember.
I used to have like 55 podcasts going on at one point. And one of the most popular ones was me recording a Skype session. And the first time I did that without nobody knowing.
Oh, the hacker. The hacker.
Oh no, not the hacker. It was I don't remember if you were a part of it. Zach was there. A lot of old message board users were there. George was definitely there. George was at every Skype call.
Yeah.
I used to have a lot of spare time.
Yeah. George was essential to have an entertaining Skype session because you just say magic things like liberal, and he'll go off for a while. So if I had to go to the bathroom, I could just say, "Hey, Dan Slott wrote a great issue of Amazing Spider-Man. I'll go to the bathroom for 15, 20 minutes. I'll come back, and George will still be going."
And I would put it out as a podcast, wouldn't I?
Yeah. I mean, I got to talk to Brad, who scarred my memory with certain images he likes to bring up.
Oh well, you give me terms and I Google it with Spider-Man and things come up. Yeah, I remember that. Ding.
Yeah, I get that
terms. Those were fun days.
Had a pleasure talking to JR on the Skype sessions.
Oh. Yeah.
Zach and Michael Bailey, who cowardly ran away when he saw my name in the green room and don't want to talk to me. And recent year, this past year, I got to be entertained by Sarah, Kelly, Josh, who I'm going to buy a certain cosplay for.
You're gonna cosplay, Walter?
I am cosplaying. I actually put clothes on for you.
Oh Jesus, you're the first podcast listener I've ever heard that listens to us naked. Congratulations, Walter.
All right, I didn't need that image.
How many in the chat are listening to us naked right now? My
no,
God.
Brad.
I actually even put. Sometimes I just wear a shirt and walk around with wear underwear.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Just so you know, I'll prove it to you. I'll stand up.
No.
I wear shorts. I'm wearing shorts, so you all be happy.
Okay.
I actually put shorts on for y'all.
Boy, this took a dark turn.
Doing video and wish I was suddenly back doing audio.
This took a dark turn.
This took a real dark turn.
Can I look now?
No. It's still there. Oh, you took it away.
I'm actually cosplaying as someone that actually wears clothes at home. And listens to the Crawlspace.
I'm just gonna drink to that.
Is that your question? How many of you are naked at home? Go around the horn.
Brad, stop. No. Stop it, Brad. No. Conversation over.
When was the last time you vacuumed in the nude?
Josh, write that down.
Oh
Josh, write that down. How many of you are naked watching us?
Oh, Josh, you forgot a very important thing on your drinking game.
Oh,
no.
what did I miss?
What?
Let me know.
Okay, for Brad,
Uh-oh.
How many times take a drink when Brad says something that can be taken out of context?
Oh, that's Don't do that. You would be
that one's so bad. We have a separate list of every out of context.
Oh yeah,
quote
that's a
Brad
whole
has
new
said.
Google Doc, Walter.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just listen to this on audio only and you during the burger thing and you say, "Oh no, the juices are coming out,"
welcome to
and
the
you
Brad
don't have a
Douglas.
very good vision.
Flashbacks. Can we not? Like,
welcome to the Brad Douglas nude space.
Oh my God.
But I do have a question for you.
All right, hit us,
Okay.
Walter. Go ahead.
All right. I haven't read comics in going on 10 years.
You're not missing anything.
Yeah, I know. I told my son this past week, and when I talked to him, that I'll start reading comics when George does. And that pretty much means never. But with all the new,
I read Nick Spencer's run. It was good, but then it went away, and then it was followed by more suckage.
I read the first part of Nick Spencer's, but it was not enough for me to latch on because I know it's just a temporary thing. Because it was good. Then after listening to you all talked about Zeb Wells, I'm like going, I am saving so much money right now.
Oh yeah.
But here's the legitimate question.
Okay.
You see in the news how comic sales are way down. Okay, the comic industry has finally admitted sales are down. And as a person who's now reading basically foreign comics like manga, comics from France. Oh no, it's affecting me. Brad Douglas is contagious. But why do you think that the popularity of foreign cartoon media like manga, anime, the French comics, even some English comics have grown here in America, while the decline of American comics has happened? Do you think it's more to do with the story or oversaturation of movies and all that stuff, other media playing a part?
Are trade sales down? Because manga, when I think of it, is a trade paperback.
They have they classify as comics.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think the average Joe nowadays likes a thick book of comics, which is a trade paperback. I don't think they want now potentially $5 for less than a 10-minute bit of entertainment, which is what Spider-Man is going to be now. $5 a book. I think that's crazy. Or no, it's going to be $4.99. Yeah, a penny more.
That's $5, Brad.
I apologize. Yeah. But
with tax, you're paying more than that.
I don't know how much does a manga cost? I don't read manga.
It depends, like, on if you're getting a series or if you're getting like a volume 1, volume 2, volume 3. I would say like
$10.
About $10 for a volume.
Well, that's like a trade almost.
Yeah, it's depending on the series, right? So like I read Full Metal Alchemist, which is like an older series, but there's so many newer series that are coming out now, and I think a big part of that has to do, like as far as popularity, has to do with the cartoons and just the availability of all this manga for all these people. Like, for example, my students talk about anime all the time. I'm like, I have no clue what you're talking about, but like, let's talk about it, you know?
Anybody else on the panel read manga?
No, but one of the players in my superhero campaign, I'm running 2 now, made an anime character. After I was laying rules out, and I was like, okay, listen, I don't want any damn anime characters in here. Don't give me your Gokus. I want Silver Age stuff. You know, I want Silver Age superheroes. I don't want your joke characters. I don't want anybody making a Jedi. And sure enough, one guy was like, designed his character and was like, oh, this is my dude. I swear he's not an anime character. Totally looks like a blonde Goku. And I was like, all right, whatever.
That's funny. Walter, you got an answer to your own question? Mine is, I think they like a thicker book for their money, not single issues for expensive.
Brad just wants to say thick repeatedly.
That's why I laughed the first time, and I was like, okay, calm it down, Sarah.
My honest answer is the reason why I left. Okay.
Yeah.
I used to say that comics are not being written for me. More to the point, I don't find them entertaining. I don't think the stories are up to the standards that were set by the previous people who write it. I'm talking not just Stan Lee, I'm talking like Marv Wolfman, even JMS, which I have a love-hate relationship with him.
Yeah.
When One More Day happened and they went with Brand New Day and they went to a single issue, they lost a lot of things, because when I was reading Spider-Man, put it this way, the very first Spider-Man comic that I bought was 12 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. But there were 3 different titles which you got to examine 3 different sides of the character of Peter Parker. You had the Amazing Spider-Man, which was mostly focused on him being Spider-Man and the Superman. Then you had Peter Parker's Spectacular Spider-Man, which was focused on Peter.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have, sometimes it was called Web, sometimes it was called, they have Spider-Man, which was a mesh of both. But you got a sense of the whole aspect of the character. He became not a character, he almost came like a person that you think you can meet on the street and say, hey, Peter, how you doing? They have gotten away with that. And they haven't focused more on making Peter realistic. He just know, hey, what kind of jokes can we get? What can we make him look like a loser? You don't have any insight on why Peter acts the way he does, other than an occasional run like Nick Spencer's, which examines that. Then you go to someone like Zeb Wells, who, well, let's face facts, is not doing a very good job. He may have some good issues there. I'm not trying to crap on Zeb Wells as a writer. I don't even mean to crap on Dan Slott when he's a writer. I just don't think they don't have that supporting cast around them as writers to examine other aspects of Peter, because they fear if you're going to, with a single title, if it goes through the whole aspect of not seeing Peter in the costume, people are not going to buy it.
Yeah.
So storytelling is the key. You can have fantastic artists. You can have wonderful artists, but if the story is bad, nobody's going to buy it.
It's a 50-50. If you got good chocolate, but you don't have good peanut butter, you don't have a good Reese's. You know, that's kind of like that analogy. That's pretty good.
I mean, I've said that many times, Brad. It's like
if you got good chocolate, but you don't have good peanut butter, baby, you know, you don't have a good Reese's. Walter, I appreciate you calling in. I got a lot of people wanting to join us. Any final thoughts, Walter?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll try to make this fast as possible. You are all my friends. One day I like to hopefully meet up with all of you, especially George, JR, and Brad. And just sit down and have a nice little talk. You can't imagine how you affected my life, especially with this last year. That's the reason why I was trolling or coming on. So, 1, to let you know I'm doing okay. And 2, you're a source of positivity. Not in just my life, but every person I see scrolling through chat there, people listening to the show, you have a major impact that you probably will never realize other than these little call-in shows. And I'm just happy to see that this channel has grown since I started watching. When I started watching you were barely above 500 subscribers. Look at where you are now.
Yeah, I got into the YouTube game a little late. Yeah.
Yeah, but you have grown, and that's due to your talent. And you are very talented individuals.
Thanks, man.
And I'm happy to know.
We're happy to call you a friend, buddy. You keep fighting, all right?
All right, I will. And God bless you all.
You too, buddy. Have a good night, bud.
Good to meet you, Walter.
Nice to meet
All
you.
right. Good to see you, Walter. All right. Thank you, Mary. That's really nice. Walter's making good points for sure, and everyone on that panel would agree, I believe. Did you write down my peanut butter analogy, Josh?
It happens a lot. You even once said when someone was making fun of you because, like, well, Brad, it has Hulk and Spider-Man in it. You should like it. It's chocolate and peanut butter. You said this isn't chocolate and peanut butter. It's poop and pee, I think you said.
That's funny. All right. We have Duarte in the house. What's
Hey,
going on,
guys.
man?
Hey.
Hey.
Sorry for putting you in the green room for so long, but I'm glad you're on, man.
I went down and came back up because my son woke up and it was the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I have to speak not that loud because I'm in a house full of people who are sleeping, including my wife, my son, my in-laws, my wife's grandparents. I feel like I'm 12
you
again.
got a packed house. Where are you calling from?
Portugal.
Portugal. And what time is it there in Portugal right now?
It's the same as England, which is 4:20.
4:20 in the morning. Wow.
Yeah. I'm on my vacation, so there's no no
that's
biggie tomorrow. I'll just sleep it off at the beach.
That's what JR does.
In other places besides the beach, for that's for sure.
How long you been with us?
I was thinking about that, and I believe circa like 2006.
Oh wow,
that's
crazy.
I think I first learned about Crawlspace on JR's site, the Mad Goblin site.
Oh, hey, thank you.
Oh yeah, when you were writing the whole articles about Peter and Mary Jane, because things were starting to turn a little iffy.
That's going back
Hornacek
quite a
has a
ways.
question for JR to ask you, Duarte. JR, ask about a Portuguese music group.
I didn't have a chance to Google it. I was going to ask, but I didn't have a chance.
Who's the most popular musical group in Portugal right now?
Yeah, I don't listen to Portuguese music that much.
What, is American music popular there?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Who's popular there from the States?
Taylor Swift.
I'm 38. I don't follow that up. So, but I'm going to speak for myself. I grew up with a 90s band like Red Hot Chili Peppers, Offspring, Blink. Blink actually are coming here in October. I'm going to see them finally for the first time.
Awesome.
Cool. Nice.
Red Hot Chili Peppers came in October. I went to see them again, like the third time. I love them.
Nice. Well, what have you been dying to ask us over the years? What do you want to know?
I was thinking about something funny, but nothing came up. So a little bit serious. I went away for like what, half an hour, 40 minutes. I don't know if anyone asked, like favorite runs, like favorite best writer, best overall writer. I'm going to say it changed along the years. My absolute favorite has always been Stern because I think he was the most balanced one. He didn't have any duds. It was consistently high. But I think the best writer, as in writer, like objectively writer, is GMS. He didn't have the best run, but he is the best writer. Even his duds, Peter and MJ, are well written. Except like the two last parts of One More Day, but that was probably Casada and Slot and stuff. So
JR, best Spider-Man writer overall. As I lose my voice.
Yeah. I have three of them, sorry. JMS, JMD, and Stern. These are the absolute favorites.
Go ahead, JR, you start.
I was about to say I'd probably go with Peter David, to be honest, as far as the best writer. And he also, I favor him because he wrote some of the best Star Trek comics as well. Spider-Man and Star Trek, their fandoms that he's very knowledgeable of and likes very much, but also can tell very good stories about in the comic book format. So I'd probably, give Peter David the as far as the best writer per se.
Sarah?
I started with JMS.
I love your cat intently looking at your answer. I love that.
Yeah, he wants attention real bad.
Your cat's like, don't screw this up. Claw your eyes out.
Yeah. He lays on my comic books. I have to move him frequently. But GMS is my favorite writer for sure. And I'm actually picking up his Cap run that's coming out. And
Yeah,
I don't read Captain America, like I don't, but I just love him as a writer. So.
Yeah, that's cool. George?
I mean, for me, it doesn't get much better than Stern and then DeFalco in the 80s. Yeah. That whole period in the 80s was we didn't know what we had back then, how good it was and how bad it was going to be one day.
Josh?
I'm still working through a lot of the older stuff, but I would have to say I'm not like a big like, oh, I really like this writer, the way they do that. It's if I enjoy it, if it's begging for my attention to read the next issue, that's my top. I loved Nick Spencer's run. I couldn't put it down. I would like pull myself away from my iPad and go, wow, I've read 20 issues like back to back. I was thoroughly enjoying that one.
For me, I'm with JR for Peter David, with Stern. I liked a lot of David Michelinie, and I liked a lot of Jerry Conway. And I mean, don't sleep on Stan Lee. I mean, he's the one that laid it all down.
Yeah,
100 issues. No, I don't think there's a dud in. Well, maybe the Kangaroo, but 100 issues of Stan Lee's run. I love his one. So that's my answer. Oh yeah, Mary says Paul Jenkins. His one shots mainly, in my opinion. Some of his other stuff not the greatest, like that 5-issue Venom deal. I think even he doesn't say he liked that one. But
plus the Lizard story, Lizard's Tale, that wasn't that good.
Yeah, that wasn't that good. But the stuff with Uncle Ben, the Aunt May stuff with him was great.
Jenkins was
his Peter Parker run was the best. Yeah.
Jenkins was a really big breath of fresh air at a time when the Mackie Byrne run just wasn't cutting it.
Yeah, Mackie had some good stuff after the Clone Saga, but he was just out of gas when he had to do 2 books a month with Byrne and Romita Jr. So
I do. Peter David wrote my absolute best story, my favorite, which is Death of Jean the Wolf. It's my favorite Spider-Man story of all time.
Yep. I wish he had a long run on Amazing.
His 80s stuff is great. It's a little. He was on, he was off, he was on, he was off. But I loved his Felicia Farner and Peter story.
Yeah. Did you read the Joe Fixit Peter David stuff with Spider-Man recently, Durante?
I haven't.
It's
because
good.
I'm a little disillusioned. I always say with comics nowadays. I came back for Spencer because I came back under the promise. Under the he didn't make any promises. So, but I wanted to see if you would do one more day. The clues were all there.
Yeah.
So I came back. I left around 699. It was slot took it too far. I just couldn't stand it anymore. So I left. I came back around the Hunter story of Spencer. I hung around. I actually liked Beyond. I know you guys didn't like it, but I think Peter, MJ, and Aunt May and Felicia were all written in character. They were well written. But now Wells, actually on the Discord, I defended Wells at the beginning because I saw some semblance of 80s spy Peter, little arrogance, little.
At least the first 12 with the gang war and the tombstone and the hobgoblin.
I saw a bit of it, and I think, oh, it sounds like it is Peter, but it went
off the rails, didn't it?
No.
Yeah, went off the rails when he went to Limbo and Inferno.
Yeah, MJ as a superhero, it's it for me. I stopped buying like.
You're not gonna buy that Jackpot miniseries.
No, come on, no. Every supporting character is what? Is a superhero, supervillain now? What's
absolutely Betty Brant, everybody.
I don't know.
Well, Duarte, any final thoughts before we get another one in? You got to go to bed, man.
Congratulate you all on the 25 years. I've been lurking around since 2006, and pretend to stay on the Discord, stay a little longer, see if Spider-Man goes up, but I don't think it will. I don't see any positivity on the horizon. So but I'll stay around on Discord and annoy everyone. And
we'll let you know if it gets better.
Yeah. Congratulations on 25 years.
Thanks, man. Get some sleep.
See you later.
Good night, buddy. Thanks.
Thanks.
Speaking of getting some sleep, the old man has given me the 5-minute warning. He's got to go to bed.
Actually, I'm gonna have to get off here too. I got to work at like 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But
my friends, JR and George, I want to thank you for the long journey. You two have been a blast to pal around with, and I consider you two of my best friends. So,
Well,
and I've only met one of you in person, and I don't want to meet the other one.
Wow.
Wow. Just kidding.
I mean, after all, I don't want to ruin the positive image you have of me, Brad.
I know.
So.
But thanks to both of you for being so long on the journey with me.
All right. Well, hey, it's been a blast, and congratulations on 25 years of the podcast.
A whole quarter century.
And not the podcast, the website.
The website.
The website. The podcast 25 years won't be till 2031, and I'll be dead then. So anyway.
The podcast will be 20 in 2026. I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway.
All right. Well, good night, everyone.
Good night,
And
JR. Good night.
It's been a blast.
Good night, JR.
See you, fellas. All right. And George, good night, buddy. There we go. All right. Let's bring the next one in line is Andrew. What's going on, Andrew? How are you, buddy?
Andrew.
Doing well. How you doing?
I'm good. You're triggering me with that vertical video. Can you flip it?
I can try, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, yes. There we go. It worked better than Walter's.
All right.
How are you? Where are you calling from?
Calling from Texas.
Texas. I wish George was still in line. We could ask how close he is to you. And how long you been with us?
Pretty much since the beginning of this year.
Since when?
The beginning of this year.
Okay. Oh, you're a new listener. That's cool. That's cool. So what was it the YouTube that you found us with, or did you find us through the audio or the website, or how'd you find us?
I think it was through Spidey Dude Radio Network is when I first heard about Crawlspace.
Well, there you go. There you go. So what do you want to ask me or Sarah and Josh? What do you want? What do you want, kid?
Maybe what motivated you to start the website and ultimately get into podcasting?
Sarah? No, just kidding.
Well,
I didn't start nothing.
When I was -4.
Yeah, in 98, Josh, how old were you? You're -4.
My parents weren't even together yet.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
Your parents weren't together. Sarah,
I mean,
how were you doing?
I have an answer, but it obviously doesn't have to do with like creating anything, you know.
Yeah. What were you doing in 98, Sarah? How old were you?
I was 7.
Yeah.
So, you know, what is that? 2nd grade?
Yeah.
Andrew, how old are you? Can I ask? Well, you were around 98, were you?
Yeah, I turned 18 this year.
Oh my gosh! Wow. Jesus.
Josh, you need to make a thing on the drinking game for you. Josh laughs at inappropriate times.
He's 18. That's so crazy. Why? The question: why did I want to create a Spider-Man website and podcast? I was in college. I was probably 20, 21. And I got a pop-up ad on my dial-up internet on my Windows 95 IBM Aptiva with a 1.5 gigabyte hard drive that said on my hey, do you want a website? And the very first website I ever went to, Yahoo, I think, is the first thing I searched. And, of course, what I searched for was Spider-Man. And it took me to spiderfan.org, and it was in a computer lab in college. And I'm like, whoa, there's a spider nerd out there like me. And he made a website. So when I saw a pop-up when I was surfing, I said, well, I wonder if I can make one. So this is right when John Byrne's Chapter 1 came out. So I signed up for GeoCities, is what it was called. Yahoo bought it and then killed it. So it said you have to learn HTML to make this stuff. So I went into the HTML and I learned how to put an image up. It took me about all night, but I was able to upload the image through dial-up. Took a long time, but the very first image on the Crawlspace, it said, "Welcome to the Crawlspace. Here's John Burns, chapter 1, number 1 image." That's all the website consisted of on the first night after 2 to 3 hours of work. And then I saw that on the backstage of GeoCities, you could add a guest book. And a guest book was a thing where your friends could click on it and fill out a form. And it could be like, "Hey, Brad, welcome to the website. I'm glad you're doing Spider-Man." And along with my mom, who wrote in, my buddy Mike from college, who did a super chat. He tuned in tonight and he wrote, "Hey, Brad, I'm your second person watching." So now we've gone from guest books to this. I got a dude from where we got him from tonight. We got him from Canada. We got him from Portugal, right? We got him from Sweden. We got him from Texas, Andrew. We got him from Sarah in Vegas. We got me in Missouri. We got him from all around. So the guest book has now become the webcam. And the reason I did the website is to start it up and find people like me. And I have found people like me around the world. And it's crazy to think I'm sitting in my spider shrine talking to you guys 25 years later about my love of Spider-Man with so many people that are just like me. And the number one, damn Avatar, the number 2 biggest movie has Spider-Man in it with the Avengers. Everyone is a Spider-Man fan, it seems. I didn't go to high school with anybody that collected Spider-Man comics. I didn't go to college. We didn't talk about, "Oh man, did you see the latest issue?" I talk about this every month with my friends. So, and I've said this before, I went into broadcasting in college. So doing this podcast in audio form and video form is a natural. It combines my love of broadcasting and talking and doing visual and editing and stuff like that with my love of Spider-Man. So combining the two is like a Reese's peanut butter cup, Josh. You put good chocolate with good peanut butter, you get the Crawlspace. All right.
Can you stop?
Oh, how can we make Sarah do a spit take?
Can you stop?
All right. You had an answer though to the question.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
So
Sarah.
okay. So you remember X Page?
Yeah, it was like a GeoCities kind of deal, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So I had an X Page site that was dedicated to Spider-Man. It was called Spider Phoenix. I'm trying to find it on the way back.
Pop it up. I'll show the link. Yeah.
No, I'm trying to find it. I spelled it wrong. I can't remember how I spelled it wrong because I was like 7. But the reason I created that website was because I didn't know anybody in my life at the time that liked Spider-Man like I liked Spider-Man.
Same.
So I would create pages about the movies, pages about the comics, pages about the different costumes. And I was inspired by both the Crawlspace and spiderfan.org at the time. So for me, making that was just me trying to find people that were my people, like Brad was saying. And and even still to this day, the only people that I talk about Spider-Man with are here on this podcast and people that are affiliated with this podcast. Like my friends at work, my friends, in general, nobody reads Spider-Man like I read Spider-Man. So
it's nice though to have students because we're both teachers. Don't the kids talk Spider-Man? Because my office, my classroom have Spider-Man in it.
Yep.
So
I've got Spider-Man posters everywhere.
I
Part of my
will never
presentations are Spider-Man.
I will never forget after Infinity War, the kids were like, "Oh my God, do you think Spider-Man's coming back? Like he died, he evaporated. Tony Stark's arms." I'm like, "Nope, he's dead." He's done.
So the first week of class was this week. It started on Wednesday for us, and I had some elementary. So I teach 1st through 8th grade, and I had some elementary kids that come to my class once a week, and some of them were like, "So did you see the new Spider-Verse movie?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course I did, 10 times." And they're like, "Okay, so what do you think?" And I'm like, we have to talk about violin rules and procedures right now. But believe me, we will talk at the end of class about Spider-Man. Do not worry.
That's funny.
Yeah, like you were saying, Brad, I think the best thing that has come from the website and the podcast is having this online community of people that I can talk about Spider-Man with a bunch of other fellow Spider nerds online, and it's really it's really nice to have that just community of people where it's like, okay, yeah, I was definitely a nerd and the only one that read Spider-Man growing up, and now I get to talk about it with my friends. This is
We are a community of nerds. Yeah.
It's
I
so
like what
cool.
Hornacek said. He says, we owe the existence of the crawl space to a spam pop-up that Brad received. And you said, Josh, the only benefit a pop-up has ever had.
Yeah.
So there you go. Andrew, any other questions for us? That was a good one, man.
That's all I could think of.
Oh, awesome. Well, I'm glad you joined us. You're a new listener, a new viewer, so I hope you keep on the ride with us, man. So
Yeah. Congrats on 25 years.
thank you, sir. And
Which is older than me.
which is older than you. Yes, it is. All right, man. Have a good night, Andrew. Thanks for being in the green room so long. Appreciate it. See you, buddy. All right. We just referenced him. Hornacek, what's going on, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great, great.
And your internet's
working
good.
today.
Your internet's good.
It was just a coincidence, but I have a brand new laptop. I'm sitting like 2 feet from the router, which is like directly behind me.
Nice.
I don't have a network cable, but I
I
was
like
worried
under your
about-
name. It says, "Hope my sound and internet works better on my new laptop." It does indeed. There's no laps or gags.
It was like 30 seconds during the last podcast.
Oh, yeah, I was counting you down. I don't know if you saw it. It was funny.
I refuse to watch that episode. I just think it's I'm like, oh my god, that was so awful. It was,
You did a great summary, though, so thank you.
How are you doing though, man? Your house your car got flooded.
Wait, what?
That's crazy.
So I'll make this brief because I'm sure everyone wants to hear about this on a Spider-Man podcast. But,
Because we've never gone off book before.
Exactly.
We talked about Arby's for 15 minutes. We can talk about your flooding car.
I was so mad about that. I was so mad.
I talked about a beef and cheddar, Josh. I mean, come on.
I was so mad.
So
why were
anyway-
you mad? It's a beef and cheddar.
They're disgusting. They're
Oh,
awful.
get outta
They're
here.
Nasty. What you mean, get out of here?
Eat the damn thing, Sarah.
I would rather have White Castle than Arby. Like that's
I
what
love me some White Castle too. Okay, go ahead, Craig.
Anyway, so last month we had in Nova Scotia, where I live, east coast of Canada, we had about 24 in a 24-hour period. We had as much rain as we normally have in 3 months.
Oh my gosh.
So the fire alarm went off in my building at 8 o'clock. We're all down in the lobby, and no one wants to go outside because it's raining out. So we're all just thinking it's just some fire alarm where nothing's really happening. Eventually, I hear people saying, "Oh, water, flood, vehicles," and I go outside and I see, oh, the parking lot is flooded. And I look over where the cars are, and the water is already up to the tires. And I'm thinking, I got to go and get the car out of there. Not even thinking that this could possibly be the car could be rode off. So I go inside, change the shorts, get the water shoes on. I'm walking out in water up to my knees. I get inside the car, still thinking that I'm just going to be able to drive out of here. That's so stupid. But I'm just thinking like, oh, well, so I get inside. By the time I get in, the water is up past the bottom of the doors. So I know that when I open the door, water is going to rush in. So I try to get in as quickly as possible. And I put the key in the ignition. Ignition doesn't start. So I'm thinking, and so at this point, I realized, okay, the engine's flooded. I'm not going to get this moving. So I'm thinking like, well, again, just thinking that this is just some inconvenience. So then I try to get out, and the doors won't open. I try every single door. None of them are locked.
Oh my God.
And at this point, I'm still thinking like, oh, this is just some inconvenience. I just gotta like get someone to come fix
Is your
this.
electronics working? Can you roll the window down?
Nope, windows wouldn't
Oh
roll
my
down.
God.
And
You're
the
trapped
little
in your car.
Yes, I was literally trapped in my car, and
Jesus.
the little peg that's over by the lowers and raises when you lock the door. Those were all in the up unlocked position. So it's like, well, the doors are unlocked, but it's obviously electronics. So I'm thinking like, should I call CAA? And for the American listeners, CAA is Canada's version, I guess, of AAA. Josh, thank you for.
I got you, man. My fellow Canadian brother.
Yes. So I'm thinking like I got to call CAA and to get them to come here to get me out of the car. Again, not even thinking that this is a problem. And then as I'm getting my CAA card in my wallet, I'm looking at the water, and I'm looking and I'm seeing, okay, I think the water is getting higher. like not very fast, but it is getting higher. So that's when I realized, oh, I could
like,
be
even if you try to push the door, you can't push that water out, huh?
No.
Oh my God!
And
You have to shatter that window.
Yeah, at this point, I'm thinking I could be in some serious trouble here.
Yeah.
So I've called my sister because she's usually the person I call whenever I have issues, and she's like, "You better call 911." And she says, and so I'm like, "Okay." So I call 911, and they're because this is a storm for the whole province, so I'm on the hold. I'm thinking like they're not going to get here. And I'm thinking like, what's going to happen? So I grab my umbrella. I'm banging against the window.
Oh my God!
And before anyone says anything, I've had probably since I've told this story, I've had at least half a dozen people say, you know, the headrest, you can remove the headrest from your car, and they have metal pegs, and you can use those to break your windows. I had no idea, but like I said, so many people have told me that now I know this, so I'm gonna know this like for the rest of my life.
Well, I hope you never have to do it again.
I hope so.
There's also a Spider-Man knife you could get on Amazon that has the window breaker on it.
Yes.
Way to bring it around, Sarah.
I mean, I'm just trying to be helpful, you know.
I remember going to Canadian Tire once, and Josh will know what Canadian Tire is.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like a home hardware store, I guess. I don't know if home hardware is the States, but I know that I've seen commercials for those where you can buy like a little like triangle shaped thing that you can put up to the window, and you just press a button, and it will shatter the window.
So you're hitting it with the umbrella.
And
Did it work?
Nothing's happening, and the windows are all fogged up, so I can't see anything. And so eventually, like 5 minutes go by where I'm trapped in the car. It may have been longer, but it probably was only 5 minutes. And eventually, two of my neighbors come up to the door.
Oh, thank God.
To the car. They open the door. It opens immediately for them. So it must have just been from the inside. I couldn't open it, but from the outside. But they opened it immediately. They pull me out. I don't know these guys at all, but they're like my neighbors. And I guess they were out there helping other people with their vehicles. And they're like, "You okay?" And I'm like, "You may have just saved my life."
Oh.
And one of these guys, Josh, he lives like in the unit directly on the other side of my wall here. So I've probably seen him in the building many times. I've never talked to him, but these two guys were just out there helping people. So
see, if you would have had the spider knife, Brad would have covered your story on Spider News.
Here, let's take a look at this spider knife.
So this is a spider knife, right? But this is the window breaker.
Oh my
God! Wow!
And then a seatbelt cutter.
Yeah,
a seatbelt cutter.
Yeah.
Isn't that just a knife?
Well, this is the knife part, Josh.
Oh,
this
okay.
is the seatbelt cutter, okay?
It's specifically
Get it
made
right.
for seatbelts.
Gotcha. My bad.
I wouldn't be surprised if for Christmas many of my family members get me a device that will shatter windows if like that. But yeah, the car was completely flooded and written off. So now I'm out car shopping now, along with most of the province. Because like I said, this affected the whole province. There were some deaths. I think a family of 4.
Glad you're not one of them, man. That's
awful.
awesome.
Yeah, lots of damage. Like the first floor of my building was flooded. They're still doing 3 weeks later. They're still down there, like people fixing all the walls and the floors are just tore up. Most people lost. Luckily, I'm on the second floor. So, but yeah, so that was my exciting event last month.
Goodness, yeah. What was that? Oh, when did you join us? Because you were back on the message board. My first memory of you is doing quotes on the message board. What year was that?
So I can't remember the year, and unfortunately, I can't find out the year because I first came to the website from the episode that shall not be named, which is
that was your first.
That was the first.
What a way to enter!
Yes,
every podcast is someone's first. Yeah.
Well, I was looking earlier, like I wonder what year that was because I can't remember. But like you said, it's not on the internet anymore. It's not on the website. So.
I think that was episode 212.
Maybe. If it is, I can probably like I said, look in the 11 and 213 and figure it out. But and I was listening tonight and I was like, wow, the last time I was on a call-in show, most of the people saying like, how did you find the website? Had the answer that I did, which I only heard one other person say tonight. JR's website brought me here. Because I found JR's website, I was reading all his articles, and it had like a little blurb at the bottom saying
website's been down at least 4 or 5 years. Because I remember moving it over to mine. Yeah,
but I think last year's call-in show, it seemed like
last year. Did we have a call-in show last year?
Was there last year?
I thought we did it for the 20th. I don't know.
Yeah, most call-in shows, like I'd say, like the majority of people would say, "Well, how did you find the Crawlspace?" JR's website.
JR's website, yeah.
Yeah. I think unfortunately that number's just got to get smaller and smaller as the years go by.
Yeah. And Andrew, who we just had, just discovered us, so it's kind of funny.
Lots of new people.
It's funny to see on the YouTube channel the comments occasionally. It was like, "Hey, your channel's pretty cool." I'm like, it takes everything that's in me not to say, "Well, I'm glad you discovered us in 25 years." It's funny.
Where have you been the last 20 years?
Where have you been? I was -3 like Josh in Canada. That's why.
Yeah, I was hoping that everyone that came on here was going to say I was 7 years old when the Crawlspace started,
God.
like your first caller.
That's funny.
Or was
Oh,
it? Or,
Walter
Sarah,
says we did do it last year and I made him cry. Well, that doesn't narrow it down. I make you cry every episode, Walter.
I think Walter was talking about how he was sick.
Yeah. No.
I
do remember that, Walter. Yeah. That's. What do you got for us, Craig? Have you've been in the green room a while? What do you want to know out of me and Josh and Sarah?
Well, Josh already stole my bit because I was going to ask if I could mail this to you, Brad, and you could send it to JR. Autograph it for me.
Yes.
Here, hold that up. Hold that up. Let me take me out. I'm sending that as a screenshot to JR.
I guess I don't know. I can't remember who it's not. It's on the drinking game list, but it should be take a shot whenever someone mentions JR's book.
Yes, JR's book.
JR's book.
JR's book. That's
even though
Wait. That's
name.
JR's book?
Well, they misspelled his name, Jerry Conway.
How did I not know he had a book?
Well, Jerry Conway had people write articles about Spider-Man, and JR is in there. Take a look here. Hornacek, hold it up, or both of you.
In the table of contents is a bunch of different writers.
Yep.
And
J.R. Fettinger right there. Sarah, you can buy it off Amazon.
I'm literally looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Here, Josh has got it too.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the article: "The Absent Father and Spider-Man's Unfulfilled Potential." J.R. Fettinger.
I guarantee you, more people have bought it because of JR than
because of the
Crawlspace.
Yeah.
I agree. And I asked Jerry Conway about it, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, I don't really remember JR."
Well, JR has told the story many times on the podcast that he really thinks that they were looking for was it his brother?
It was somebody else.
They were looking for someone else, and so they asked him to write something for this book, and he's like, "Okay, I've never written anything for a book before, but I'll give it a shot."
I got a copy of the book too on my shelf. Yeah,
it's called Web Slingers.
Web Slinger.
Unauthorized essays on your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah, Jerry Conway is listed as not the author, but I guess the main name.
Is it on Amazon?
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
That's where I got it.
So there you go.
Yeah,
go read JR's article, and it's about Norman too, isn't it?
Norman's in there. All the
father figures. Yeah.
Oh my God, Walter! In honor of JR, I took off my shorts. Please stop.
All right, here you go, Walter.
Take a shot. There's Walter's quote. Josh, put that on Walter's if you.
Every time Walter strips on the.
Every time Walter strips, take a shot. Yeah.
It's like a strip poker version of the Crawlspace.
Oh gosh.
Andrew, thank you. Enjoy the Discord. That's awesome. That's our modern message board.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine the Crawlspace without the Discord, and I was a late person joining the Discord because
it's just like honestly, it's just like the message board. It seriously is. It just cost me less on bandwidth costs. Yeah. Is what it is. That thing made me go broke. Oh my God. Anyway, what was your question, Craig?
So I did come up with another question. Right. So right now, I guess a lot of us on the panel and on the podcast aren't that happy with the Zell's run, as I call it. But eventually, that just happened once. I typoed it wrong, and I've just been using it ever since.
Love your cat, by the way, on the images of your reviews. Those are fun.
Then, like I said, Javi or not Javi, Mark really helped me out with that because I was saying, like, I don't have like a banner page, like what banner image, what do you do? He said, I don't know, just if you can't make something professional like him and Chi-Town Head. So I'm like, I'm just gonna take a picture of the comic and I put it next to my cat, and I'm like, what the hell, do this.
That's your thing. I love it.
And one person commented that they liked it, so now I'm like 100% of the comments about that.
That's all you need.
That's enough. But anyway, so the Zell's run is going to end eventually. Oh God,
Sarah, what are you drinking, by the way? Walter's.
Yeah.
What's in there, Sarah? Your mother's no longer watching.
No, I don't even care if my mother's watching. I said in the comments, I'm drinking soju like Mysterio in that one. Do you remember that issue we reviewed on the satellites? where it was, what was
The
it? It was
karaoke party?
Yeah, the karaoke
Okay.
party. He's drinking soju. That's what I'm drinking.
What is soju? I don't know.
It's a Korean drink. It's
Okay.
yeah, you should stop doing things on the drinking game list.
The one and done. That was it.
All right, I keep interrupting you, Craig. Go ahead.
Sorry,
The
so-
Zell's run. Go ahead.
So this run is going to eventually be over, and we're going to get a new writer on the book.
Right.
Are you hopeful that the next run or the next writer will be better? Because if you have to remember back to when Dan Slott was on the book, and we were like, "Oh my God, this Slott run is never going to end," and then Nick Spencer was announced, and we were like, "Nick Spencer, are we going to get Superior Foes? Nick Spencer, are we going to get Secret Empire?" Is that yeah? So a lot of people were like, "Oh no, this isn't going to be very good," and we were a lot of us, except for JR, I guess, were very pleasantly surprised with what we got with his run. So
Most of the time, yeah.
yeah, most of the time. So are you hopeful that we could get someone better? Not, I don't want to say better than his, but a better run from a different writer, whatever this current run ends.
I think you need a new editor, and I think you need a new editor in chief if you really want to see a change. You could have one of my favorites. You could have Peter David, or you could have Roger Stern come back, or some legendary Spider-Man writer that would come back, Tom DeFalco. But if you have an editor and you have an editor in chief that are saying you have to do this for a sales, you have to tie it into the X-Men this time.
Yeah.
You have to tie it into the Eternals teaming up with the Avengers. You're gonna get what you're gonna get. They had a Maximum Carnage or something, and I thought Spencer did a good job of making it tie in pretty well.
Yeah.
But when you got Eternals tied in, when you got X-Men, it's hard to tell a good story. And all the mandates that happen, I think if you keep having those, that's one of the reasons I've said Daredevil is so good over the years. It's because, by God, Marvel has its hands off of Daredevil. Spider-Man affects the sales of the company too much to not be hands-on. And that's a shame.
That's what's hard about it, because it's like, like I've met Zeb Wells, I've talked to him, like he's a pretty cool guy and he has cool ideas, but it's like how much of his ideas are being like handled by editorial. So it's hard to say, like, do I like Zeb Wells' run? Parts of it yes, parts of it no. But then it's like, who's in charge of that? Like, is it him or is it editorial? So it's hard to answer that question.
Get ready for this, Josh. I'm going to give you an analogy. I'm going to take some peanut butter. I'm going to take some chocolate.
Brad.
No, wait a minute. I want to take some peanut butter and chocolate. Those are Zeb Wells' ideas. And then the editorial says you need to add more stuff to the recipe. You need some broccoli. You need some carrots in there. You need some Krakoa lettuce in there. You need a bunch of stuff, and the final product of the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup does not taste that good because you've got a lot more ingredients than you need for a good story. Josh, your thoughts. Will a new writer be better than what we're getting?
So I only first got into reading Spider-Man comics at, was it volume 3? Like, that's when I first started. It was right after Superior Spider-Man ended. That was my first Amazing Spider-Man comic, was that one. And so I only, onwards, have only really had Dan Slott, Nick Spencer, and Zeb Wells for when I'm reading Spider-Man comics, which is a very interesting group of only writers to pull from. And I don't really know a ton of writers outside of just the ones that I read of the Spider-Man or any of the satellite books with it. So maybe, but again, there's a lot of, like Sarah said, it's very hands-on. Spider-Man is the flagship, title or hero for Marvel. They're really going to care about this one. Everyone's always putting in their little bit of 2 cents here and there, and it gets meddled up in the way of everyone okay, no, hold on, we have to, because it sells the most, because everyone pays attention to Spider-Man, put on Miss Marvel death in here. And okay, well, because it sells the most, we got to make sure there's also an X-Men crossover so people actually read this X-Men event or read this Eternals event. And so maybe some writers can do it. Peter David had one, he had a Spider-Man 2099 run, I think, that at one point they had some event, and there was Spider-Verse, actually. He was writing Spider-Man 2099 and it got pulled into a Spider-Verse, and he actually made it work despite the fact that first Spider-Verse in the comics wasn't the best. His books were really good in it. But then it just comes back again. Marvel says there's another thing you have to tie it into. So, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
What do you think, Greg?
Peter David got sucked into so many events, bad events in front of Neighborhood Spider-Man.
The other,
I think issue number 4 of that brand new book, he got sucked into. Was it the other? I think
other,
and then like there was like 2 or 3 other events in that book. He never got a chance to get going on what he wanted to do.
And that sucks, right? Like, because we want to be able to see like what these writers are going to do without these other things going on. Yeah.
I like what Andrew says, Brad and his analogies. And then Walter breaks me even down more. In other words, too many cooks in the kitchen. Yes, that's exactly right. Brian, thank you. The podcast and the Discord is the only reason I know what's going on. I refuse to buy the book right now.
Yeah, I get that.
You think if Ditko would have stayed on Spidey, he would have been more of a Daredevil type hero where he would have been less popular but more unaffected by editorial? I think Marvel would be a lot less unpopular if Spider-Man wasn't popular. I think Fantastic Four was cool, but
I think Spider-Man's their character, you know?
Spider-Man has more staying power than the Fantastic Four, personally.
Yeah, near the end of the Ditko run, Peter was very angry. A lot.
Yeah.
And then when Vermita's first issue, I mean, it's funny listening to like the old Amazing Spider-Man Classics podcast where they reviewed 39 and they keep on playing Come On Get Happy song because Peter's just going around and everyone's polite, everyone's nice, everyone's apologizing for how bad they were treating Peter in the last issue. It's such a difference between Ditko's last issue and Vermita's first issue.
Greg, I'm going to keep you on.
Sure.
We've got one more person.
Is it a real mic?
Who's been on our path for a long time. Let's see if the drinking game of does he have mic problems? Remember one time he came on and blew our headsets off? Let's see if we got McNulty in the house. Mike, let's hear you.
Can you actually hear me?
Yeah.
No drink for you, folks. I'm sorry.
We'll drink anyway. Yeah.
Okay. Right. So, Brad, while I was actually waiting around in the green room, waiting for my turn to come on, I was just curious as whether anniversaries you that this wonderful website and podcast shares with. You on this day, back in 1877, Thomas Edison invented the phonograph.
The phonograph was invented today?
The phonograph was invented today.
Wow.
Lauren Bacall also died on this day.
F in the chat.
F in the chat for that.
All right, here we go. Oh,
for Neil. I said that for Neil.
For Lauren Bacall.
I'm gonna drink for that one too.
By the way, help the young ones, the 18-year-olds and under. Who's Lauren Bacall?
To have
Come on, you have to. Okay, Lauren Bacall was basically Humphrey Bogart's kind of.
No, wait a minute. She wasn't in Casablanca.
She wasn't mistress, but she was in The Big Sleep. She was in a bunch of movies. Go watch TCM. Like basically, look up Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart together, and you can.
Bogey and Bacall, yes.
I only know that because of my dad.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I mean,
I have
Mike
no
is
idea
your
what you're
dad.
talking
No, I'm
about.
just kidding.
Yikes. Anyways, also the most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton was found in South Dakota's Cheyenne River in the Sioux Reservation, nicknamed Sioux.
Well,
so too
that
bad
goes with
George missed that one.
The first complete dinosaur what?
The first complete Tyrannosaurus Rex, the most complete
T-Rex.
Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton was found on this day.
Spider-Rex.
This was
Spider-Rex.
also the same day. This was also the same day where John Lennon declared the Beatles were more popular than Jesus.
Bigger than Jesus.
Yes. By the way, I also checked to see what was happening on this day. Back in 1990, back in 1980, 98. Of course, we had the infamous "I did not have sex with this woman." This Lewinsky.
Of course, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's.
The most popular.
Why do you got to
song
time into Monica Lewinsky? Jesus.
The most popular song, the number one song in America at this time was "The Boy Is Mine" by Brandy and Monica.
That is mine.
I like that song.
Yeah. You've also had what Armageddon was popular was basically.
I don't want
to miss a thing.
Oh, I love that. I went to the theater and saw that movie. I remember that one.
Yeah, you had the Truman Show was coming out. I think we had actually the first Marvel movie was also
Blade.
1998 was Blade. Well, technically the first good Marvel movie, because we've got the other ones like before that, like. But
okay,
the
I don't think I've told this story on the podcast. I took a class in college, and it was a writing journalism class, and you know I'm a broadcaster, so I was debating between print newspaper and television at the time, and I took a print class, and I wrote a movie review on Blade, and the teacher gave me like a D on that paper. I don't know why he gave me a D on the paper. I'm like, it was a movie review, teach. I mean, I don't know what was wrong with it.
Maybe they were a fan of the IRS.
Well, as
Wesley Snipes, that problem?
Wesley Snipes. Okay.
Well, as someone who's actually written reviews before, including for this very website, you got to make sure you got to incorporate, like, make sure you got to talk about, like, basically you got to incorporate little things like about, like what the style of the composition, like make sure you throw in stuff about compositions, about the image, and things like, and also character development, things like that.
That also maybe it was a good thing because it steered me away from print. It steered me into broadcasting. So
right.
I'm like, I'm not writing newspapers, and now they're dead.
Considering what newspapers are now. Right.
I'm like, Peter Parker worked for a newspaper though. Now he doesn't.
Oh my gosh, yeah. But yeah, it's just wanted to share the fact that you are sharing in very interesting company this day,
That's
Brad.
funny, Mike.
And the fact that your podcast has lasted this long compared to some others, is a feat in itself. And so once again, congratulations.
Thanks, man. And you've been on the journey how long, Mike?
Well, let's see. Well, it's kind of like I found, like most people, I think it was probably, I just kind of stumbled it by accident, basically, because not just so much for JR's thing, because I was looking for curious, like what, I think it was a random Google search, and then and I just found it, found the website on there. And so I basically got, interested in listening to guys listen on the podcast or anything like this. And then got on the message boards and everything like that. Got on the message boards, the original one, basically kind of, and I guess somewhere along the way, when I think it was back when Crazy Chris decided to leave, that's when you and George basically approached me and basically says, hey, you seem to write moderately well. Why don't you?
I praise.
Yeah. Why don't you go?
English.
Yeah.
You can spell. Go ahead.
You can spell. Yes. You can write reviews on the
English is a first language. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you write for the you seem write for the website? I'm like, okay. And
you had Craig's job decades ago.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, it happened right around the time of when there was I think it was my first one was issue 25 of Superior Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
And
during Slot, okay.
And and so that's where, and for whatever reason, my articles got super popular on your site. I think
they still are, by the way.
I know they are.
That's what that in the admin, like people still go to that old stuff.
That's what's baffling to me about that.
Yeah.
Some of them are like, because some people like were reading about that one Silk review I did, where basically
I know
just,
the first appearance of Silk.
I think it might have been. Yeah, it was like when the first arc was there.
Yeah.
And
most of those hits were probably Neil.
Oh, probably so. Maybe so. Somebody's probably yeah. Needless, I'm surprised that there was Neil became such a fan of Silk, because I was not kind of that character when she first came out.
Well, Silk and Neil, I think, also agrees. Silk got better after Dan Slott stopped writing her.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, yeah.
So when she got like a limited series or an ongoing, it was a lot better.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, but I mean, and during my time, on the site, I had like some very business back and forth with the curators at the time. Sometimes I say their praises, and sometimes I'm like, nope.
Were you arguing with Slott on the front page?
I think there was a couple times I did. There was a couple times I did actually get into it with him. I know I got into other forums and everything with him too. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. The guy can know, because I think the guy, he's can be I think he's a super fan and everything like the rest of us. But yeah, it's just I was willing to try to, I was not willing to. I'm like, just because he was the Dan Slott right now, one of my favorite comics does not mean I was going to just basically just put on the kid gloves. And I do know that also. I think the other one that was But I think it was also the one that I think was really interesting. I think that which ended up getting a lot of traction, which surprisingly enough, and probably was that one where they did with the thing with the Sony email hacks, and basically started going into.
I remember that.
Going into all the stuff that what the actual plans that Sony was going to take for their Spider-Man franchise. Interestingly enough, which you can actually see happening on some of their stuff, like they kind of recycled.
Wasn't Madam Web and Craven on that list?
Yep,
and
they were.
Morbius.
They were, and also they know they had you could kind of see that they maybe incorporate some of their Sinister Six plans into the No Way Home with if you think about it, but yeah, it was just one of those things. And I know there were some people who were just like, it got onto, and apparently, and when I got onto it, there was people that other places were like, oh, they actually looked at that and they like confirmed it. There was one guy who even thought, I think somebody thought that no, there's no way this is real. And it's like, nope, sure enough, it's been verified and yeah. So that was an article that was probably one of the best ones I've
What's your funniest Crawlspace memory?
Oh my gosh, the funniest one that I remember
is StegronFans.net.
Yes, that one. Yeah,
George mentioned that earlier. I think
I bit so hard on that one. Actually,
that was my question. That was my question to George.
Oh, what was that? A message board question?
Yeah, I asked George what would Jurassic Park have been like if Dr. Vincent Stegron had been in charge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and he says, I was talking about that with my friends at StegronFans.net, and Mike said, "Really, StegronFans.net? That's a website?"
Yeah, I know. I was still
so funny. Yeah. Like the hook is still in your mouth.
Oh yeah,
so hard.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that was and that was my introduction to George's like how convincing George could
humor,
be.
Yeah.
And the other thing is like, have you seen the internet? That thing. But that was good. That was classic. I do like the fact that what was like, I mean, what Bertoni was on was his whole rants about why Betty Brand is such an awful person and just like and backed it up with evidence. There was the Bubba Moose rap, which was a lot of this going for a long time. There was one, I think it was the Flower Spider-Man by JR. That was that was like, I think everyone nearly died on that one.
Refresh me with that one. Did he just get what did he do?
I don't know. He just got some kind. I think he got like a Spider-Man doll, if I remember, and he like dressed it up with
the
flowers.
Yeah.
Flowers.
Yeah. I was thinking like
the way he narrated the story too.
Yeah.
JR was doing some voice impression. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, he was. I mean, there was so. But yeah, the thing that's the SAG, but the news stories that he would put up, that you would make us do, Brad. By the way,
thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, but like especially this one about the cosplayers, like about how they basically had this sort of like they were going on strike or something. Remember those guys from New York City that were
cosplayers at Times Square?
Yeah, the Times Square they were basically like. They were getting there was like there was a rash of those guys getting arrested for assault in different parts, not just in New York City, and apparently they were kind of trying to regulate them or something.
That made me remember the Christmas episode. I got Neil a gift to a guy to teach him how to climb a building.
A building, yeah.
Where was I sending him? Where was that?
It was someplace. I think it was like, I don't know if it was actually in Texas.
I think it was in Texas
or Arizona. Yeah, that was that thing.
Those Christmas episodes are some of my favorites.
Oh yeah,
those
where I basically gifted George's Spider-Man
spider condoms to Zach. That was
that 12-inch
Spider-Man hookah
spider
one. Would basically found that one.
The hookah spider. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. But
what's some of the gifts you've gotten over the years, Mike?
Oh my gosh, what was the thing? I remember vividly the bootleg action figures. Those were always my faves. The bootleg action figures, but basically, especially the one was basically, I think one of them was sort of like partially, but the JR was partially melted into plastic or something.
Partially melted bootleg Spider-Man figures. Yes. Nothing says Merry Christmas quite like that.
But there was the what was the other one? There was another one with the what was it? The trying to remember what there was one that was like a really cool like Monopoly one. I think there was something like the Monopoly like a Spider-Man, like a not a monopoly, but like a chessboard thing, like a Spider-Man.
Oh, I remember that.
It was like all pewter and everything. It was just like,
yeah, I remember that.
And what was the one there was one of them that was like, it was, what was it like? It was like super. It was like probably one of the most expensive ones that was ever like the Christmas episodes. Like, what was the most expensive one that we ever found on the podcast? What was that one? Was it a? I don't know if I want to say it was like some kind of cover that was basically autographed by, I can't remember the artist, but it was going for on eBay for like something like, what was it, 1,000 something.
Wow.
And it was like, I can't. Yeah, I'll have to re-listen.
Oh, by the way, did you see the Crawlspace drinking game, Mike?
Yes, I did. That's my first. Yep, that's my first student.
There you go. You're exactly
with one of those 100%.
Shows up late and has mic issues.
You did a great job, Josh.
Thank you.
Very accurate, very fair.
Mike, you got a question for us? You're our last one.
Actually, I do.
Right, hit it.
It's actually fortuitous that Sarah and Josh are on the panel because it actually does kind of sort of pertain to them. So I know we've often have this reputation. I know there's been a lot of reputation out like from our detractors saying that the crawl space is too negative. But I would like to know if what about Spider-Man has affected your life in a positive way?
Ooh, nice.
Oh.
We'll go around, but Sarah and Josh can go first if they want.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Craig and I can go too, I imagine. Anybody want to start?
How has Spider-Man affected my life in a positive way? Well, I mean, like, honestly, he's kind of taught me how to be a good person.
Oh, real quick, Mike, we're getting some feedback on you. Can you mute or?
Mike has mic problems. Take a shot.
There we go. Oh, Sarah's drunk. Okay. Sarah will go last if she's awake. Go ahead.
I already started.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was done.
How has Spider-Man affected you in a positive way, Sarah?
I was just saying, like, I think he's helped me become a better person. Like, like wanting to help people, like through my teaching, or just his morals. Right? Really, that's why I've become such a fan of Spider-Man. I think that I like the way he lives his life, and I think that you should help people whenever you can. I think that's what he stands by.
Josh, you go next. Craig and I will finish it up. Also, Andrew says it's helped her take shots. Spider-Man take shots.
I mean, like, I own 30 Spider-Man suits. Like, it's literally my job. Like,
Spider-Man has put you in debt.
Yeah, a little bit. No,
it's promoted the costume making industry.
Yeah. No, one of my favorites issues of Spider-Man is obviously The Kid Who Collected Spider-Man, and they did a similar version of that story in Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. I think it's Legacy number 30, Spider-Bite, where Spider-Man has this new sidekick named Spider-Bite, and they're taking down the Sinister 60, and you find out like 2/3 into the issue that it's this make-believe role play he's doing with this kid who has cancer. And 2 years ago, I got to do that for a kid. I got to be his Spider-Man. I'm going to be talking about him in my presentation in Ohio, and I actually got from his parents I'll
blow it up.
It's me and the kid. His name was Ethan, and he is my hero. He was fighting leukemia, and sadly he's passed since. But just the fact that because Spider-Man has obviously touched all of our lives in so many different ways. The fact that I am his Spider-Man, I get to be that for someone, and I got to bring a memory his family and he will never forget, is just awesome. And to me, Spider-Man is again, it's all about power and responsibility. You have the power to do these things. I have the power to run around in tights and pretend to flip around and shoot webs. It's my responsibility to bring joy to kids in their time of need, and it's changed my life entirely. And yeah,
man. All right, Craig, follow that.
Yeah. First, I want to thank Brad for having Josh go before me, so I can follow up that with.
Good Lord, that's awesome, Josh!
Story.
Wow.
Thanks.
I know that JR has talked sometimes about how at certain point in his life he was reading the Spider-Man comics when he was the same age as Peter Parker, and I can't remember when that was. But even though I know that it's not right, but I just remember my teenage years reading the comics and thinking, okay, this is a superhero that has money problems, has girlfriend problems, isn't popular, has problems with the family, with work. And it's like, wow, so many of these other comics that I read, and I didn't read a lot, but I read some, where most of them had great social civilian identity lives, didn't really have any problems. And I'm thinking, like, I don't have all these problems that Peter does, but I have some of these. I know it's gonna surprise you, but I was not the most popular person in school. Stop! I know. You're saying, Craig, you're crazy. That's not true, but it is. I tell you. But reading Spider-Man comics and seeing a character who, even though he was Spider-Man, he could do all these great things, but in his own personal life, he still had issues some of the issues which I could deal with, that I dealt with myself, made me feel that, hey, I know it's a fictional character, but if he can deal with all this stuff, maybe not all. And again, when you're a young person, you think that everything that happens to you only happens to you, and no one else has ever had that problem before, and you don't realize until much later that, oh, everyone has these problems. Why don't they tell us all this when we're younger? It would be a lot easier. But it made me feel better knowing that I could read this comic book, read this character, and see this is a good character who does the right thing all the time, and he has these problems and he perseveres. Maybe I can persevere too. So that's my answer.
My answer is Spider-Man's given me many friends. You see 4 of them right here on the screen. There are thousands of them that I've met through this website over 25 years. Craig, are you taking a shot for me? What was that?
Sorry.
To friendship.
No, yes, to friendship. Spider-Man has given me many friends, many opportunities to meet creators, to build a community that I would want to be a part of, and to hang out. I think this is someplace. I don't think we're uptight. I think we're laid back. I think we have a good time. I think we have a good laugh. If I want to go off on an Arby's tangent for 20 minutes, I'll do it. I think Spider-Man has a good sense of humor, and I think this show has a good sense of humor. I don't think we're uptight. I don't think we take ourselves too seriously. And I think everyone's welcome to join on the ride. We've listened to a lot of people that have joined us on the ride over the years. So it's fun to have so many friends. Mike, answer your own question.
Well, Spider-Man is who is what taught me to read. Just to put it bluntly. I don't remember a lot. Obviously, we don't remember a lot about necessarily, when you're very little, and when you're first learning to walk or talk and everything like this. I mean, but one of my earliest memories was actually, and I'm sure you probably know what this is. It'll totally date myself. Was actually listening to one of those Spider-Man Power records. Literally waking, like it's almost like
is it Draco the Dragon or is it the Man Wolf one?
I think so. It was like actually it almost associated with that me being the time when it was weird because sometimes I mix that up with basically me being born and listening to that. It's so bizarre. But that was those things that actually let me taught me to read everything like this, like that maybe go, and of course not just other comics but other books in general. And I think it's just, I think it's for a lot of people, when I sometimes you think that's kind of like people, I think some people don't realize about that for, what comics should be is like, that should be like, if you want to try to introduce people to that world and something like that, that's usually for a lot of people, that's for little kids, that's their introduction to literacy, essentially. I mean, even, granted, it's probably there are certain depends on what one they would pick up and everything because but
One of those friends on the journey is DJ Strong. He was one of the old members on the message board. So thanks, DJ, for coming in. We're Facebook friends. I see his posts all the time. So good to see you, DJ, in the chat. That's good to see you back. Another friend that I want to share a little something fun that came in here. Bill, who writes the Spider Tracer article, has a brand new Crawlspace shirt he's wearing that I mailed him this summer. He got to meet the hottest Aunt May ever.
Rosemary Harris?
No, I'm sorry. The second hottest Aunt May character ever, Marissa Tomei, at the Comic-Con. So a little Crawlspace love right there. So
And if you've watched Seinfeld, you know that Marissa Tomei likes bald men.
Ooh, I'm married. Damn it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. No, I am married, but anyway. Thanks to Bill. Check out his Spider Tracers articles on the front page. Let's do some final thoughts around the horn. Sarah. Well, she's 3 shades to the wind. We can still go with her.
Sarah, wake up, Sarah, wake up.
I'm awake.
Okay.
I don't know. It's been cool. It's been cool. Like I said, through this podcast, I've met people who love Spider-Man as much, if not more, than I do, and it's really cool to talk to those people, whether they be the people on the panel or fans in the, comments. Because, obviously, there's shows that I'm not on that I'm there for the comments, and it's just really cool to talk about Spider-Man to these people.
In the BraveNet board days, that's in the 90s, DJ. Man, you're going back with me. Mike, let me unmute you because I'm getting a little feedback. Go ahead, Mike. Final thoughts.
Oh, well, again, it's like I said when I first showed up here, last but not least. But that it is kind of amazing that the fact, no pun intended, that Brad, you kept up this the podcast for 25 years and going, and that you actually have built up a community around it. Like what started off as something like, a little side project thing to do has basically kind of grown into its own entity in a sense. And the friends you made along, and also how many people have kind of come across from the world, because not just from our fine neighbor to the north, Josh, but also from across the pond over New England and Portugal. You got folks from South America listening in. It's just how you've actually integrated yourself, people have come together to basically just talk about essentially a mutual, their love, and sometimes maybe their frustration over current Spider-Man comic.
Amen.
But yeah, and so kind of maybe people realize that, hey, that there is a, I don't feel like I want to try to quote Spider-Man 2 or something like that, but make there's a Spider-Man in all of us, essentially, and hopefully we can keep this on going, or like this, like a next, and a new generation of fans are coming, and new generations coming, fans are coming on board. I mean, it's a panel,
like I told JR years ago, if I don't like it, the podcast is dead. I still like it. The website's dead. If I get bored of it, I've taken a couple times off, but no more than a month in 25 years. But if I get bored of it, I haven't. I keep getting recharged. I get on the battery. I meet people like Josh who tell me an amazing story like that. I meet new people like Sarah, etc. So the friendships keep me going. Craig, final thoughts, sir.
I'm gonna praise the website by talking about myself.
That's part of that. Sarah, drink. That's self-promotion. That's on the bottom, and that's self-promotion, but it's not. Yeah.
Take a drink when a panelist self-promotes.
Yeah, that's it.
When I found this website from episode 212 or whatever the episode shall be named, I never would have imagined that I would ever be participating in an episode, audio format, and now a video format, writing reviews for the front page. It never would have occurred to me that I would be this involved in a online community that would welcome my input, that would welcome me to participate. It's if I could go back and talk to like young little Craig and say, stick with this webpage. It's really going to lead to great things. This is a great community. I was wondering how many websites started back in 1998 or podcasts that around that time that have only lasted a year or 2 years, and obviously 25 years is an amazing feat. This is a great website. It's a great community. It's a great podcast. It's given me opportunities that I never thought that I would ever have. I'm on YouTube. It blows my mind every time you invite me on here. I'm on YouTube. I'm just Craig here from.
Dude, it's not that hard to get on YouTube.
I
mean, if that's your thing, bro. I mean, but I'm happy to be on it with you.
Yeah. But I thank you for the website. Yeah. I thank you for asking me on here all the time, for asking me to write stuff on the front page.
I'm glad you're alive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was a scary story you told.
It was
2 hours ago. Whatever. How long? Speaking of how long this show is, we're at 4 hours and a half. Andrew has just informed me this episode is long as Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, the extended edition.
I think we're up to the second ending of Return of the King now. We've got 3 more endings to go.
If you're watching this, listening to this audio form, you could do a hell of a car ride. On it. Wow.
JR and George are long asleep by now.
Oh, they are comatose. Josh, final thoughts, sir.
Final thoughts. 2 years ago, I was telling my mom, I have a job as Spider-Man. Life is not going to get any better. And then last year, I started work that required me to drive a lot. And I found a podcast to listen to. I was like, I have stuff to pass the time. Life's not getting any better. And now I'm on said podcast. I've been made fun of by JR. I don't think anything can top that. But it's great. Like I can't reiterate enough the fact that it is so nice to have spider nerds around the globe that I can talk to. I have my fellow Canadian spider friend here, and we have in Las Vegas and like all over the world, Portugal and Sweden. It's insane that I can genuinely say I have friends that love Spider-Man as much as I do, if not more so, and we can just talk about it and hang out and make jokes about Arby's. It's great. Happy 25 years.
We have the Spidey. Andre, one more hour out of us. I don't know, Andre.
I got church tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Here's the site, turning 25. Go to it, Spider-Man Crawlspace. There's a lot of people that contribute. Ryan, just look at the front page. Ryan's here. Adam does a daily panel. Marco has started doing written reviews. Mark Alford did the review of the $10 book, so you didn't have to. Here's the interview with Marv Wolfman I did. I went to the tour of the Kansas City. There's a community. Hornacek making fun of all of it over here in the comments section. But there's a lot here, and it wouldn't be possible without my friends, without you guys reading it, without you guys being part of it. So to my friends watching around the world, thanks for letting me talk Spider-Man. Thank you for letting me find you all these years, 25 in. In 2026, we'll do the 20th anniversary of the podcast, and it'll be a blast. So thanks for being on this journey with me, my friends. Until our next show, which will be probably in a couple weeks, we're going to do a Patreon and a review show where JR is going to review a mini story about Spider-Man giving a cookie to a duck. You don't want to miss that. We paid $10 for it. What the cluck? All right.
What the cluck?
Good night.